Visítanos en cubekings.com.
Morning. Welcome to the fourth day of the European Championships 2024. It is 8:50 and in just in just 1 to 2 minutes, we will be starting 3x3 round two. So we will get to see some fast 3x3 solves there. I'm just currently looking at the groups to see who do we have coming up. That will be just a second.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are we?
I am just currently looking up the groups for 3x3 round two on this one. I just we have so many notepads open. So this will be the last day of the European Championships.
Yep.
So today we will crown our 3x3 champion.
Yeah, we will have second rounds in the morning, and just after lunch, we're gonna do all the finals. Morning.
Morning. Who here is excited for the final day of the European Championship?
I am.
Yeah, I think everybody is.
Okay, so I've just got here the site sheet for the second round, group one on green stage. Coming up, we have Olaf Kuzminski from Poland, Juliette Sebastian from France, Yanis Kostin-Kele from Romania, Valeria Locatelli from Italy, Kieran Behan from Ireland, Nicholas Archer from the United Kingdom, also Radoslav Marcinek, Rasmus Stubb-Defesen, Adam Geciorski, Jan Zich, and a lot more cubers. So here on the left we have Kieran Behan on most likely his first solve since the round has just started. Kieran doing very well in the 7x7 event yesterday, beating Timon by a whopping 7 seconds, taking the trophy in 7x7 home to Ireland. And a 695 there for Kieran. I believe Kieran is sub 7, so that should be okay for him. And to make this third round, I believe 125 people make the third round. For that, I predict that a 8.5 average will be needed. So I'll have to head off for just a second due to a little accident in the stream booth, but I will be back in just a second.
An 8.36 there from Juliette Sebastian. An interesting thing about Juliette is that she is a huge fan of ZBLLs. And ZBLL is where you solve the very last step of 3x3 alongside the penultimate one when there's a cross solved on OLL. Didn't quite look like she managed to use an OLL, a ZBLL in that solve. There are only certain OLLs where you're able to use a ZBLL because you have to have the cross solved.
After that little interruption, I am back. Here we have Valeria Locatelli from Italy. $6.14, a very solid solve for him. And I believe he will definitely be happy with that.
How many did you say would proceed to the semi-finals, Rima?
We have 125 people proceeding.
125. So for that, we're looking at probably a mid 8-second average, perhaps around 8.6 in order to proceed.
A 766 there for Kieran. Not exactly that sub 7 he's looking for here, but for the third, getting to the third round, very, very solid. On the right, there is Herman Westerlund Kalland from Norway, and on the left we have Rasmus Stubb Deffelsen from Denmark with a 696. This man is mostly known for square one. And on the right, Herman Westerlund Kalland, he is mostly known for 3x3 with a low 6 official average. That 827 in the first round was definitely something he's not very used to getting, so he's going to be aiming for that sub 7 like most of the people in this round. And a 930 for him does not look pleased with that, as expected. One second. Chad is asking if Cube had made round 2. I haven't checked, but it is pretty likely, since I think he has like a 9-10 second average, something around that range maybe. So we can look it up very easily. Here we have, that is Olaf Kuzminski there. Ciola do Z-Perm, 654, very solid. Olaf doing really well in Nations Cup yesterday, getting a 3rd place for Poland. So on the left, I believe this is Valerio Locatelli again, most likely. Looking up Cube Head's result in the first round.
On the right, we have, I believe that's Nicholas Archer, our UK champion from 2023.
So looks like Cubehead or Milan Streif got 156th in the first round
with a 9.03 average. So considering we're thinking it's going to be about 8.6 for the semi-finals, he'll have to perform a little better in this second round now if he wants his spot in the semis.
I do hope he's capable for that. Here we have Juliette Sebastian, or better known as Juju.
Mm.
So Juliette also very, very good in one-handed. I believe also podiuming at World Championship 2019 in one-handed, getting third place. I don't believe she has been on any majors podiums for 3x3 yet. A 746. That is a little bit above average for her. I know she's been in the head-to-head finals of World Championships 2019.
Mm.
That's for sure. But I did not know how she performed. So they received their second solve from Olaf Kuzminski.
So Olaf placing 4th in the first round, but seeded 3rd going into the competition.
A 715. That means his previous 649 is going to count. He is definitely not going to be happy with that.
I think one to look out for in this group will have to be Ioannis Costin-Kele from Romania. So he went into this competition, seeded 24th, managed to jump 17 ranks, come out 7th in round 1.
Ioannis Costin-Kele from Romania, absolutely a crazy all-rounder. Did really well in Megaminx yesterday, I believe, got 6th or 7th place in finals. Also really fast in 2x2, Pyraminx, Cube, Square One. Absolutely amazing all running. Recently also got a 4.0 something single, I believe. The Romanian national record. So
Yeah, 4.07.
4.07, that is very, very fast. So definitely keeping an eye out for Ioannis Costin-Kele there. And on the left, we have Valeria Locatelli. Could be the Italian NR holder, potentially. At least if I think about Italian 3x3 solvers. And we have confirmation that, yes, he is the NR holder for Italy. There are PLL at low 5, getting a 676. Very, very close to his average in the last round, coming in at 14th seed. There's a 716 for Kieran, means that 716 is going to count. He can still potentially get a sub 7 average here, but needs 2 pretty good souls.
Kieran is somebody else who did really well in round 1, going in 44th seed, but managing to snag 18th in round 1. So that's jumping up 26 places from Kieran there.
Do we know what he got in the last round?
Yep, he got a 7.03 average and a 6.40 single.
And what about, oh, his PR average is 662. Okay. So there we have Olaf again. Olaf also a really, really friendly cuber, very chill, very cool. Very likable person. We see an interesting side view angle of Ioannis Costin-Kele there. Sadly, we are not able to see the cube that well, but looks like PLL at 6 there, so a 746. He's not going to be pleased with that. Shaking his head a little there. Going back to Olaf, currently inspecting. Very fast start for F12 there. F6F prime set up to...
GBLO.
Yes. And I believe there's a 5, looks like a 5, or a very low 6. I think that might have been 601. Like a little bit hard to see the timer since the display is reflecting a little. Relates to our angle here in the booth. Here I have Juliette Sebastian. One of the fastest, if not the fastest, female cubers in the world as well. Also a great start for F12, a little pause there. This time opting not for the ZBLL, doing OLL, getting an 8 perm. 770, again, not too pleased with that. There we have Valerio again, seeing his 4th serve already, I believe. There is the infamous Kieran B. And
So Kieran averages about 7.5, so quite a bit slower than his average there.
Oh, on the right we also have Jonas Pilhöfer coming in to the competition in 71st seed, but getting a was 71 his ranking in the first round or coming into the competition?
That's his first round ranking.
Oh, okay. So on the right there, Rasmus Stove Defferson. Not exactly sure who is on the left, but definitely seems to be fast.
Rasmus came 9th in the 2022 European Championship finals.
Oh, so definitely a finals contender here. We see. And this is Olaf's, I believe, Fortsov. We might have missed one in between. We did just get the call for the second group, so we are wrapping things up in about a few minutes or so. Looking like a free pair there on white. Doesn't look like the cross is too hard. So, yep, preserving the pair actually, I think. Or I did see him sold that as his third pair, but I don't know if oh, that, so messed up the M moves there on the U perm. Luckily did not DNF, but that gives him a counting 7. So aiming for that mid-6 average most likely there.
Back to Juliette now. Prolific ZBLL user. Let's see if we can spot another ZBLL from her this solve.
So the reason we are only seeing fast people in the first group is since we have 5 different stages. We have a few fast competitors in each group. Most likely, so there's something to look at on the stream. So in the next group, we will be seeing cubers such as Timofey Tarasenko, Alexei Tsvetkov, Joaf Vishne, Nicolas Sanchez, Gabriel Reidich, Richard Delacoste, Robin Thun, William Jensen, Theodor Zeider, Andrejce, Alvin Rölisch, Martin Ver Edal, Lukas Kushai, Henry Gerber, George Scholey. And that's only some of the names. All of those people I've just mentioned are definitely final contenders. So although no team on, we do have a very fast group coming up. A 707 there for Valerio.
So
Valerio.
a COLL used there, I think I spotted. So COLL, it's where during your penultimate step, so during OLL, if you have all of the edges solved, like the cross solved, you can change your algorithm so that your PLL has all of the corners solved on it, so it'll hopefully be a bit better than it otherwise would have.
And we do have Oliver Wheat joining us here. Hello, Oliver.
Hello, hello. That's OJ to most of the people on the stream.
So you've just come back from 3x3 round 1. How did that go for you?
Can we not talk about it, please? It's one of the worst rounds of my life. Unfortunately, yeah, a lot of people don't like the early morning starts, and myself included, at least today. My brain wasn't switched on yet. My cube was not turning right. And yeah, I think a lot of people were complaining about the early start. But someone's got to be the first event of the day.
Exactly.
So quickly taking a look at the other groups as well. So in the third group, we have coming up Kyle Santucci, Twan Delimon, Philip Weyer, James Alonso, Vukash Burliga, Anthony Paterakis, Kaur Tule, Magdalena Papish, Jacob Chambers, or Cham, Matt Svalk, Biel Samus Gonzalez, Lorenzo Escobar Kraskowskaya, Adam Hodenichki, Diego Alfonso, Daniel Satori. So again, a lot of fast cubers in the third group as well. And Timon is competing in the fourth group. So he will be competing at about 10:25. So that is in an hour. Oh, sorry, that is the start of Blindfolded.
Yeah, it'll be 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock exactly, so that it will be in 52 minutes. And in Timon's group, we also have Kevin Gerhardt, Patrick Pons, Tommy Cherry, Ben Barron, Alexander Kallier, Mika Smulders, Sebastian Weyer, Knuska Carlsen, Kim Roger Haraldsen, a lot of fast people.
Yep. It seems that we have just begun Group 2 now of 3x3 round 2. Big one to look out for in this one, Timofey Tarasyenko.
Absolutely. On the left, Alexei Tvetkov getting a 6.11 there. A very solid start for him. I remember his PR average being a 5.75, so not exactly on the PR pace, but considering his 6.7 in the first round, that is a very solid start.
Rashad Delacoste now, going into the competition in seed 15th, but placing only 29th in round 1, dropping 14 places.
Richard Delacoste also getting the 3rd place in 7x7, I believe. Very good, big cube solver. There was another COLL at 4 seconds, going into a U-perm, getting a 6.14, a very solid time.
6.14 is a really great start for Rashad. He averages about 6.9, so about 0.6 seconds faster. Given his 7.3 average in the first round, 6.3 is a lot more what he'll be looking for now.
Here we have Theodor Zeider and Timofey Tarasenko, some of the youngest fast 3x3 solvers at this competition. I believe both of them, Timofey is around 11 or 12, and Theodor is maybe even...
I think 8.
Something like that, a 6.26 for him. Nearing his PR, and definitely a lot better than the last round. Timofey there at OLL on 3 or 4 seconds, getting a 6.31. On the right, Piotr Olszewski, but seems like we're cutting off to Andrejce with a 7.81 there. And the front right, we have Alvin Rölsch from Switzerland. Very good at Pyraminx, very good at 7x7. Seems like timer was not turned on. There was another COLL there, getting an 8.02. Not the best time for him, but since to make the 3rd round, we just need a sub 8.5 average, so that should be good enough for Alvin there.
Yeah, and Alvin averages about 7.7, so hopefully 0.8 seconds faster than what should be needed for the semi-finals.
Then we have, is this Kev? This should be Philly. Looks like Philly. Henry Gerber. Yes, sorry. Our perm there to finish off. It looks like a 8-second sol. Yeah, 8.19 there. We did cut off William Jensen, so I couldn't sadly see his time.
So Alexei Tvetkov, 12th in round 1, seeded 6th.
We do have the wrong graphic there. Oh, that was Alexei with the black shirt.
Then that was a 6.6 we caught there.
On the right, we have Robin Toon from the Netherlands. Looks like a high 7 or low 8 for Robin there. Or no, that is Alexei. Never mind.
Back to Rashad here. 6.7.
Yeah, that's counting.
Very nice. He averages about 6.9, so about 0.2 seconds faster there. I think we've seen a lot of really good solves below people's averages here.
We might catch a solve here from Piotr. Nope. It looks like that is Yoav Vishna from the name tag.
From Israel.
A G perm there. 7.98. Very solid finish. Really good turning there.
Yoav, definitely an interesting one to look out for. Seeded only 43rd, but coming 15th. So that would put him on track for the finals if he managed to pull that off.
5.77 there for Timofey. So he has a 6.3 and a 5.7 so far. Now that is William Jensen on the left. Getting a 7.33 average in the last round. 7.55 there for him. Now cutting to Alexei Tvetkov again.
Alexei actually placed 4th at the warm-up Portugalette competition last weekend, just missing out on podium there.
7.2. On the right, we have Nicolas Sanchez from the United States of America. But we are cutting off to, not sure who that is, but we have Theodor Zeider on the right. Very fast start. Oh, a little lucky there on the OLL, getting a 7.9 with a G-perm.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Up until about the 3-second mark, completely smooth, completely pauseless, and then we saw a few lockups back-to-back there from Theodor.
So, could this be the overhead for Andre? It was the overhead. A 7.99 there for him. On the front there is Martin with a 6.15. That is a head shake there, surprising. It should be a pretty good solve for him, especially considering his best single in the last round was only a 6.9.
Perhaps he felt it was an easy scramble and he could have done better on it.
Potentially. Robin Toon on the right there starting his solve, cutting to Richard Delacoste. So, yeah, Chad also mentioning that we had a very interesting result in the first round where we had Cal Santucci with a PR average, tying Timon Koloshinsky, but Timon beating Kyle by single by only 0.01. Oh, and there is a sub-5 for Richard. That is his second sub-5 at this competition, I believe. And here he is on track for a very good average there, counting a 6.1 and a 6.7.
That's good. That's going to be more what he's after at this competition after a not great performance in round 1.
So he has a 6.1 PR average. So with one good solve, he could lock in PR for himself here.
Back to Timofey here. I think this is solve 3.
Very good. Oh, that was a smooth solve. That was a beautiful solve. 540. Almost poseless. A little lock up there on the second pair. It seemed like rotationless F12 as well.
So, as an average of Timofey's last recent rounds, he's
oh, that was a wrong PLL from Theodor Zeider.
Still a 5.37. He will be absolutely gutted with that.
No, that's a DNF. He did a J perm and he stopped the cube. He had a V perm left there.
Oh my goodness.
It was a very, very smooth solve going right into that OLL and right into PLL, but sadly it was the wrong PLL. That is very unfortunate for Theodor there, meaning he's going to count a 7.9. Very, very sad to see, but he will definitely make the third round. He can prove himself again in the third round. So it looked like the person on the right, not sure who that is, but he had a wrong cross. He did M2U to M2 to fix the cross. Not happy with that 9 there. Martin with a 7.99.
Somebody asked, who's the little guy's name? That will be Theodor Zeider from Poland, just 8 years old.
That is crazy. The 2x2 world record single holder. Will they be doing live data during all the finals?
They will be.
Yes. Not only will we see live data entry on WCA Live, but on the stream. As you saw yesterday, we have a, what is it called? A time, like it had a name. It was like a time tower. Yeah.
Yeah, so all of the live results go into a stacked tower, and then as people get faster or slower times, they move up and down the tower so you can see live how well people are doing.
We get to see the mean of all solves, I believe. And there's William Janssen with a 6.9. Should be pretty okay for him. Robin Toon with a 7, I think that was. We see Alvin Rölsch. Oh, a very nice last layer for him. 9 move OLL into J-perm, 6.63. Pretty decent for him, for sure. That did look like it was a very easy one-look last layer where you could do 2 moves to J-perm, like a 2-move setup, but Alexei Tsvetkov there, we can barely see him from the overhead, but in the on the right side. Very interesting solve there, 790. That's means a counting 7.1 for him. Bit unfortunate. So Timofey top right getting a 638, and in just a second Theodor Zeider will also start his solve. So I believe we're cutting back to him in just a second. This is Joaf Vishna. Next to him, George Scully. Chad is also asking, what is this camera angle? That what we just saw was an overhead camera. Most likely someone hit it with his head, so it was a little bit out of angle. That will definitely be fixed before the third group.
Some of the results from Group 1 seem to be coming in now. Valerio Locatellia seems to have placed the best out of Group 1 with a 6.76 average, followed closely by Yanis Kostinkele from Romania. Then Olaf Kuzminski, just third for Group 1, despite being seeded
third or fourth?
Third overall, just for Group 1, despite being seeded fourth in round 1.
That is a rough second round for Olaf. But he will definitely prove himself in the third round.
And this is not where the results matter, because at this point, they just need to play it safe, only need about an 8.6 average for round 2. Once they've gotten that, it's round 3, the semi-finals and the finals, where it matters.
Robin Thun there with a 6.24. A 6.78 for Alvin, that's going to be counting. Do we know PR average for Alvin Rödels?
We do.
7.7, that's the last round average. He has a 6.6, so he did get 2 6.6s, so I believe we have seen 3 solves from Alvin, so could be on PR pace. Timofey on the left starting up. He has a very, very long warm-up routine, so we might cut to someone before we start, but it doesn't look like so. So maybe we can analyze the scramble here.
So for many of these top cubers, they're not only planning out their first step, their crossing inspection, but they're often looking forward to their first step of F12, so their second step, and the second pair often as well. Some of these cubers can even go up to the third and fourth pair, which is absolutely incredible.
Very, very rough solve there. Did not look like the best of scrambles. Looked like a lot of blocks on yellow, but Timofey opting for white. Could also be a white cross-only solver. Haven't seen that many solves for him. A little lucky there. Oh, looked like a flip pair? No?
It was interesting watching them opt for a Y2 T-perm as opposed to a U2 T-perm U2.
I think I would do the same. Okay, actually, I would do that for A perms. Not sure if T perm. I would probably go for a lefty T perm and then get a DNF or something, because I'm just like that. But I would say that sometimes rotating into the PLL with no pre-AOF, no after AOF could be safe, because AOF is risky.
So when you do that, you're saving yourself potentially 1, or in this case, 2 moves, but at the cost of having to adjust the way you're holding the cube, which can sometimes take longer than just executing the moves.
6.50 there for Nicolas Sanchez. A little bit of a sketchy timer stop, but the judge seems to have counted it as okay. There was a ZB from the solver on the left. Nicholas also did a ZB on that solve. So, of course, a lot of these fast cubers knowing many algorithms for the last layer to optimize their solves. And is this the wrap for this group? We do have Cham here still.
Someone asks, how old is Timofey? We believe he's about 12.
Could be 11 as well. Anyway, young.
Cham up now from the UK.
That looked like a very easy last layer.
And a 6.31. Very nice. Ooh, on to Philip Vaya, seeded 5th. It seems that we have gone into Group 3 now, by the looks of it. So, Philip was your 2016 European champion, third in 2018. Didn't manage to catch himself a podium last year in 2022. He could certainly be looking for a podium at this competition, especially after a 5th place in round 1. Nothing to be laughed at.
Philip Weyer, one of the most experienced competitors in 3x3 finals, getting first in 2019.
And that's at the World Championship.
Yes. So, don't know who that was on the right, getting a 624. And I think this is the last people of the second group. We did just hear the last call for Group 3. So in this group, we're looking out for Carl Santucci, Dwan de Le Monde, Philippe Weyer, James Alonso, Vukas Burliga, Antonio Paterakis, of course my personal favorite from Estonia, Kaur Tule, Magdalena Papish, Eden Robinson Rechavi, Jacob Chambers, Cham, Biel Samos Gonzalez, Mats Valk, Lorenzo Escobar Kraskowskaya, Adam Hodenichki, Diego Alfonso, Daniel Satori, Vincent von Schantz. Yeah, that's it.
So Kyle Santucci surprised everybody last round, seeded 10th, then getting 2nd in round 1 with a 5.84 average and a 4.96 single.
8:30 there for Philip, a very rough start. But he can definitely manage to get a decent average here.
Yeah, the issue when you start off on a bad solve is that you're on the back foot for the entire rest of the average, and you need to make sure that that 8.3 does not come anywhere close to counting.
We do have Kaur Tule on the front left here. Not sure who that is on the back there. Potentially a French keeper on the right.
On the right, I think we've got Quentin Rivot from France.
Oh yeah, quite possibly. Back left, I do not know who that is. He does look really familiar though. Hoping we 1087 there could be like sadly cutting off Kaur, cutting off to Anthony Paterakis. Getting a 716 there. Cutting to Mats Valk here, one of the former world record holders a very long time ago, getting a 474 world record single. And also a cube named after him, the Valk 3x3, one of the best 3x3s for many years in the 2019, 2020, 2021 times.
So Mats Valk, your 2018 European champion, 2nd in 2016, 2nd in 2012. I mean, that's 12 years ago now. But it's been 6 years since that last European win. Now seeded 54th in this round.
There is Cham on his second solve, or their second solve to be exact.
It seems like they messed up the PLL there.
Yeah.
It was looking like on track for an 11.
Or even a 12. Magdalena, they're really unfortunate. Oh my god. .OLL to NB perm.
I mean,
arguably the worst
last layers do not get worse than that.
I honestly can't even think of a worse last layer, because NB perm is by far the worst PLO, and any dot case, well, okay, there are some good dot cases. Twan, a very fast start there on blue. Did look to be at OLL on 3, getting a 622 there.
Twan got a 6.03 average in round 1, so slightly slower than that, but Twan seems to average approximately 6.4, so slightly better than his global. Back to Mats, 2018 European champion here.
Well, that was certainly a better last layer than the one we just saw at Magdalena, so a very unfortunate 9 there for Anthony. Hopefully that will not be counting.
So somebody asked what seed is.
Very unfortunate, 583 plus 2 there for James Alonso.
So seed for the first rounds is their psych sheet position by official average. Now that they are into the second round, their seed is where they place in round 1.
So not sure who that is. Last layer there at 6 seconds. A little lock up there. He was not on last layer. A very nice last layer cases for him there. There was a 6 move OLO to an 8 perm, so around 16 moves. Meanwhile, the last layer we saw from Magdalena was over 30 moves, which is not something these top solvers want to see in their souls. Absolutely. This time around, I do not know any of the cubers on screen, but I do see Kortule coming up for a solve in the very back part of the camera. So hopefully we can catch his solve as well, because he is definitely looking for the finals. At the Euros in 2022, he did get a DNF average in the second round due to not starting at the timer. Here we have Toine de Limond. Oh, a big pause there. Last layer at 4. Opting to solve the edges, go for the ZBLL, 755. Mats Walk here. And
an 813 from Mats.
Is that Carl Santucci? Should be. Getting a 692.
About half a second slower than his global average of 6.35.
On the left there, James Alonso.
So James Alonso, 2022 UK champion, but didn't manage to snag it in 2023.
That is not a great start for him, getting a 5.6 plus 2 and now an 8, so that 7.6 is going to be counting. That is Simon Kellum there on the right, known mainly for Skweb and Permings.
91st in round 1. An interesting fact about James Alonso is that he holds the UK national record average, but is 0.01 off on single. So he is trying incredibly hard to beat his personal record single and get his first ever national record for the UK.
Who has the national record right now?
So the national record right now is held by Chris Mills, who you might know recently changed nationality to New Zealand.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Why, like, shouldn't the record be removed in that case if we switch nationality?
Because he set the record while representing the UK, it still stands as the UK national record.
But it's not his PR then?
I'm not sure if Chris Mills has managed to break it since.
Because I know Chris Mills did change nationality to New Zealand. Chris Mills also a very cool guy, great guy. It does seem to still stand as his PR, although being might not be New Zealand national record then.
Yep. So that 4.59 from Chris Mills won't count for New Zealand. It still counts as UK national record.
Yeah.
But it still leaves poor James Alonso without a national record single.
Toine there with a fast start. OLL at 3 seconds there. Wow, a 5.16.
Very strong.
Seems like he solved the edges and went into that CBLL at 3.9. Very fast CBLL execution and recognition. Amazing to see. 5.16 for Toine.
So there are actually 493 different CBLL algorithms. So it's a lot of algorithms to commit to memory. So it really is incredible. Every single time you see someone using it, it's one of potentially 493.
5.59 for Carl Santucci. There was sub 5 potential with a very fast F12, but luckily not the best last layer cases. A 10 move OLL into a G perm. And there's James Alonso. Oh no! Oh no! He had PLL at 3.9.
He looks incredibly frustrated. I think he might have felt that that was his chance for national record single potentially.
No, that is 3 unfortunate souls for James Alonso in a row. That is a rough start. Philip White, 521 though.
A lot of really good solves on that scramble.
How many go through to the next round? 125 people go to the next round.
So about an 8.6 average we're predicting for round 3 or the final. Sorry, the semi-finals.
But as Group 3 is getting to the midway point, I should leave since I am competing in Group 4. So I'm hoping to make the third round as well. So hopefully I won't get 80 NF. But I do want to see this one solve more for fun. This is Twan's fourth solve, I believe. OLL there at 3. Little Loki PLL 608. Very solid, very solid. But yeah, enjoy the stream. Hopefully I'll see you later today.
So bye Remo, we'll check in with you after 3x3 and hope you manage to secure your spot in the semi-finals.
I'll try to do so. Okay, see ya.
We're watching Kyle Santucci, your second seed, beginning his next solve now. Kyle seeded 10th, pulling off a second place in round 1. Really incredible to see. He's certainly hoping to maintain that lead going into the semi-finals. Very quick solve there. Didn't quite catch the time. Looked to be approximately mid 6 seconds. James Alonso again on the left here. 2022 UK champion. Also participant in the Rubik's Nations Cup last night on the team that actually won it. Back to Anthony Patarakis here on the right. And he is very happy with that 6.23. Anthony averages about 7.5, so that was about 1.2 seconds faster than his global. James Alonso there getting an 8.57. A good 2 seconds slower than what he averages. Looking incredibly disappointed after that result. Looks like we just managed to catch a 6.88 here as well from Simon Kellum. Somebody asks in the chat, is Timon in this group? Timon is not in this group, but he will be in the next group. So keep an eye out for that. Stay tuned, and we'll hopefully see from Timon in about 5 to 10 minutes. Magdalena Pabisz from Poland solving now. 6.84. Fist pump slightly in the air, so hopefully a good solve there from her. Let's check out her global. So 7.73, a full second faster. No wonder she's happy with that result. So chat, who are your predictions for this year's European Championship winner? Do you think it will be Timon, or do you think somebody else might be able to slide in and take it? Sky says Timon is definitely going to win. That's my opinion also. Timon, incredible solver. I think it would take a lot for him not to seize that top spot in the finals. So Timon, first in the last European Championship in 2022, so your reigning champion. Third in the World Championships last year. Present European average holder and European single holder since 2021. So that's 3 years straight of being the best in Europe. He also won the North American Championships last year. First in round one, seeded first, best average of the last 12 rounds as well. A 9.90 on screen there from Simon Kellum from the United States. Somebody in the chat said Radosław Marcinek beat Timon in the Polish Championship. Very interesting. Perhaps Timon's victory in this competition isn't quite as secure as many of us might think. Somebody in the chat says Timon only won round one by 0.01 on single, by the way. Don't count out everyone else. I believe that was against Kyle Santucci, though, who does not represent a European country. And we are joined now by the magnificent OJ Wheat. Hello.
Good morning. Right, how's chat doing this morning? Is everyone excited for some of the faster 3x3 solvers? James Alonso will win, guys. Trust. Okay. To be fair, we won the Nations Cup yesterday. You know, we don't need any more of that. I'm sure that James is not in contention for winning the European Championships, as cool as it would be. Is Luke Garrett here? Unfortunately, Luke Garrett and Stanley Chappell could not get their flights over from the US, and so, yeah, they are not at this competition, although they are still listed on WCA Live because they weren't dropped. Richard Delacoste has already competed. 4x4 finals will be exciting. I think it will, because I think that 4x4 finals is maybe one of the most contended for rounds. I mean, we will have both Sebastian Weyer, who is currently at the top of his game with the first ever sub-20 European record average. And then we've also got Timon, who I believe also got a sub-20 average. Correct me if I'm wrong. But yeah, two of the top 4x4 solvers, both currently at the peak of their game, and they will be going head-to-head in the finals. And I'll just look up when that is for you. And that will be at 15:50 UTC +2. Apparently he beat Sebastian by 0.07, so yeah, it is a very tight game for 4x4 finals.
So, starting Group 4 shortly, going to be getting to see how Timon Koleshinsky goes.
Yep, and we've also got Kevin Gerhardt and Patrick Ponce. And I can see Patrick Ponce right now, so I'm not sure if he knows that he's supposed to submit his cube. It is Group 4, right? Definitely not Group 3? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Did we see anything exciting happening in Group 3?
We saw a lot from Kyle Santucci, Van Dillemond, and Philip Weyer. James Alonso, PLL at 3.7. And then
I'm waiting for the bad news.
Didn't go well for him after that.
Dear.
I know, he was incredibly disappointed. I think sort of gently slammed the table in frustration after that one.
That's very annoying.
We were talking about how James Alonso, UK national record average holder, doesn't have a single by .01, but the present UK national record holder single, Chris Mills, doesn't actually represent the UK anymore.
That's correct. However, he set the result whilst he was representing the UK, and therefore it does still stand as a UK NR.
Somebody in the chat asks, what group is Timon in? So Timon in group 4, coming up in the next group.
I'm still looking at Patrick. I'm not sure why he hasn't gone yet.
Patrick.
Patrick.
Patrick, do you know you're in the next group? Okay. Patrick has now been informed.
Oh, is there a break? Okay. Okay, so there is a break before Group 4, and that is why Patrick hasn't left the streaming area yet. Not that we were to know that, so I'm glad we've been informed now.
So Patrick placing in position 10 in round 1, a downfall of 5 positions from his seed of 5th going into this competition.
So Patrick, of course, getting his PR average in the finals of the last Euros, taking home the win of the competition, however, not being European champion, given that he's not European.
So Patrick Pons, of course, set the world record single in 3x3 back in 2017, so 7 years ago now, of 4.69.
Yep, I remember watching that happening. I remember his reaction. He's just like, world record? And then everyone else is like, huh? And then he goes, yeah, world record. And then like everyone else just like starts going mental afterwards. I love the pause reaction where like he's the only person who actually realized what's going on. No one else has figured out what on earth is going on.
Somebody in the chat asks, has anyone told Patrick that he looks exactly like Carlos Alcaraz? So in fact, many a person has told Patrick that he looks like him. And every time the Wimbledon's on, Patrick gets bombarded by messages and photos of people saying, Patrick, never knew you were at Wimbledon this year.
Yep, and there are many times where we've said, hey, Patrick, congrats on winning Wimbledon. It's just like, yeah, he definitely knows that he looks like Carlos Alcaraz. Am I the one who sang Kieran Behan? Well, I was the compere for the Nations Cup, and yes, I did scream it into the mic because I knew the audience loved it. I knew the audience were going to do it, whether I said it or not, and so I thought, you know what? I'm going to give them what they want.
How did you feel watching the UK win the Nations Cup last night?
Of course, as a UK representative, incredible. I never thought that we were going to be able to do that, although we were getting some incredibly good times. I think we were performing very solidly, but I must say, whilst I was commentating that very final round, my legs were shaking, and I was struggling to keep myself in, and I was like, okay, I've got to remain unbiased. But I really want the UK to win.
I think we're both a little biased here as UK representatives, but it was incredibly intense and nerve-wracking to watch, especially given Poland got the fastest time, total time of anybody in any round. I felt like it was definitely looking like a Poland win, but when Poland got knocked out in
against the
UK, my heart soared, and it felt like finally we had a chance.
And to be fair, Poland did hand us the win there, given that Theodore started the timer far too early. And thankfully, that did knock them out immediately, which gave us the right to go through to the final. We're very happy that that happened. Obviously, it's a shame that Theodore did start early, especially after last year at the World Championships Nations Cup, where Timon started the timer too early. So yeah. Maybe the Polish just need to be reminded, you know? Keep your hands on the timer.
Somebody in the chat says, Eleanor, say bottle of water. There you go.
No, I think it says, Eleanor, say bottle of water.
Bottle of water. Is that what you wanted?
I think that's what they wanted. Where can I watch the Nations Cup VOD? So there is a video on this YouTube channel, the World Cube Association YouTube channel. Although when I checked it last night, it did seem to cut off at some point, which is very unfortunate.
Was that before the finals?
Definitely, way before the finals.
Oh no!
I'm not sure what's going on there. I never got any confirmation. Although I believe that we do have all of the footage. So there is a chance that we'll be able to upload it independently after the competition is over. But don't hold me to that, because I'm not the guy in charge of all of that. I know that that's how it worked last year, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it worked again this year.
Quite a few happy people in the chat that I said the phrase.
I mean, that's just not even a phrase.
The build up to Group 4, Timon's group, is really getting to me now. I cannot wait for them to get started.
Yep, so that will be happening at 10 o'clock UTC +2.
So about 10 minutes from now. Really, really exciting stuff.
Someone says, I hope Timon becomes world champion. Well, we'll have to wait another year to find out if that will happen. And who knows what the landscape will look like by next year. Although, if you ask my personal opinion on it, I think that Yihang is going to continue pushing barriers. And I think that we're also going to see more Chinese cubers pop up, just like we saw last year.
We're already seeing that.
Yep, but I think we're going to see even faster. I think there's a huge possibility that the entire podium of 3x3 in the World Championships 2025 will be all Chinese.
Yeah, I find it really interesting the way that a lot of these Chinese cubers are promoted into cubing. So the way that they get into it sometimes isn't the same way as in other countries. They have special coaching and teachers, sometimes sort of cubing camps to help them improve their cubing skills.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, China is well known for doing well in a huge range of sports. They are consistently placing at the top, I think probably 1 or 2 in the Olympics, and they have very strict training regimens. And so clearly some people have thought, well, there's a lot of pride to be had in cubing, and we want to set up that sort of teaching environment so that we can get some really high level Chinese cubers, and we would not be seeing the likes of Yihang and all of the others if that weren't to happen.
Definitely.
You can check all of the groups for all competitors on competitiongroups.com, and if you go onto the stream tab, you will be able to see everyone who will be on the green stage. And of course, we won't be able to show everyone on the green stage. We will be focusing on the faster competitors. So if your favorite person sits down on the green stage on camera, maybe takes a little bit too long to warm up or to inspect, and then Timon sits down somewhere else, I'm afraid we're going to have to show Timon. We will pan over. So unfortunately, might not get to see everyone on the green stage, but we will definitely get all of Timon solves. Cross fingers.
What kind of average do you think we might see from Timon in Group 4?
So it's actually quite a disappointing average in Group 1. Sorry, in Round 1. I can't quite remember what it was. Is it that? Yes, 584 average. And that does actually tie with Kyle Santucci from Canada. However, he beat him on single by 0.01.
I mean, it does not get closer than that unless you completely tie.
And it looks like we are starting Group 4 now. I know it says Group 3 on the screen. That will get updated very shortly. So we should be seeing some action from
Mika Smulders. Not quite sure what happened there. I think Mika forgot his warm-up cube.
I believe we have Knut on the left. That is not Kevin Gerhardt on the right. Looks like Zain Kanani has just stood up. I don't know what they got. And we've got Sebastian Weyer sitting down on the left now.
Sebastian Weyer, second place last year at the 2022 European Championships. Second the year before in 2018. Third in 2014. I mean, looking at those numbers, it feels like Sebastian Weyer likes improving a rank every Euros he goes to.
Yep, and of course he came at third in the World Championship 2019, so he has seen a lot of finals and done very well in a lot of finals.
Yeah, I mean, he's here right now at his 5th European Championship. I mean, that's 10 years of competing at European Championships.
7:30 from him, that is not too bad. I'm sure he'll be hoping for better.
Yeah, he averages about 6.8, so that'll be about half a second slower than his global average.
Alexandra Carlier with an 8.32. And next to him, Kim Roger Haraldson, warming up for their first solve.
Somebody asked, how does one tell the difference between Sebastian and Philip? I must admit, my method is hoping they're not in the same group together. Ooh, Timon up now, first solve.
Kevin Gerhardt with a 6.42.
And here Timon goes. Oh, see, you missed the end of that solve, but 5.28.
Yeah, it looked like the last layer was potentially a bit of a tricky case because it looked like he was fiddling about with the finger tricks with it, but still solving it quite fast, just not in the kind of Timon speed that we're used to. So my method for telling the Weyers apart used to be that Philipp Weyer wore glasses and Sebastian Weyer didn't, and now Sebastian wears glasses. So I actually didn't realize this until I saw them both in person on day one of the competition and went, oh, they look exactly the same now. I've known them for quite a few years though, and so I think I just have to use intuition to tell them apart. There are definitely some facial features to focus on, but I wouldn't be able to describe them. Of course, when I asked Philip how to tell them apart, they said, well, of course, he is the ugly one. And Seb said, yeah. Alexandra Carlier for their second solve now. Just behind the bit of cards, behind the display, unfortunately. 6.81 though. My first introduction to Alexandra Carlier was seeing them in the head-to-head finals at the World Championship 2017. And here we have our own Patrick Ponce on the right from the stream team.
Seed 10th in round 1, a fall from his 5th seed going into the competition.
This looks like a good solve there. 6.11.
Yeah, so Patrick averages about 6.5, so 0.4 faster than his global there.
And when we're talking about global, I believe this is because we have the mean average of their 12 most recent rounds, which Eleanor thankfully threw together for us. And it's a really good way of seeing what sort of times that they would normally expect to get, because their PRs, of course, are normally much better than their actual averages.
Exactly.
Kevin Gerhardt with a 6.23 submatch.
Timon solving on the right now.
Well, not yet. Timon has shortened his warm-ups because he got a bit of a telling off at the last European Championships when he was going over the 1 minute allowed time. I'll talk more about that in a second. Very speedy solution. Looked like there were barely any pauses until we got to last layer, just so we could recognize the ZBLL. Hopefully we'll get to cut to the front. 6.20. So also looked like a very fast solve. Obviously much slower than his typical.
I mean, Timon averaging about 5.3, while a 6.3 for almost every competitor at this competition would be great for them. For Timon, that's a second slower than what he usually gets.
That's incredible. That that's the second slower. So my interesting story about Timon with regards to warming up is after the European Championships, where he was told off. He had a big competition coming up that he wanted to, reduce his warm-up time. And so before that, he went to some random competition in Poland just to practice what would happen if he didn't take so much warm-up time. And at that competition, he got the 3x3 world record average.
Wow.
The sub-5, the one where he had to get an extra and then redid it and still managed to clutch. So he said to me, yeah, after that, I realized I don't need nearly as long to warm up before my solves.
4.55 from Patrick Ponce.
Very nice. That would get a nice round of applause.
Wow, the crowd really liked that one. That is just 0.3 away from his personal record single of 4.24.
Am I right in thinking that's the fastest solve so far of the comp?
I think it could well be. I haven't seen anything faster.
We haven't seen a sub-5 from Timon yet at all. Actually, I think we saw one, sorry. It's a 4.85. Kevin Gerhardt and Sebastian Weyer, two of the top German seeds. Kevin with a cube drop. Sebastian with a 5.97. He'll probably be happy with that. And Timon is going now again in the back. Hopefully we'll get an overhead camera. Doesn't look like we will.
Nice CBL there from him, 5.08.
Yeah, Timon's F2L solutions are so fluent, and he knows full ZBL as well. So when you put the two together, you're going to get a fast solve.
Daniel Rush solving now from South Africa, the African record holder for 3x3. Kim Roger with a, I believe that's a 6.8. Can't quite make out the timer display. I spy Caleb Wolfdon in the front as well. Very high level 3x3 solver from the UK.
Tommy Cherry in the back. Of course, the four-blind winner of this competition, but not the European champion, since he's not European. And Mika Smulders also in the back. .92 with a shake head.
I mean, at this very high level, even sub-7s can be bad for these competitors.
They will be getting them into the next round at the very least.
Yeah.
I think we're predicting sub-8 or maybe even a low 8 average
I
to
think
get through.
8.6 is about what we are expecting. Can certainly depend on how well people do, whether they do better or worse than they did in round 1.
Zain Kanani with a 787, another US competitor. Alexandre Carlier on the right.
So Alexandre Carlier, fun fact, placed 4th in 2016. So never quite got himself a European Championship podium in 3x3 before.
And I believe that was around his peak of cubing as well. So I don't think we'll ever see a championship podium from him, at least not a continental or world championship podium. But it's nice to see him continuously going to these championships and getting quite far usually, often making it into the final still. Patrick with a 6.04 and Timon going in for another solve now. I believe this is 4th.
This will determine his best and worst possible average.
5.78. Still no sub-5s from Timon in this round. Of course, we saw a sub-5 average from him at his last average in the finals of the North American Championships. He actually got a sub-5 average of 4 averages at North American Championships. And yet, we've only seen 1 sub-5 out of 9 solves from him so far.
So that gives Timon a worst possible average of 5.75, beating all of the results that are presently in for 3x3 so far. A best possible average of 5.38, which would put him 0.8 seconds above the fastest result in right now.
I believe that Patrick is getting some good results and could potentially beat that. However, again, non-European, so it won't count for the final rankings. However, since this is only round 2 and it does still count for progression, it does still technically matter. And then we have Alexandre Carlier and Sebastian Weyer potentially doing their last solves. 7.24 for Alexandra. Oh, and this looks decent. Okay, not as good as I thought. 7.14 from Sebastian. Not sure what his average will be overall. I think he got some good and some bad. Could potentially be a society average.
Why don't you fill us in on what a society average is, OJ?
So a society average is when you get 3 good times and 2 bad times. So your average overall is pretty bad. And yeah, it could have been so much better if one of those bad solves wasn't as bad. Especially if, for example, one of the 2 bad solves was a +2.
Yep. So something like 5 seconds, 5 seconds, 5 seconds, and then 2 10-second solves might be a society average.
Yeah, I'm not sure how popular the term is, but hey, let's make it more popular. Why not?
Timon going in for solve 5 now. This will determine his average.
So his first 4 solves were 5.28, 6.20, 5.08, and 5.78.
So he needs less than 5.08 for best possible average, and he needs more than 6.2 for worst possible average.
I'm hoping for BPA. I'm hoping for a sub 5. We haven't seen a sub 5 from him, at least. It doesn't look like we'll get one again. That is WPA. He is not happy with that.
That's a 5.75 average from Timon there.
6.91 for Patrick as well. I'm not entirely sure of what Patrick's average is, but I think there's a good chance that he came very high in the round. Timon must be thinking at the moment, I'm not performing quite in the way that I want to be. I think maybe there's a different atmosphere from it being the European Championship rather than the North American Championship, since he's not a North American. I think that just having the whole atmosphere of it being the championship that you are supposed to be winning will give you a completely different mindset, especially in the finals.
Definitely.
And next up, we have 3x3 Blindfolded Round 2. And we have just had the first call for that. And I'm fortunate enough to have made it into that round.
Oh, congratulations. How did you do in round 1?
I actually did really well. I got a 49 second time, which I don't get many sub-50s anymore, so I was very happy with that. I also got a 58, which also would have qualified for round 2.
It's 1 minute 03 to make it through to blindfolded semi-finals.
That's correct. And then the finals will be a lot more contentious, and so I think there is absolutely zero chance that I make it. And so I'm just going to have fun in this round. Try and get a success if I can. We'll see how it goes. Anyway, goodbye to chat, and I will definitely see you later.
Best of luck, OJ. We've seen a lot of CFOP solvers during this round, which is the most dominant method for 3x3 at the minute. CFOP, if you imagine a cube, is like solving from the bottom upwards. Another very increasingly popular method for solving the 3x3 puzzle is Roux. So with Roux, instead of solving from the bottom up, you solve the sides, and then you solve the middle and the top afterwards.
Hello, I'm Remo Pihal, back in the commentating booth.
So Remo, you disappeared 20 minutes ago to go compete in 3x3?
Yeah, I did, and as OJ, I would not like to talk about that round. Well, yeah, I have an 8.01 official average. I usually average low 8, and right now I got 10, 9, 9, 10, 7.
That will not be enough for the semi-finals.
Absolutely, it will not. But at the same time, I still have a lot of rounds today to go.
Oh, brilliant.
So, yeah. I did not make blind round 2, which is what we will see next. But I believe I'm decently competent in talking about blinds, having a sub-1 single. So, also, I don't know if you saw that, but my very own Kaur Tule got a 5:01 Estonian NR single.
Oh, wow. What was the time?
5:01.
5:01. Brilliant.
It wasn't streamed for a brief second. I believe they actually just zoomed out, but this time was on stream later on. Kaur Tule currently in 10th place with a 695 average going into the third round.
Amazing. How much does that beat the Romanian national record by?
Sorry?
Do you know how much that beats the the Estonian apologies national record by?
That should be 0.32. So barely missing out on that sub 5 there.
Yep.
But still, that is something he was looking for a long, long time, to get a good single in competition. So we are seeing a lot of the 3x3 results come in. We have 500 people in this round, and already 357 are in. So currently the 125th place is a 937 average, but I believe that will be sub 9 for sure.
Yep. We were expecting 8.6. We'll see how it goes, whether they're better or worse than expected. Did you manage to catch Timon's average in that last group?
I did see some of the souls. I saw Patrick getting a 4.5.
Yeah, that got a huge cheer from the crowd.
I believe I saw like one soul from Timon being a 5.2. Do we know what his average was?
Yep, so Timon got a 5.75 average, best time of 5.08.
Okay, that is pretty good. Pretty decent.
Definitely not Timon at his best, though.
That's for sure.
I think that we could hopefully see some really good results from Timon in the coming rounds.
Absolutely. So right here in front of me, I have the size sheet for 3x3 Blindfolded Round 2. So this is the second round. And we are going to be seeing a lot of fast competitors here. First seed being Tommy Cherry from the United States.
So Tommy Cherry, incredible blindfolded silver, miles ahead of so many people in the world. 10 blindfolded world records under his belt, as well as amazing performances in other blindfolded events like 4x4 blindfolded, 5x5 blindfolded, and of course, reigning world championship winner last year.
Absolutely, very, very consistent. I believe it was North American Championships, though, where he DNF'd the first two souls and barely managed to get into the finals, getting a success on the last soul. So hopefully our top competitors can secure a success, which will get them into the finals early on, so they do not have the extra pressure there.
Tommy holding both world record average and world record single. So 12.00 single, 14.15 average. I mean, that is just incredible.
That is insane.
That is a good few seconds, in fact, ahead of the second best competitor with a 16.75. So that's 5 seconds faster than the next best competitor here. Wow.
So after Tommy Cherry in second seed, the fastest European coming into the second round is Jay Slow, and I believe he's from the United Kingdom.
Yeah, she.
Oh, she?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm very
don't worry.
sorry.
Really up and coming 3x3 blindfolded silver. Jay in fewest moves over the past couple of days sadly missed out on the podium, coming fourth. But this was the fastest result in FMC not to get a podium. So Jay got, I believe, a 21.33 mean, which is itself incredible.
We already missed Tommy's first soul. Oh, okay, they started really quickly. Sorry, we were a little bit off topic here for a second. But we did miss Tommy's first soul. Can chat let us know what it was if they saw it?
Okay, here comes Jay. Top seed for Europe going into this round.
Our other top seeds with sub-20 singles in the first round are Jens Haver, Christoph Bober, Charles Dalhaus Baltenberger, Oliver Voss, Ben Barron, Simon Praschel, and Quentin Revaux. Also, top competitors to look out for in this round are Martin Idal, Ben Stokes, Ezra Hirschi, and Kamil Przybilski. Yes, got that. Also, Daniel Wallin, definitely, not out to so looks like an 1885 DNF.
Yeah, Quentin Revolt there with a 24.1. It looked like a success to me, but I didn't quite catch the end.
So I think a sub 30 should be okay going into the finals. Okay, maybe a little lower actually. Can check the first round here. So 20 competitors will be proceeding, and the 20th place, oh actually 22.3. So it will be even very, very close here, because the 30th place is only 26 seconds, and the 20th place is 22. So it'll be very close to see who makes the finals. Also, some competitors might triple DNF here, so some of them will be falling out as well. We got Oliver Voss, high 10 memo there. That is a 22 DNF, sadly. Ben Barron and Martin starting to show in front. Here we have, I believe, Christoph Bober is one of them.
What's quite interesting about blindfolded solving is that because the DNF rate is so high, and so often people can't fully solve the cube because you're obviously solving it blindfolded, you can't check visually to make sure you solved it. Very often it will come out not completely solved, then it's recorded as a DNF. So in that case, not only are these competitors looking to get the best times they can, they are also trying to make sure that not every solve is a DNF, because if all their solves are DNFs, they are out. There is no proceeding for them.
Oh, that looks like a 21 DNF for Martin, two twisted corners there.
That is really especially terrible and sad results there when it's two twisted corners, because it looks almost solved, two corners twisted in their place. Ben Stokes from the UK is solving now. Former national record holder for the UK. Didn't quite catch the end there.
14.4 for Tommy.
Wow.
That is definitely a top 1 seed for him here. So maybe we can see an entire solve from Tommy, but since he is not European, he is not our priority here.
Charlie Harrison from the UK solving now.
A 22.52 will be really on the edge of making finals.
Also a former UK national record holder before Jay came in and took both the national records for the UK. So here she goes into her second solve. Do you remember what she got on the first one? It was a
DNF.
18 DNF, yeah.
Yeah. So 3x3 results, we're still at 357. Looks like we're just missing the last group.
So an interesting technique used by these blindfolded solvers, which you might have just spotted from Jay there, is that they don't use their hand to pull the blindfold down. They nod their head, and as they nod, the blindfold falls down off their forehead and onto their eyes.
There's a 19.1 success. That is easy finals for her.
Yeah. She looks a little disappointed because I know she thinks she can do better. But at this point, it's not about getting the best result. It's about making sure you've earned your place in the blindfolded finals.
And then we got Christoph Bober from Poland.
Olivier Voss on the left practicing his not done.
That looks like 23 DNF by 5 corners from Christoph.
Olivier beginning his solve now on the left.
Why does it say last average 59.99 instead of DNF? Not sure. It might be since the average is a DNF, it might give like a error for the graphics, so it has like a wrong Looks like a long pause there for Olivier. A 27 will not be enough to make the finals.
He looks very upset with that result.
Someone is asking if Simon didn't pass the second round. No, he did. It's just that the fourth group hasn't been put into WCA live yet.
Another 14 there from Tommy by the looks of it.
Do we know what the world record mean is?
Yes, it is 14.15.
We did sadly miss, I believe, the first solve. So, chat is saying it's world record mean.
I heard that it was a 13 on the first solve.
Oh, so it is the world record then? Yeah.
Chat seems to think that it's world record. I haven't seen confirmation from
Tom
Tommy yet.
Yeah.
He looks very happy.
Yep, got it.
He's got it.
He's got it.
Wow.
Chat is saying 14:48, 13:38, 14.2. Yeah. Could we get him in for an interview?
That would be incredible if so.
I'll go see if I can catch Tommy Cherry.
Yep, go for it. Wow. That should be a very low 14-second mean there from Tommy Cherry. We haven't received official confirmation just yet. Jay Sloan starting her third solve now. She's already got an 18, which has gotten her spot in the blindfolded finals. We're hoping to get Tommy Cherry in for an interview after that incredible performance from him. They will also need to double check that the scrambles were correct for Tommy. And we have Tommy on his way here now.
I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I think so.
And here we are with Tommy Cherry, who just set a new 3x3 blindfolded world record mean.
Hello, hello.
So the first question: how do you feel now?
I am completely ecstatic. I've been really chasing after another three-blind world record for a while. My most recent one prior to this was in February, and I've had a lot of comps since then, but haven't had the greatest performance. So like to actually get something this good at not just any comp, but like Euros, like one of the biggest comps ever. Like it's just, I don't even know how to put it into words how excited I am about it. Like I just feel like I have no pressure for the rest of the day now. Like it's just like I did what I came here to do, so I'm just super stoked.
You've finally done it. So your last world record mean back in August of 2023, so nearly a year, coming up to a year, and now you think 14.05 mean.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Wow.
So beats the previous one by 0.1, and I guess my last two means have both been at major championships, which is I just feel really like fortunate about because you know, it's just I guess majors are like the best time for something like this to happen. So
Yeah.
I'm just really stoked. Yeah.
So going into that third solve, you have a 13, a 14 under your belt. You know that you've got world record potential. Walk us through it. The cue cover comes off. What are you thinking?
Yeah, so I kind of just like stuck to my normal routine for just managing nerves. In the waiting area, I was doing some solves on, you know, my backup cube, and actually I was noticing like my backup cube was feeling really, really unstable, which I actually think helped with nerve control, because like you know, because when I'm nervous, I'm like I have less control over the cube, so when I was, you know, turning the unstable cube, it felt like I was like, you know, forcing myself to manage the nerves. And yeah, no, I was pretty nervous for sure. I'm not gonna lie, that was intense. But you know, as soon as I lifted the cover, I kind of just really tried to lock in and you know, just do what I'm used to. And you know, just I guess I wasn't really doing anything different from normal on this solve. Just like really trying to make sure that like I knew I didn't need a ridiculously fast time for the mean, but I knew it wouldn't like it would have to at least be decent. So I kind of just like went as fast as I can while still trying to maintain as much stability as I could. And fortunately, it paid off.
What did you think of the third scramble then?
I think it was, I believe it was about an average scramble. So for reference, normal 3-line scrambles with like the method and like extensions I use are like high 9 algorithms, like maybe like 9.7 on average or so. I think it was like 9, 9, 10. So like an easy scramble set on average, but nothing like ridiculous. So yeah, I guess I'm, you know, happy about like the performance given the scrambles especially.
So 10 algs on the last scramble?
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure, but the first two were definitely 9.
Oh, so the last scramble being the hardest. That's not really a situation you want to put yourself in, but definitely very good nerve management here. Absolutely amazing to see.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So when you finished your third solve, were you confident that it would be solved, or did you think there was a chance that it could be a DNF?
Based on how it felt, I was pretty confident it was solved, but I was not confident that it was fast enough for the mean. I didn't calculate what I needed ahead of time, so like it was really just you know, see what it is once I take off the blindfold, and you know, it worked out, I guess.
Absolutely incredible performance from you, Tommy.
Thank you so much.
Your 11th 3x3 blindfolded world record now.
Yep.
Wow. So what do you feel you average at home in blindfolded?
Like low 14. So like you know, I guess when I say I average low 14, I mean like let's say with like 50% accuracy. So like the fact that I got a low 14 mean with 100% accuracy is like pretty good for what I average. Yeah.
Do you think we could see a sub 14 mean at some point in the future?
Oh yeah. I think it can definitely happen in the near future. I don't know if I'll necessarily be the one to do it. I think like with my current speed level, I'm capable, but I think it comes down to just like how I deal with the nerves when the right set of scrambles comes up. So yeah, we'll see, I guess.
Do you have any kind of celebration? Are you going to do anything to celebrate your victory?
Well, I guess what I've been doing every night this comp is like hanging out with a group of viewers from a different European country that I've like never really hung out with before. So yeah, I'll probably, you know, hang out with a lot of new friends tonight, and just, you know, overall like enjoy the day to the fullest. I'm just like really looking forward to the rest of the day with all the competing, hanging out with people. It's going to be great.
Amazing. How have you been finding this competition generally so far?
Awesome. You know, I really like the venue. Like, I think the elevated audience seats are really, really cool. Just makes it like really good for like from a spectator perspective. I really I just wanted to confirm. Yeah, I just really enjoyed watching the finals yesterday. You know, I filmed a lot of it, and it was just like you know, really cool to see how intense it was. I guess like results-wise, prior to 3-blind, I wasn't doing too great. I had one really good thing I was proud about, which was a 5-blind win and like PR at the same time. But what I was disappointed in was like clock, because I didn't make finals, messed up round 2.
Oh, we saw that. You got a DNF on one solve, and you counted an 8-second solve.
So like, and there were a bunch of other results that I just wasn't too pleased about, but this makes up for all of it like by more than enough. Yeah. I guess like my overall review of Euros is a very positive experience.
Amazing.
Does this also change your mindset in any way going into the finals for 2x3 blindfolded?
Oh yeah. Like I don't really care as much how it goes anymore. Like, like this is my main goal. It's been my main goal for a while to do something like this, and I guess, you know, all the pressure is off now. So I guess I'll probably just like go for a good single in finals or whatever. Like beating the mean again would be cool, but I think I'd rather get a single so that like they can both count. um, so yeah, I guess that would be my answer.
What has your practice leading up to this been like in three blind?
In recent times, it's mostly solves, but I have done some like flashcard drilling for like certain sets of algorithms that I'm like trying to de-rust on. Like there are some things that I learned like a year or two ago that I just haven't practiced too much in recent months. So like back at the North American Championships last week, I was drilling those a decent amount like during the comp. And I have this like algorithm drilling routine that I do occasionally to just like make sure I'm I can just think of everything fast enough. But yeah, primarily just solves.
What sort of things do you know in 3x3 blindfolded that myself, remote, and probably the average viewer might not know?
Okay, so the method I use is called three style, right? We cycle groups of 3 pieces. I know full floating, which basically means I can cycle 3 pieces from anywhere on the cube, starting from any buffer location. And then there's like some extensions on that method, like 2 twist algs, 3 twist algs, 2 flip algs, LTCT, which is basically you have a parity target plus a corner twist that you do all in one algorithm. And there's a similar subset called T2C, where you have like 2 swapped corners, but the orientation of that swap is like twisted. As in, like, you can't just swap the 2 pieces and they both go back into place oriented correctly. It's a little hard to explain without a cube. But, they're just like miscellaneous tricks like that. Yeah.
How many algorithms would you say you know for 3x3 blindfolded in total then?
So I guess the ballpark estimate is like 5,000. But that's because it's like commutators mostly, which are like intuitive. So they're easier to learn than normal algorithms. So yeah, I use a lot of like alternative algorithms too. So like for a given case, I could have up to like 3 or 4 different ones I choose based on the situation. But yeah, since most of them are too intuitive, 3 blind's definitely like the event where I know the most algs.
How long have you been doing 3x3 blindfolded?
I first learned in 2016. I guess I became serious about it in like 2018 or 2019. I think in 2018 I was averaging like mid-20s, maybe like 25, 26 or so. I don't remember for certain. But in 2019 I got really serious about it, got sub 20 and maybe even sub 19. 2020 was like really my year though. I had a lot of time to practice.
Over lockdown.
Over the pandemic, and I didn't have to go to physical school, so while doing online school, I would like drill algs in between classes and stuff like that. And I think I really saw most of my improvement there. Probably got to like sub 16 maybe by the end of 2020. So yeah.
How many hours of practice goes into becoming world class like yourself?
Okay, that's an interesting question. Well, 3 blind is almost certainly the event I've spent the most time on out of all events. As far as how much time I've dedicated to it specifically, I would probably say like a couple thousand hours over the years. But like, yeah, no, it's a lot. It's a lot. Like there are lots of algs to maintain. Lots of like finger tricks to get used to, and I think part of what makes 3 blind so fun for me is the finger tricks. They're like just really cool stuff you could do with certain algs that make your solving like not only look really cool, but just like feel fun to do.
How often do you practice nowadays?
I guess in recent months, I've kind of been focusing on other things. So like, not too much, maybe just like a couple times a week. Not that I'm like stopping cubing anytime soon or anything. I've just kind of been going a little bit lax on the practice. But let's say maybe like a year or 2 ago, I was probably practicing like, at least last summer, I remember I was practicing an insane amount for the major championships I had, U.S. Nationals and Worlds. So I was practicing like probably 6 hours a day.
Did you do any particular practice for this competition?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, okay, here's the thing. I was only really home for like a day between North Americans and Euros. So like I practiced a good amount like leading up to North Americans, but the day in between it was kind of just my rest day because I was tired. So I guess the extent I've done for like a practice I've done for this specific competition was just like kind of warming up like each day, just cubing throughout the day at this comp. Yeah, I guess most of my practice was like kind of even before NAC.
You had a huge audience in front of you for that last round. Do you do any particular practice to help manage nerves relating to big audiences like that?
Honestly, I guess like when I do solving sessions, sometimes I like tell myself these next 3 solves are gonna be a comp sim for a certain round. So like this is gonna be a Euros round 2 comp sim or something. And I guess that kind of helps. Otherwise, I kind of just like try to just accept the fact that I'm going to have nerves and because like you can't really replicate having a big audience in front of you. Like no matter what you do at home, like you're not gonna be able to get 100 people watching you just for practice or whatever. Like it's just an inherently different set of circumstances. So you know, I think that's like kind of just the extent of what I do. Yeah.
Wow. But you really managed to calm down those nerves to pull off that incredible mean.
Yeah.
We're hoping it gets entered
Yeah,
soon.
I've been eagerly awaiting to like get the confirmation.
We have an interesting misentry here. Simon Kellum 1307.
Oh, okay, okay, solid, solid.
He did get a 52 last round, so pretty sure that's a misentry there.
Maybe a slight misentry, perhaps.
Do you have any goals for next year, like especially the World Championships coming up in Seattle?
I mean, I don't know. Like, it's that's a little far away, so it's hard to think that far ahead. I guess another 3-blind world record at a comp like that would be pretty awesome. But you know, hopefully I'll beat it before then, so that and maybe by then it'll be like a lot more difficult to beat. I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm just trying to take things one step at a time.
Yeah. Are you focusing more on 3-blind or on clock at the minute?
Definitely 3-blind. I've started to focus a lot less on clock, honestly. Not only has clock just like not gone great for me competing-wise lately, but I think I'm also like losing a little bit of interest in it. I still plan on like practicing it at home and stuff, but like a lot of other people are getting way faster, and I think you know, my time at the top for clock has probably come to the end come to its end for the most part. I mean, you never know. I could get back into it. Like, you know, it's uncertain what the future holds, but I think you know, definitely 3-blind's been my main focus as of late.
We've seen a lot of improvement of the top clock times in the past couple of years. Do you feel like 3-blind is approaching a barrier, or do you feel like there's still a lot more improvement to be made within 3-blind?
So it's kind of funny because I feel like kind of both, and here's why. So like, yes, there's a lot more improvement to be done, and it's actually not too like hard to see how to get to the point of that improvement. But I think like, as of now, most top line solvers like don't have enough time to like put the practice in to like make all those improvements actually happen. Like, I see some like clear things I could do to improve myself. It's just that I like, it takes so long to implement everything because you got to do hundreds and hundreds of solves to like really get everything down and make it all come together. And I think that's kind of causing, I guess, you know, like the top 3-blind speed lately to be a little stagnant. I did get like some PBs / probably world bests like recently, so like, you know, it's not that I'm not improving at all, but I think it's not necessarily happening at the fastest rate. But you know, I guess like, I don't think the current 3-blind world record is like ridiculous to beat by any means. Like, I think it's still very beatable by multiple people. It's just a matter of actually doing it.
What, and this is quite a hard question, what do you think the world record single and mean could end up being a few years into the future, a lot of improvement made? Where do you think it could finally end up?
Okay, so I guess singles like really up in the air because it just depends on having like an individual very easy scramble. Maybe like a 10. I could see a 10 happening. Like a 6 alger, which would be like, you know, quite lucky. But if someone world class at 3-blind gets a scramble like that and, you know, manages their nerves well, I could see it happening. As far as the mean goes, a 12 mean, I think you know, let's say 3-4 years in the future could probably be pretty feasible.
Do you think we could see a sub 10?
Maybe like 10 years down the line, 10 or 20 years, I don't know. Since it comes down to luck so much, it's really hard to say. I think it's like within the realm of possibility. I have one sub 10 at home, but to do it in comp would be a whole nother story. So, yeah.
What is your personal best at home?
Oh, it's a 9.69.
Wow, when was that?
2 years ago.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt for a second. I have to leave now because Skweb is starting.
Oh.
But I will leave you two here to wrap up the interview.
Oh, okay.
So enjoy.
Thank you. It's actually, yeah, thank you so much. I was just gonna say, like, it's pretty convenient for me that I did so bad in Skweb round 1 that I'm just not in round 2 because otherwise I would have to go right now. But since I failed round 1, I'm still here. Good luck in Skweb.
Thank you. See you later.
See you.
So you also won 5-blind as well here. What's your sort of prioritization in terms of 3-blind at the top, but I think you also do a bit 4-blind, bit of 5-blind, bit of clock. Do you do multi as well?
Yeah, but like I've only done a few attempts in the past year. I find it very tiring, so I've tried not to stress myself out too much with it. When you're talking about like my priorities, you mean just like how I split up my practice?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't practiced 4-blind or 5-blind in like a very long time, so like it's kind of just like do a few solves at the comp lately. Like most of my big blind. Oh, I got nervous. Like I thought it was 3-blind. I guess it's still not in.
Let's have a quick check, see if you're...
Okay, well, anyways, yeah, I guess most of my big blind improvement happened like 3 or 4 years ago. Nowadays, I'm just like maintaining my speed as well as kind of just getting faster from doing more 3-blind, I think. And yeah, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like I haven't had enough time to like devote a lot of energy to improving significantly in Big Blind, but like since I just keep going to comps and like practicing enough at those comps, I just kind of end up improving a good amount. Uh, at least I'm continuing to break my PRs, which is nice. But yeah, so I guess ultimately like 99% of, I don't know about 99, but like maybe 95% of my three-blind practices, my cubing practice is three-blind right now. But yeah, you know, that's bound to change depending on whatever I feel like doing.
We've seen Stanley Chapel at the top for Big Blind for such a long time. We saw Hill Pong sort of manage to break into Stanley's streak recently, but Stanley still feels like by far at the minute the best Big Blind solver. Do you feel like that gap might close anytime soon?
I don't know. Stanley's so good. If like, I don't really anticipate myself being the one to close that gap. I think it's not an extremely high priority of mine right now. Plus, like, it's just so hard to get to the level he's at. He's crazy. Shout out to Stanley. But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, there could probably be somebody else getting somewhat close in the near future. I don't think his world records, any of them, are going to be broken for quite a while. I think, you know, once Hill got that those 2 world records, like Stanley kind of just like destroyed them. So, you know, it's hard to say. You know, I'm not sure if you've heard, but Stanley's having like some kind of bounty system where like the next few people to get an official sub 1 in 4 blind, like he's gonna give money to. So you know that might end up motivating me to practice more. But for now, you know, I don't see it happening too soon.
It looks like you are the only results not entered at the minute. I imagine.
Interesting.
I imagine they're double checking your scrambles against the stream.
Alrighty.
Hopefully, all is well, and your 14.05 world record mean is secured.
And hopefully it's in fact 14:05 because I just kind of I did a mental calculation.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure, but actually I could probably just double check my scorecard. Also, I've been vlogging this comp, so this is for my vlog. Let's see.
Should we budge up on one chair now that Remo's?
Okay, yeah, I'll go to the green stage. I'm just gonna check my scorecard so that I can like be completely sure it's the 14:05. Plus 66 minus 52. Yeah.
14:05.
Yeah, we're fine. Okay. So apparently I'm supposed to go to the green stage after the interview. But yeah. Anyways, sorry. What were you saying?
You know, I can't quite remember. I am also repeatedly refreshing WCA Live, really hoping that your results get entered anytime soon. I hope it's not making you too anxious at the minute.
Just you know, there's always a slight possibility of a miss scramble, but
I know.
I'm hoping it was fine.
We've had a lot of miss scramble issues lately within the WCA, but at a competition like this, hopefully high quality scramblers, and none of that manages to slip through.
Hopefully.
Do we have any questions from the chat for Tommy before he leaves? We'll give it just 30 seconds or so, see if anybody has anything to ask him. Somebody asked, how old are you?
Oh, 19.
19. What floats / other cool stuff did you do this round?
Oh, good question. I did a triple parity shift, which basically means I do a parity alg like not at the end of corners to force better algs. So like my first parity target was UBR, which the parity alg for that is just a J-perm. So I did that and then just shifted the rest of my corner memo. And then like, I had an FR float, an edge float. It's like a 3-style comp from the front right edge piece. It was an 8-mover. It was actually a very good case. These were like pretty good scrambles, honestly. I also had, let's see, I believe I had an LTCT, and that's all I remember at the moment.
Somebody asked if you have any tips for people starting out at 3-blind?
Just take it very incrementally, one step at a time. Something you can do, you can start out by like, trying to do one algorithm on the cue while looking at it and just like see which pieces it affects. And try to do that with multiple, maybe afterwards, like hold it under the table and you're doing it without looking. You can also like write down your memo on a piece of paper, and you just slowly build up upon that.
Somebody asked how much you prioritize sum of ranks in the events you do and the results you get.
I used to prioritize it a lot higher, maybe like 3-4 years ago. Nowadays, it's not really a priority of mine. Fortunately, I'm still like improving my ranks just by like breaking PRs because I've been going to so many comps. But like with as far as speed cubing goes right now, like 3-blind is definitely my main priority, like much more than some of ranks or big blind or clock.
There was a question about what you thought about 5 style.
Not viable. Not viable.
Yeah. So briefly, 3 style is. Oh, I think you're better explaining this than I am.
It's just a way where you cycle 3 pieces at a time to solve the cube blind, and it ends up solving like about 2 pieces per alg. Whereas 5 style is a theoretical extension of that, where you cycle 5 pieces to solve around 4 pieces per alg. But the algs are so bad, and there are so many of them that it's just not worth it. And it's like not gonna. Like I've never used a 5 style alg in a solve, and it's not gonna happen.
So I believe that seems to be all of the questions for the chat answered now. I think the green stage wants you.
Oh, yes. Okay.
So it was very lovely speaking to you, Tommy. I hope we can chat later on.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
All the best for 3x3 blindfolded finals later today. Not that you can really, you've already done the best. I don't know how you can go up from here.
Even if I triple DNF, I won't be mad.
Exactly. Like, I think you'll always be the winner of the competition in my eyes,
Thank
no
you.
matter how you do.
Yeah, pressure's off.
So, okay. So, lovely speaking to you. Catch you later. Thank you very much.
Bye, thank you. Bye,
Thanks.
chat.
Bye. And that was Tommy Cherry, who just set a 3x3 blindfolded world record, mean of 14.05. We have now moved on to Skweb Round Two.
Hello everybody. It is me, OJ, back at it again. I actually missed all of the excitement of 3-blind because I was competing in that round, and then I came back, saw Tommy was having an interview, didn't really think much of it, and then one of the stage leads comes up to me and says, "Oh, and can you get him for scramble checking?" I was like, "Why? What happened?" He's like, "Oh, 1408." I was like, "What?"
1408. I believe it's 1405.
Ah, sure, one or the other.
Yeah. So breaking his world record mean of 14.15, which he originally got
At the World Championships.
Yep, last August. So just shy of 1 year since that. He was very happy to have broken it again.
I'm sure once the scrambles are checked, we will see it uploaded to WCA Live. I just want to be doubly sure.
Somebody said, when will Tommy results update? I think Tommy has just dashed off to double check the scrambles were all correct with the delegates. Once that's been done, I'm sure the results will be entered into WCA Live.
But enough of 3-blind. We are now cracking on with Skweb Round Two Group 1. And this is the only group of Skweb, so we should be seeing all of the fast competitors in this. Someone says, why only check Tommy's scrambles and not everyone's? It would simply take far, far too long to check everyone's scrambles, and it is common practice to check the scrambles of a world record just to make sure that it was set correctly.
Top seed for this round is, in fact, Oskar Hanuszkiewicz from Poland. So Oskar actually went into this competition in seed 12th overall, which is pretty amazing when you consider that he placed first in round 1. Also competing now, on the right we have Zain Kanani. So Zain, by average of last 12 rounds, in fact seeds first, but he only placed 3rd going in.
And same with the 1.27. I think he got a 2 something on the last, so hopefully he will not be counting that.
Didn't seem especially happy with that, but 1.56 PR average, I mean, that's below it.
Yeah, probably he saw, that it was a decent scramble and thought that he could do better on it. I'm sure that he's very aware of what times he should be getting on each scramble.
We just caught a glimpse of, I believe that was Maximilian Kulas from Poland. He went into this competition in 53rd seed, but placed 14th in round 1. So he jumped up 39 places.
Very exciting.
That would place him on track for a position in finals, which is pretty incredible for a 53rd seed.
Well, there's a 1.60. I'm not sure what the competitor was just there. And a 1.71 in the back. Looks like it was left on the timer, but we have no idea who got it.
I believe that was Yoav Vishnu.
Fortunately, I'm not so good at recognizing Skweb faces, and whoever's doing the calling out must not either, given that we haven't got the graphics up for lots of our competitors. We do have Elias Malagmer on the right, although we have cut away. Alex Rosado Saez with a 2.6. Oh, Anthony Lafarcade, sorry. Looks like we have Anthony here on the left, I believe. Alex, sorry. I'm getting all the names wrong now.
Somebody said it was Oskar Hanushkevich.
Looks like that is a DNF for Elias.
Oh, Tommy's results, I can now confirm, have been entered into WCA Live. So that should mean that the scrambles have been checked. All were correct. It's a valid world record for Tommy Cherry of 14.05.
I'll be honest with you, I didn't have world record on my cards for this competition. I knew we would see some European records. I didn't really consider the foreign attention that we were going to be getting. Of course, if Max had managed to come, then we would have been expecting potentially a few more world records. Nonetheless, it's absolutely incredible to see a US competitor get a world record at our competition.
Ignatius Samsowski on the right, just coming away from a high 1 second solve. Ignatius going into this round in 2nd seed, but just like Oscar, seeding 9th, so big jump up from their side sheet position. I mean, I think this is the nature of an event like this. When it's so quick, it really can so often be anyone's game.
Looks like Łukasz has got a duplicate scramble there. That would be my guess for the reason why they have stopped before starting the timer. If you notice that you have a duplicate scramble during your inspection, you should always raise your hand immediately so that the scramble can be checked out. Carlos Mendes Garcia with Boroso with a 2.54. And it looks like a Slovakian competitor with a 2.7 in the back. I believe this is William Carey. If not, I apologize. It is a different Irish competitor. Oh, it is William. Good.
So a lot of the development of Skweb methods was actually from Sarah Strong from Canada. So there's obviously different methods depending on your skill level, how much time you want to commit to it, and how many algorithms you're willing to learn.
That's correct. So I learnt Sarah's beginner methods, and then I believe there's also Sarah's intermediate and Sarah's advanced. Is that correct?
Yep. So Sarah's beginners only has, I think, about 5 algorithms, and they are all sledges or sledge-based. So a sledge is a 4-move algorithm. If you do the sledges in a particular order, you can use it to solve different cases.
That's correct.
You've then got Sarah's intermediate. So beginners is 3 steps, intermediate combines the second and third step is only 2 steps.
I just saw Wukash rubbing his cube, so I'm wondering whether, rather than it being a duplicate scramble, there's a chance that actually he just had pen on the cube, and so was claiming that this was distracting him, which is fair enough, really. And it looks like the delegates probably awarded the extra, and then just tried to rub it off afterwards. Zane Kanani with a 2.28, so that means that there will be a counting 2 in his average.
So, OJ, I know you're not a Skweb main. Do you want to have a guess at how many algorithms are part of Sarah's advanced?
Oh, can we go for intermediate first? Have we done that one yet?
We could. Let me.
I believe that intermediate is quite relaxed on the number of algorithms.
It is.
I'm probably somewhere between beginners and intermediate. I'm going to say 20 for intermediate.
Intermediate obviously expands upon beginners. It is, in fact, only 10 more than beginners.
Which is how many?
Depending on how you count it, it's about 6 to 8.
You said it was 10 more?
It is 10 more than that. So in total, this is about
16 to 18?
Yeah.
Okay, so 20 wasn't a bad guess. Carlos Mendez Garcia Boloso with a 2.89.
We briefly saw Ariel Benchetrit from the UK. UK competitor, we love to see it. Very interestingly, also a lot of movement from them, placing 4th in round 1 after being seeded 22nd. I mean, that is an insane jump.
Absolutely. We love to see it.
Now, OJ, you want to have a guess at the amount of algorithms for advanced now?
I'm going to say 60.
More.
More? Double?
Double.
120?
A bit more.
160.
Bit less.
124.
Oh.
3, 1, 3, 4, 1, 3, 4. Just tell me.
It's 134.
134.
Wow. You
Who'd
did.
have thought?
So the steps for advanced, instead of breaking stuff down into multiple steps, you in fact just solve one face and then solve the rest of it in one algorithm.
Yeah, that's correct. And people will be trying to one-look that entire thing. So if they can figure out how their first face affects the cube, they should be able to figure out what the cube looks like for the last layer algorithm and do it all in one go.
But I mean, not only do you have to know all of these algorithms, you have to analyze the cube, look for different faces you could do, the algorithms they'd lead to, and pick the best one, the best solution. I mean, at that point, I think top solvers can be doing up to 10 different solutions they have to check.
I'm not sure of the validity of that statement, as I'm not a Skweb main, so I don't know how to verify that. I know that that's the sort of thing that 2x2ers do. I don't know how easy that is to do on Skweb.
William Carey from Ireland solving on the right. And it seems he made a mistake. A lot of slip-ups there. We have now cut away a 7.14. Not great from William. William Carey averages about 3.3. Zane Kanani up now, former world record holder. And a cube drop. Oh no, that would have been probably about mid-2 without the cube drop. Instead, a 3.11.
Skill issue, really, in my opinion.
Zane Kanani averages about 2.14. The second fastest global average of any competitor at this competition.
Apparently Sarah's advanced method is just a combination of sledges and hedges from different angles. So for those of you who don't know, a hedge is the inverse of a sledge. I'm not sure if everyone knows this these days, but so sledge is short for sledgehammer, and then the inverse of that, they swapped the S and the H. So you take sledgehammer and you take hedge slammer. Technically you swap the H with the SL. And then sledgehammer became shortened to sledge, and hedge slammer became shortened to hedge.
Didn't quite catch Ariel Benchetovic's solve there. Instead, we're now watching Anthony Lefacard.
With a pie time.
3.14. Anthony averages about 2.75. So a little above his global.
Jaime Calzada Gomez with, I just missed the
It was
time as I
a
was reading the time.
2.15. So quite a bit actually below his global of 2.86.
Oh, is this Carlos's cube? Are we still checking if that's a +2? Was it Carlos? I can't remember.
Yes, Carlos originally had a +2 awarded. I think now a delegate has come over to confirm.
We've got Ariel on the left who is just waiting for that incident to be resolved before getting on with their own solve. Alex Rosado with a 2.20. Ariel just about to do their solve. And it's a decent one, it's 2.43.
Ariel averaging about 2.73 with a PR average of 2.23, which is also UK national record average. Łukasz Baliga solving now, 2.88.
Of course, we talked about this yesterday, but the Polish used to have an absolute dominance in Skweb, as well as with 2x2 and Pyraminx. And a huge reason for that is they used to have multiples of competitions where all they would have is 3x3, 2x2, Skweb, and Pyraminx, and they would often have 3 rounds of each at every comp, and they would just have comp after comp after comp where those are the only events. And if you have lots and lots of events, lots and lots of rounds of the events that you want to do, you're essentially going to want to practice only those events, and then a huge number of Polish cubers got incredibly good at these events. They don't quite have the same domination that they used to, and that's probably due to the fact that they're a bit more spread out now, and they're actually being a bit fairer by hosting more events more often. But it still remains a legacy.
Just saw a 2.60 from Ignacy Samsowski there. Our second seed has world record, or the second best single in the world with a PR single of 0.89 seconds.
There aren't many people with a sub-1 in Skweb. I believe there's only a single person in the world with a sub-1 in 2x2 Skweb and Pyraminx. I think I know who that is, but I'm not going to say it just in case I'm wrong. So I'll wait for chat to tell me. Oh dear, looks like Ariel messed up the one looking of that solution. 3.60 with a shake head. So that will be concluding Skweb Round 2. After this, we'll be moving on to 2x2 Round 2, which will be split into 2 waves. So we will see the first wave first.
So interestingly, in Skweb, our top 2 seeds, Oskar Hanuszkiewicz from Poland and Ignacy Samsowski, also from Poland, both at their first European Championship.
Yep, so we're seeing people who have never competed on a stage this big before, and I'm sure they will be feeling the pressure more so than most people here.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing very well for now. We'll have to see how they do in the Skweb finals, because competing in finals is a completely different beast at one of these major championships. A lot of people, the pressure just gets to them, and especially if you're at your first ever European Championship, it's quite a lot to handle, and if you are not able to handle those nerves, you will not be able to get yourself in one of those top positions.
It looks like we are already beginning 2 by 2. Someone in chat was asking what happened to Carter Kukala, who is there right now, actually. However, in Skweb, he was on the, sorry, they were on the red stage. So unfortunately, we didn't get to see them in Skweb. Not entirely sure how the rankings ended up doing that, especially given that we saw there were other US seeds on the green stage. So unfortunately, we did miss their average. I believe Carter's the current world record holder, so it is a shame that we didn't get to see them. And it looks like we have a Catalina who is just off to the right of the screen currently. Not entirely sure who we have solving in this group. If you guys go to competitiongroups.com/competition/Euro 2024/stream, you'll be able to see all of the assignments for the green stage, so you will know who we are going to be showing on the camera. So in this group, of course, we have Carter Kukala, we also have Oscar Hanushewicz, Magdalena Pabish, Daniel Partridge, Pierre Meunier, Victor Grishkov, Lukasz Agalgleis, and many others, of course. And then coming up in the next group, we will have Zain Konani, Anthony Patarakis, Theodor Zaider. So already 3 world record / former world record holders. Anthony Stoyek, Christopher Gabriel Castilla, Igor Gladys, and many, many more. 2.13 with a shake head. And clearly somebody got a 3.72 on the orange stage. Well done to them. Katerina with a 2.15 plus 2. Katerina is the either former or current Russian national record holder for single, with a very controversial single actually, which ended up being the subject of a lot of WRC discussions. And then Katerina later joined the WRC.
How come there is so much controversy about her single?
I can't quite remember the exact case. However, I think there was a potential that she knew the solution was better because other people were getting fast times on it and was able to use that to know that there was a skip. However, it is not illegal to know that other people got good times. It's just illegal to know what the scramble or the solution was. So if someone had told her what the solution was, then that would have been potentially, disqualified. However, just knowing that other people got good times is not enough to disqualify the attempt. A 1.81 from Magdalena Papish.
We were talking yesterday about how the chance for 4-mover in 2x2 is about 0.015%.
That's very small. But if you do enough 2x2, if you compete 3 rounds of 2x2 every single weekend, eventually you're going to get one.
So it's about 1 in 6,000 or 7,000.
Well, by my calculations, if you had 3 rounds of 2x2 every weekend for a whole year, you would get about 780. So you'd only need to do that consistently for 10 years in order to get a good chance of getting a 4-mover.
I mean, that really puts it into perspective.
It's not about getting the 4-mover. It's about being able to perform when you do get it.
We were talking with one of the fast 2x2ers yesterday about how they practice specifically 4-movers, 5-movers, 6-movers, recognizing them, performing well on them, because the chance of getting them is so low, but when they do, that's your one shot at getting an insanely fast time, and you cannot afford to mess it up.
That's preparation at its finest.
Mm-hmm.
Kata Kukala on the right. With a 2.66. And the chime has just gone off in the venue, which means that the next group of 2x2 are being called up. For those of you wondering what Carter got in Skweb earlier, given that they were on the red stage, they got a 2.50 average, which has now been uploaded to WCA Live. I'm not sure if all the results have been put in yet, but that will place them 4th in the round, with 3 of those top 4 being from North America.
Wow.
And so our current European podium is Oskar Hanuszkiewicz from Poland.
I think it's
Hanuszkiewicz. Alex Rosado Saez de Langarica, whatever, from Spain. And Manuel Prieto de Anton, also from Spain. So I'm sure that the Spanish crowd are absolutely ecstatic. That being said, there are 7 people left to be put in, and I believe there are 7 of some of the top skubas.
I'm certainly looking forward to watching Anthony Patarakis competing in 2x2, especially after last weekend, his .97 2x2 average, first sub-1 2x2 average in the whole of Europe.
That's correct. Unfortunately, I was competing in FMC at the time, and so I had no idea this had happened. I came back, and the buzz had already died down, so I actually didn't find out about it for quite a while. And then I got to congratulate them later on it. It was very cool to see a sub-1 in Europe.
Little lucky 2.36 there from Kartikukala. I actually have an interesting anecdote about Anthony's .97 solve. So I was actually in the bathroom as it happened. I hear incredible amounts of cheering coming from the hall, and I know that something big has just happened, at least European record. I know 2x2's on, and normally that level of cheering is only on single. So at this point, I'm wondering if it's potentially 2x2 world record single. I come running out of the bathroom. There's somebody in the men's bathroom who also comes running out. We're both sprinting down to the hall together to find out what the 2x2 result was that caused this massive cheer.
Did it live up to expectations?
I was very happy for sub-1 average. I think I had mentally prepared for it to be 2x2 world record single, so I was a little surprised when I came in and saw it was only a 0.9 on the timer. Nonetheless, absolutely incredible performance from Anthony.
Yeah, it was an incredibly consistent average as well, so none of the singles would have actually been that good. But when you put them all together, it creates a beautiful sub-1 average.
I think that when Zain Kanani broke the sub-1 barrier for the first time, it felt like the floodgates were open. It was not only a physical barrier, but a huge mental barrier for 2x2 competitors. I think before the first sub-2 average, there were about just shy of 20 sub-1 potential averages. Finally get to the first sub-1 average, then suddenly we're seeing sub-1 averages seemingly left, right and centre.
Just to correct you there, the Yihang Wang got the first sub-1 average. Yeah, which was revoked at the time and then reinstated later, if you remember.
Sorry, I forgot that it got reinstated.
Yep. So Yihang Wang and Zain Kanani now being joined by Anthony Patarakis. That's 3 continents with sub-1 averages. And Zain, of course, will be in the next group of 2x2. That's 2x2 round 2. Sorry, 2x2x2 round 2, group 2. And maybe we'll get to see a bit of 2x2x2 round 2, group 2, stage blue.
Ekaterina looking pretty disappointed with a 2.05 there.
Anthony Patarakis and Theodor Zeider will also be in the next group. Theodor will be in the current 2x2 world record single holder.
Theodor is incredible to watch. His fingers are lightning fast.
And I love his bucket hat.
He is. He looks very sweet in his little Polish bucket hat.
As a reminder, if you go to competitiongroups.com, find the competition, Euro 2024, and then you click on the stream tab, you'll be able to see who is going to be competing on the green stage in all of our events. And I think that is the best place to go to try and find out where at least most of the top seeds will be. So the website for groups is competitiongroups.com. You can just put it straight into Google, straight into your search bar, competitiongroups.com. Very useful tool, can be used at almost every competition around the world. There are some complications there, but for the most part that will show you what groups you're in, and it'll also show you what groups you're in for the second rounds and after that.
1.16 there from Zain Kanani.
That's not Zain Kanani. It might be Hassan Kanani. It's definitely not Zain Kanani.
Ah. It'll likely be Hassan then. Speaking of Zain Kanani, Zain, it looks like is presently winning Skweb Round Two. Looks like all of the results are now in. So Zain, top seed going into Skweb finals with a 2.13 average, followed not far behind by Emilio Alberto Rodriguez Jimenez from Mexico with a 2.18 national record average for Mexico.
We're just starting Group 2 now. We saw a 1.31 from James Alonso with a fist bump. We love to see it. And a 2.00 with a shake head from Theodore. We now have Alexei Svetkov. And we'll see whether he'll be able to complete his solve before the camera pans away. Nope. We are now focused on Anthony Patarakis, who is taking some time to warm up. Just psyching himself up for the first solve of the day in 2x2. For him, of course.
Anthony Pakarakis, of course, top seed in round 1, so going into this. A lot of pressure on his shoulders to maintain that status.
A 1.84 from the keeper who was next to him, whose name I unfortunately don't know.
Anthony got a 1.23 average last round with a best single of 1.03. Anthony is the one on the right, presently the only one in the camera shot.
So yeah, that's another consistent average from him. I think that you can see a lot of consistency from his results. Hopefully we'll see some more consistency in this round too. Unless it's a bad time, in which case I don't want consistent bad. Oh dear, that looks like there was a lock-up. 2.18, not happy with that. On the left now, we have Timothy Tarasenko, and on the right we have Kevin Gerhardt, former world record holder.
In 2x2?
In 2x2.
I actually didn't know that.
Well, every time Kevin's been on screen, I've mentioned that he was a former 2x2 world record holder, and now finally I get to say that during 2x2. A 1.39 in the back, and we have cut away. And we've cut back, great. You blink and you miss it, folks. 1.26 from Kevin Gerhardt, and now moving on to Timothy Tarasenko. Do you have any stats on how fast Timothy typically is at 2x2?
We could have a quick check.
A 1.68 on this solve. There's a good chance that sub 2 average doesn't even make it into the finals for 2x2. I think quite a good chance. I think 1.8 was a number I heard floating around.
So Timothy, average of last 12 rounds, 1.85, which places him 19th on that metric.
And here is Zain with a 1.60. Looks like they had to pause in the middle of their solution. We saw that tongue out reaction during Skweb as well. James Alonso from the UK with a 1.69.
Seeded 7th going into this round.
I think he'll be very excited to hopefully make it into the finals. And we have Alexei Svetkov on the left currently, seeded 8th from the last round with a 1.49 average. A little bit of a locky 1.73 with a shake head. Anthony now warming up for his second solve. Hopefully we've cut out a bit of the warm-up because he took quite a while last time, and it looks like we're going to be going into the solve now. Let's get a nice overhead camera view. Very fast solution from Anthony. I'm not entirely sure of the time. Hopefully we will cut back. Well, instead we're going to be looking over the shoulder of Tuan Dulamon, so I have no idea what time it was Anthony got now. 1.40 from Tuan with another fist bump. That's the second fist bump I've seen this round. And Pep Aden from Sweden, who was in the finals of the Nations Cup last night. Of course, being beaten by the better team. And Pep seeded 6th in the previous round, so let's see what they can pull out here.
Not looking like a great scramble. Can't see very many.
1.38. I'm not sure what you mean by not a great scramble. We've had lots of good times on this one. A 1.40 from Kevin, a 1.60 from Theodore, and James Alonso about to start his next. Apparently, Anthony got a 1.24, which I suppose isn't actually that good for him. It just looked very fast at the time. A 1.26 from Timothy. Hopefully, we'll be able to jump back to Jalonzo to see his next climb. Although we won't be able to see the solve, as I imagine he's finished it by now. If he hasn't, I'd be worried. And we're back on the red stage. Zain Kanani now for the 1.11. And a 1.19 from Alexei Tsvetkov. We are seeing a lot of fast times on, I think, the second, potentially third scramble. I don't think I've seen anyone get sub 2 on it. But that's probably to be expected from this group. Tommy Cherry on the right. And a Polish competitor on the left. And here's the red stage. Oh, a 1.40 DNF from Tori Cherry.
It seems he misrecognized the case and did the wrong algorithm.
And it looks like this competitor did not start the timer, did not hold their hands down long enough. They're going to call over a delegate, but if the delegate knows what they're doing, they will be awarding a DNF for that solve.
Very unfortunate.
Anthony Patarakis warming up again in the back right. Here is the overhead camera shot for him. Hopefully we'll be able to see the time after this solve. And he's taking a long time to prepare himself again. And looks like we cut straight to the time of 1.54, so I imagine there must be a slight delay on the overhead cams, given that to us it looked like the cube just magically solved itself. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the solution there, but 1.54 is the time. Two identical 1.54s on the back two stations there. And then we have Timofey Tazienko already on the left. And Zain Kanani now with a 1.25. Nice. The chime has just gone off for the next group, which will be Pyramix Round Two. So that will be happening next. Pyramix Round Two will be happening in a single wave, so we'll see all of our top Pyramix competitors. Looks like Theodore, sorry, not Theodore, Timofey locked up there and is unhappy with 2.24. Two by two being the fast event that it is, it can be very easy to miss some of the competitors' solves. Very difficult to try and capture all of the top solves from the fastest competitors. Apparently Timofey didn't lock up, but got a corner twist. And a 1.26 from Alexi. Happy with that. Potentially going to be getting a good average out of this. I've seen some good times so far, so I wouldn't be too surprised. Anthony again taking a long time to prepare himself, ready for his 4th or 5th solve. Not entirely sure. I've lost count. Yeah, if people go to competitiongroups.com, that's competitiongroups.com, you can see the groups of every competitor at this competition. And if you go onto the stream tab, you'll be able to see everyone who is on the green stage, who has the potential to be seen on the stream. Anthony about to start the solve. With a 1.40 solid time, but I'm not entirely sure if that's going to be enough to beat Alexei. Tuan Dulamon with a 1.61 and a double fist bump in the air. Do I count that as 2 fist bumps for my count? If so, then that's 4 I've seen so far this round.
A lot of good results then. Maybe a nice set of scrambles.
I think there are a couple of good individual scrambles, but I'm not sure if anyone has overly performed throughout the entire round. Theodore with a 1.16 though. And to be honest with you, doesn't look as happy as you might expect from a 1.16. Potentially that's just because it's the end of the average and they know that the average as a total hasn't been as good as they wanted. Of course, I'm sure we'll be seeing them in the finals, but a lot of these competitors want to be seeded at the top of the finals. Zain Kanani probably with their last solve right now. And we're ending off with another 1.16. So I think we might have missed one of the solves from Zain, so we will have to wait for that data to be entered into WCA Live so that we know what the average was. Mika Smulders there with a 1.58 and Rasmus Stubdetslefsen with a 1.61, I believe.
I believe Zain might have another solve left. Did you see him take his cube?
I've seen other competitors take their cube, which is what gave me the intuition that they were on their last solves. There's a chance that I'm wrong about that. I think the most likely outcome is that the stream unfortunately missed one of Zain's solves. But we do know that the 4 solves we saw on screen were 1.60, 1.11, 1.25 and 1.16.
So his average is somewhere between 1.17 and 1.34.
So it will likely be very near the top, if not at the top. I think Alexi just got a 1.68. I'm hoping that I'm correct in thinking that's who we just saw. That might potentially be their worst solve of the average from what I've seen. Yep, I was correct. Oh, I was wrong. Here we go with Zain's 5th and final solve. It's fast, but there's a shake head. 1.38. I'm sure someone in chat will tell me what average that was. If you do, I'll give you a shout out.
That gives him a 1.26 average, OJ.
Yeah, shout out to Eleanor Sinnott. Thank you very much, Eleanor Sinnott.
You're very welcome.
Eleanor has been recording some of the averages. Shout out to SkyB7 for being the first in chat to post that average, but you know, we already knew it, so 1.11, more like 1.11. Tommy Chariot with a 1.38. And Anthony is starting his last solve now. We've got a Polish competitor with a 1.14. Hopefully we will skip back to Anthony for the solve. That's right, we will. Thankfully he takes a lot of inspection just to see all of the solutions he can.
1.48 and another fist bump. That is 5 in this round now. And now we have the shake head. I don't know how to feel about this. We now have a fist bump and a shake head on the same solve. Kevin Gerhardt's likely with their final solve now. Kevin, unfortunately, has been taken over by a lot of the more recent 2x2ers.
Likely no world records today from Kevin.
I would be very, very surprised.
Stefan Zyder there with a 1.89. We were told in chat yesterday that Zyder is an uncommon Polish last name, so it's very likely that Stefan Zyder is related to Theodor Zyder.
Interesting. And we do see a lot of brothers in cubing. I was going to say siblings, but realistically brothers. There's a +2 from Rasmus Dubdetzlefsen. And Alexei Svetkov, not entirely sure what's going on with them in the back there. They seem to be with their own warm-up cube, but no cube cover around. And that leads me to think that there's potentially been an incident that they're waiting to be resolved backstage before they bring back out his scrambled cube, potentially receiving an extra. So especially given that that will potentially change up the seeding for the final round at the top level, it would be very interesting to find out what happened there. A little slam of the fist from this competitor with a 1.98.
Head in his hands after that solve. I wonder if he's worrying that won't be enough to secure him a place in the final.
There is a chance. I mean, as we said before the round even started, sub 2 is not guaranteed to make finals anymore.
Going off of round 1 results, it would seem, is it a top 16 final?
I thought it was top 20. I could be wrong.
It might well be. Top 20, you're looking at 1.65. So
wow.
Definitely not sub 2. In fact, sub 2 would be 43rd.
43rd.
So
a 1.88 from Timofey at the end there.
Also head in his hands after that solve. A lot of frustration in this round. Because the stakes are very high. Getting into the top 20 can be a matter of one tiny slip up and then you're out of it.
So next up we have Pyraminx, the Pyraminx semi-finals, and on my screen I can see we have the return of Alexei Svetkov, who we just saw doing very well in 2x2. We also have Daniel Partridge, former European record holder, and Matusz Keder, Jonathan Plug, ML Henry Huber, Edward Burgess, Dominic Gorney, and many, many more.
Yeah. So,
is there anyone in that group that you'll be rooting for?
Definitely Daniel Partridge.
I think Daniel Partridge.
So Daniel Partridge seeded first going into this. He came first in the last round.
That's correct.
With an average of 1.73, only 0.04, so 1/25th of a second faster than Jonathan Plug in second seed with a 1.77.
Yep, in these sprint events such as Pyraminx, 2x2 and Skweb, even the tiny, tiny, tiny differences can make a huge difference. And you can also be incredibly screwed over by something like a +2 or even potentially a DNF. I think that seeing +2s from tips is more likely than +2s from moves, because often a lot of the tips are done at the same time. So I've heard that the top solvers will try and solve all 4 tips with one finger trick, which can be potentially quite weird to wrap your hands around. And if you just miss one by a slight amount, especially if it lands back on the table in an awkward position. It's going to roll over, and we're going to see one move off, which is a +2 second penalty.
Yep, so the chance of any particular tip already being solved is 1 in 3. The chance of all 4, therefore, is 3 to the 4, so 81. But when you do get that scramble with all tips already solved,
Oh boy.
it is very nice.
Although, you know, as luck would have it, that would probably be the one where it's a completely awful solution for the rest of the puzzle. Of course, the minimum move count for Pyraminx is, I believe, 6 moves, or it might be 7.
If I feel 6, I think as well.
I know that
right.
Skweb is 7, so that's why I was getting potentially a bit confused. But that does include the tips as moves. So I believe, yeah, I think you're right in that it's 6, because I think there was once a 2-move body, as they call it, with 4 tips on top of that. And I think that was one of the first sub-2s, if not the first sub-2. You just had to do 2 moves and then all 4 of the tips, which some would actually say is harder than doing something like 6-move body with no tips.
Yeah.
It's definitely harder to think the trick.
The most prominent Pyraminx method nowadays, L4E, which stands for last 4 edges, which is a V-first method. So what that means is that if you imagine a pyramid's like a pyramid, you start at the base of the pyramid, you solve all of it but one piece, and then you solve the top of the Pyraminx all in one algorithm. A few years ago, another dominant method was top first, especially back in 2016. Top first, super dominant. So instead of a pyramid being worked out from the bottom up, top first, you work from the top down. Top first, big in 2016. Timon Koleshinsky, one of the earlier pioneers of the first methods, back when he was setting world records in Pyraminx. Since then, increasing usage of these V-first methods. Nowadays, top first doesn't cut it anymore.
So Timon always trying to be one step ahead of the game, and even in 3x3, there's a lot of pseudo-slotting that he uses. And he was one of the pioneers of getting pseudo-slotting into the mainstream. Of course, he didn't invent the method. He didn't come up with anything really for it. He was just the first person to seriously practice it at such a high level, and that's what gave him such an advantage in the early days of him taking over with 3x3. And so yeah, he did that in Pyraminx as well. I'm sure that any method that he put his mind to it, he would try and any puzzle, any event, he would try and find some way of doing something, finding a gap, finding the niche, and trying to take over the top using that niche.
Exactly. And I mean, we're both stuck in the old times, aren't we? Because we are both top first solvers.
Yeah, I think we both use keyhole method, which is a fairly beginnery method on Pyraminx, but to be fair, I don't even bother solving Pyraminx anymore. Looks like we've got a wandering Daniel Partridge, who is yet to find a station to sit down. I'm sure our spotters will know who he is and will be focusing on him now. There we go, with the classic purple ear defenders.
Daniel Partridge, of course, our top seed, former European record holder for average. He held it from May last year until just a couple of weeks ago, when he lost it to Alexei Tsurkov.
Oh dear, looks like he did not get the correct solution there at all.
A DNF from Daniel Partridge there, mouth agape.
I think it looked like he inspected, so tried to do, had to switch to doing something different, and the thing that he switched to was also not correct.
I have been there.
A 2.34 from Jules Desjardins.
So Daniel Partridge now starting off the average on a back foot with that DNF. From here, every solve counts. He cannot afford another bad solve.
If he gets another DNF, he is out. There
Absolutely.
is no chance of him being in the second round. Sorry, in the third round. Not many people will know this, but when Daniel Partridge got the European record average, it was only 0.01 off of world record.
And he thought it was world record. He did the last solve. He thought he had broken the world record.
He actually screamed out, yes, world record.
Yeah, jumped out of his seat screaming that it was world record. It was such a shame.
Calculated it, only European record. Of course, he's still happy with European record, but unfortunately, he missed out on the world record and has not yet had the chance to improve on that average.
So based off of our round 1 results, we are looking at about a 2.65 average to make it through to the finals for Pyraminx.
It's a 2.81 from Jason Harley, former UK national record holder before the likes of Daniel Partridge and Edward Burgess. And I believe the three of them actually at one point had the world record Pyraminx podium on a very, very nice set of scrambles.
Also in the top 5, we got 2 who sort of jumped from their original seed by quite a bit. Starting off with Diego Alfonso from France, managed 4th in round 1, but seeded just 16th. So a jump of 12 seeds up to 4th place in round 1 with a 2.07 average.
The 2.57 there that looked like happy with it just being such a sturdy solution, such a stable time, trying to maintain those nerves. You are on the big stage, you are on the green stage, you are looking at a bleacher that is full of people.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the overhead cameras, you know the stream camera could be pointing at you at any moment. There is a lot of pressure when you are performing on the green stage. But that is what a major championship is all about.
Daniel Partridge here starting his second solve.
Come on, Pizzle.
Let's remember DNF on the first solve. A 2.96.
Oh, what a face.
Not great, given that he's going to need sub 2.6 if he wants his place in the finals to redeem himself.
Alexei Svetkov with a 1.69 and a fist pump. And here we have a 3.24 that looks like it's a +2. They looked not uncertain about it, so I imagine that it was a definite +2. And a 1.86 from Jonathan Plug. And Caleb Wolfdan is now on the right.
So Alexei Tsitkov, European average record holder as of a week ago, but placed just 5th in round 1. He was also at the warm-up competition last weekend, didn't manage first place there either, coming second with a 1.47 single, 2.04 average.
Yeah, beaten by Arats Laruzia, who is in this round as well.
From Spain. Arats got a 1.87 average last weekend, so won the warm-up competition, but placing 7th in the European Championships round 1.
I imagine if he does well in this round, we will definitely hear about it.
Briefly saw Edward Burgess from the UK inspecting there, seed 12.
Unfortunately, I can't remember the name of this competitor. Looks like they got a +2 and thought they hadn't stopped the timer, but they have. So they were about to go to fix it and then realize, and therefore thankfully didn't touch the puzzle. That could have given them another +2, if not a DNF. And I imagine there'd have been a lot of discussion from the delegates trying to figure out what the correct protocol would have been there.
Thaytop in the chat says, Eleanor, I'm coming to Glasgow side events. Very, very glad to hear it. Thank you, Thaytop.
Did that really need to be called out?
It did, it did. I would quite like people to attend Glasgow side events. Great competition.
Oh, great competition if you like. 3 rounds of 5x5, 6x6, 7x7, Mega Minx, Clock, Square 1, and 1 round of 4x4.
And I'm the one who's supposed to be selling it, huh? Anyway, back to Pyraminx round 2.
that looks like a... Is that a DNF even? It looks like a potential +2 on the top, and I can't tell whether there was a moved tip in the back as well. You've got to be incredibly careful when you do the timer stops in events like Pyraminx. 2.19 from Caleb Wolf Dunn and a 2.59 from the competitor next to him. Apologies for not knowing their name. To be honest with you, people always say, oh, you know, bad luck when they get a +2, or oh, that's unfortunate. But I think we can definitely see across the board of cubing that some people get +2s more often than others. And I genuinely think that you just need to be more careful with your timer stops, because people rushing to try and stop the timer as quickly as possible and not doing that last move as well as they should be. And I genuinely think that that can all be beaten with practice.
Yeah, I definitely get that, but at the same time, there's milliseconds in it between these people, and they need to stop and start the timer as quickly as they can.
Yeah, so do you, sometimes even a strategy of, do I go for something as consistent as possible, or do I go for something that, you know, tries to get as best times as I can and not worry about the +2s? Edward Burgess with a 2.86 and a shake head, and now focusing on Jules Desjardins from France.
Very quick that felt. What was the time?
2.63.
So let's see how Jules. So Jules averages about 2.85, so slightly faster than his usual average.
It looks like we just have 2 more results left to be entered from 2x2 round 2. However, one of those results is from Alexei Svetkov, who I wasn't sure was going to win the round or not. So I will wait for those 2 final results to be put in before we talk about on stream what they got. Although interesting, right now we have Alvin Federicel and Anthony Patarakis exactly tied, both with a 1.47 average and both with a 1.24 single. They're also both tied with the competitors on the outside of them on average. We've got Olaf Kuzminski with a 1.47 average and a 1.18 single, and James Alonso with a 1.47 average and a 1.28 single. So 4 competitors with a 1.47 single, and only 0.10 seconds between the first and fourth of them.
Wow. Back to Daniel Partridge now. I'm certain that DNF on the first solve is going to be on his mind now.
And I'm sure that the high 2 on the second solve will be on his mind as well. I think there's a very good chance that he misses out on the finals.
I wouldn't say that yet.
Don't get me wrong, I believe in Pizzle, but looks like we've cut away, so we won't get to see their time.
It would be very brutal to go from seed 1 in round 1 to
2.43.
So that's now Daniel Partridge, I believe, with a 2.43, a 2.9, and a DNF.
And potentially another time. Never sure whether we've missed a time. That being said, our spotters are very on it and know who Daniel Partridge is and what he looks like. So I'm sure that they'll be getting the cameras to pan over to him as often as they can. As for the current missing 2x2 results, I do remember that Alexei had a extra on his last solve, and so potentially that would have delayed his scorecards getting to the data dungeon. And so there is a good chance that we will have to wait a little bit longer for that scorecard to end up in transit so that it can be entered and we can find out who won the round.
Jules Desjardins on the left here.
Jewels of the Garden.
very smooth turning. It felt like he knew what he was doing during that solve.
How many European Championships has Jules been to? I imagine a lot.
Yeah, so Jules has been to 6 before. He is at his 7th championship. So that's 14 years of championships. Incredible. Jules, in fact, won Pyraminx at the 2016, 2014, and 2012 European Championships. So 4 years as the reigning champion for Pyraminx.
That's correct. And then he got knocked off of his first place position and came second in 2018.
And hasn't managed to bounce back and get another podium since. He was also the World Championship podium winner, so reigning world champion 2011 and also 2015.
So definitely at the top of his game back in those years.
Nonetheless, now seeded just 18th in round 1 and 26th overall at this competition.
It looks like Alexei has another delegate issue where he's trying to figure out if there is a +2. We had a shake of the head from the delegate. I'm not sure whether that means no, there's no +2 or no, it's not good. Unfortunately, we might not know until those results are entered whether that was a +2 or not. The judges do have +2 cards and DNF cards, but I'm not sure if they all know that they are there. Jules warming up for another solve. I'm not sure if this is their last or only their 4th. Just for the record, Jules is a competitor on the right. Oh, that was very fast turning and a little fist pump as well. I think it was a 1.9 potentially, looking at that. Hopefully we will cut back just in time to see. 1.98. Has got the nod of approval from my friend Eric Ackstag. Haven't seen Daniel Partridge return in a little while, so potentially we'll be seeing him soon. In fact, there he is, walking on now. One of the organizers of this competition with a 3:05.
Daniel Partridge sitting down now for, I believe, his 4th solve, but the camera has now panned over to another table.
He'll take a little while to warm up, so hopefully we will see him by the time that he is inspecting or potentially solving.
Jason Harley solving now, also for the UK, 2.24.
Little head nod. We love to see it. And Pizzle, we can see, is... Actually, I think Pizzle would have just finished his solve.
I think we're expecting 2.65 for finals progression. So that's the golden number we're looking for.
I think unfortunately we will have just missed Daniel Partridge's 4th solve there.
I am going to have to love you and leave you. So that's Eleanor Sinnott checking out. And I believe the very incredible Jules Desjardins, multiple-time European champion in Pyraminx, will take over.
And world champion.
And world champion.
We were singing your praises on stream.
Yeah, I think you have 3 European Championship wins, 2 World Championship wins, Jules?
Yep, that's it.
Yep, that's correct.
And
So
1 second place in Europe.
yeah, so brilliant. We'll be passing over into his very capable hands.
Oh, hello everyone.
Hello, Jules. That round looked like it went very well for you.
Yeah, so it's always difficult in those events. The time alone isn't enough to determine whether you're in or not. It depends on the scramble. Like since everyone has the same, if the set is easy, then the qualifying time would be much better than if it's bad. So
would you say it was a good scramble set?
The issue is that I'm not using the same method as everyone else, basically, just like all events. So I would say it was okay, like between mid and good, I would say. So
I don't know if you saw, but Daniel Partridge got a DNF on his first solve.
Oh, that's a lot of pressure.
And has had not great times since then. We've seen some high twos, I believe.
High twos might be enough. Like if he managed to make at least one low two count, then it's good. Dominic being happy about a 2-6, that's weird. But okay, we'll see. So do we already have some good results?
We just have the first 6 results being put into the database, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna see many of them pop up real soon. There's your own average actually, Jules.
Yeah, 252. This is pretty good. I think I did I do the exact same at Wolves? I don't remember. Could be, or 250, 248 maybe.
And it looks like we also have those final 3 results through from 2x2 round 2, so I can confirm that the winner of that round was Anthony Stoyek with a 1.19 average. Ooh. We then have Zain Kanani from the US with a 1.26 average, then Theodor Zeider with a 1.36, and Yoav Vishna with a 1.40.
It's not usual to see Zain getting beaten, I would say.
Yeah, definitely, and he was beaten by 0.07, which in 2x2 terms is actually a significant amount.
Didn't Anthony get the exact same average and the same best single as someone else there?
Yep, that's correct. He got the exact same average and single as Alvin Federasel, and the same average as 2 more people who got different singles.
That is
how close
we're
seeing
super
things
close.
in 2x2.
We're lucky that they didn't get, like, that someone isn't getting kicked out at finals.
Yes,
maybe
that's
it's happened actually. No, okay, just 2.
Oh, it very nearly happened though, because our 19th and 20th seeds, Tanish Dieman and Łukasz Berliga, are tied with a 1.78 average.
Had one people more qualified, then they would have been splitted by single.
Exactly, and Magdalena Pabish being kicked out by only 0.02 seconds.
Unless we have 4, and we don't have 4 non-Europeans. We used to have a lot of people, non-Europeans registered, but most of them cancelled last minute, probably due to the plane issues, at least partly. So, yeah, I think we will see top 20 in all finals because we're supposed to be minimum 14 Europeans, but we should see 14 Europeans in all finals.
Yep, so we have 14 timers on each stage, and we want to fill all 14 of those seats on the green stage that will be on camera with the top 14 Europeans. In the remaining 6, we will see all of the foreign competitors who are in the top 20, as well as the remaining European competitors who were at least worse than the 15th European seed. So as Pyramix Round 2 closes off, we'll be looking at some of the other stages for some of the other competitors.
I think the one-handed semi-finals have already started. Yeah, it is indeed confirmed by the graphics.
Oh, that
we
was
have moved on to one-handed.
Yeah, and Pyramix results seem indeed pretty slow. Simon Kellum getting only 197, which is quite bad for him, I would say. And
so all of OH will be happening in one group, which means we will see all of the top seeds, such as Patrick Ponce, Aidan Robinson Erechevi, Nicholas Archer, Marcus Lench, and Drew Sayemaruva.
Magnus being on the stream yesterday as one of our guests. He talks a little bit about the Ru dominance in the European and worldwide OH.
That's correct.
scene.
So Nicholas Archer, current ER average holder, is a Ru user, and the 2 other UK national record holders who he beat in order to get that ER average, also Ru.
And even like Eden Robinson-Péchavé, who won first round from Switzerland, also uses Roux. He started competing very recently, I think in 2022 actually, and on his first competition he almost beat Alexandre Carlier in 3x3, getting a 5 single, but he messed up because it was his first competition in head-to-head finals. So he's incredibly impressive, and I would be very happy to see him win our podium this year, and he definitely has the capacity to do so. And so also your rules user, Drova Saimeruva, I'm not sure if he's using you or not.
Patrick Ponce with a 8.79. He is a CFOP user, and yet we love to see a sub 9.
And here we see Carter, they are also, oh, they're a Rue user. Do they use Rue in 2 hands as well?
It looks like we had LSE at least.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
LSE standing for last 6 edges is the last step of the Rue method, and we see a lot of M and U moves, so it's very distinctive.
This semi-finals is starting off with a lot of sub 10 and low 10. This is very impressive.
I'm always impressed by a sub 10 average in OH, and yet we'll probably see quite a lot of them in this round.
Yeah.
I believe for me, the Revolution started at Worlds 2017 after we saw Kia Mansour use Rue to beat Felix Zemdegs.
You're right.
And everyone else in the round for the first time in a very long time that Felix didn't place first in the round.
Yeah.
And I think from that moment on, Rue was taken seriously. And then not long after that, we got the first ever sub, I was going to say sub 10, but it might have just been the first ever world record average set with Rue. Of course, Alex Lau popularizing the Rue method in, I'm going to say, 2014 in the casual.
I think he won. Yeah, he won in 2014. Oh, yeah, 2014 after Sagayabko. Yeah, Alex Lau won Euros 2014.
But he never got a world record, unfortunately. I think second in the world is where he peaked, if I remember.
Yeah, he disappeared quite soon after those Euros.
Yes,
that's correct.
That's unfortunate, but sometimes good cubers just come and then they disappear. And
oh,
nice time by Juliette here, 8.74.
There's a big
great start.
French round of applause in the audience there.
And she's still using CFOP. She isn't switching to Rue.
She knows so many ZBLLs. I'm sure her total move count is close to those Rue solvers.
Yeah, her solving side is interesting because it's always like very fast F2L, then some pause for the ZBLL, and then the ZBLL. So in one hand, the pause maybe isn't as big as as it doesn't lose as much time as in two-handed. So it's probably a very good set.
Also, in one-handed, with the slightly slower turning, you get more chances to look at more inventive solutions.
Yes.
And also, keeping track of edge control is a lot easier. So you should be able to hopefully force edges to be oriented, which allows you to do that ZBLL.
Yeah.
Magnus with a very smooth LSE step. 7.78. Wow.
That's the fastest time we've seen so far.
Yes, I believe so, yeah.
It's not the fastest time in this competition yet. That is still a 7.49 from Nicholas Archer.
But he might get beaten in this round given how fast they are solving.
Nicholas Archer is looking to take back the national record single, which was set by Louis de Mendonça at the last Euros during the finals. And Louis de Mendonça is here today, but I think that Nicholas has just completely overtaken the cubing scene in OH in the UK.
Here we see Andre, he's a CFOP user. 10.93 average in his first round.
And I say he's been here for a long time, I think, but he might be peaking around now. I don't remember him being as good as he is now.
13.09, that is the slowest time I've seen on the green stage so far. And Knut on the left now. And just as I say that 13 was the slowest time, we now see a 14.
Yeah, with somewhat of a long ZBLL, it seems.
Alexei Tsvetkov with a 10.87, and Juliette doing her classic warm-up before starting her solve.
Yeah, this is a warm-up that everyone in France has been using since last year, I think, when Pierre Meunier got French champion using that method, and now Juliette has done the same, and she's getting incredible results. I was, oh no! Oh, we're moving to Patrick and Nicolas. Well, Nicolas, I should at least pronounce it correctly.
Another sub 10.
Oh yeah, nice sub 10 from Juliette.
She started off with a 8.7, I believe, following up with
yes.
a 9.6, very strong.
We haven't seen any solves from the, I believe, reigning European champion Nicholas Archer. I'm wondering if our spotters don't know what he looks like. Hopefully we'll see some of his solves later on though. For now we have Patrick Ponce.
Oh, that's a big pause. G-perm.
Still 851?
It was a very fast F to L, and it looks like he just couldn't quite get the last moves of potentially the OLL out. I'm not sure if there was a skip or something.
Maybe it was like a long F2L plus OLL case.
Which I believe is VLS. Something like that. VLS, of course, Volk last slot, named after the inventor Mats Volk, who is at this competition.
So Yanis Kostinkere seems happy. Oh yeah, 7.67.
Very happy with that.
Very nice time. Could be national record.
That is the fastest time so far in this round.
That reaction makes me think that there is a high potential of it being a national record. Either that, or he's just counted a very nice time.
Yeah, it's also possible.
That looks like a +2 there, unfortunately.
Oh.
We've cut away from Juliette to show Richard Madden, seed 21 from Ireland.
That last average he did in the previous round is his PR. Oh, F-perm is not nice to get.
He's very happy.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is good for him, especially seed 21 means he's on the verge of making the finals. So if he gets something slightly better, like a new PR, he should make the finals. So Juliette got to the ZB very fast there.
Ooh.
Another 8. Whoa.
I've just been informed in chat, as I was talking about Nicholas Archer wanting to get the national record single, that he has just gotten national record single. Unfortunately, it was not caught on stream. 7.67, apparently. Although, I'm not sure if chat is always to be believed.
Now let's have another look at a ruse solve from Magnus. Second block done, looking to solve the corners, LSE. A lot of moves.
Yeah, corners and edges looked like bad cases because there were a lot of moves.
I think the 7.67 was the other solve that we saw, not Narches. So apologies on that.
Now moving to Eden, so the Swiss rule solver we were talking about earlier. Doesn't seem that disappointed, so maybe it's just enough to qualify and he doesn't care much about the actual average he gets.
So the expected cutoff to get into the finals is about sub 12.
Yeah, so 10 is more than enough.
Patrick completely giving up on this solve there. Right at the end, threw the cube down, still wasn't right, fixed it, stopped the timer.
Laughs it off though.
Yep.
While we see Tavan as well. He tried to switch hands recently.
Oh.
But unsuccessfully.
Oh. Lot of noise.
I've just had a very big cheer. I'm not entirely sure what for.
Could be for Juliette, basically.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Okay. Kevin, we'll get a
Another
strong time.
right-hander.
Oh, the H perm here was
I'm sure there's
Very
someone
long.
in chat who is watching the live stream in the audience. So if you are, please could you let me know what the big cheer was about?
Rob Yao, who doesn't know him?
Yeah.
I mean, if you don't, look him up.
If you don't, at least you know his method.
Yep, think about what method you use for 4x4 and then come back to me. Rob has been completely knocked off the top of his game in basically all events in the UK recently. But it's great to see that he's still competing and still trying to do his best, still actually getting PRs, even in events like 3x3.
Oh, another. So this time counts from Yanis. So he must be very happy with the average he's getting.
There's a lot of fist pumps there, too many to count.
So many sub-10s in this round.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of sub-10 averages, not even the singles, but overall.
We have Juliet sitting down again now, and next to her is Nicholas Archer. Hopefully we won't cut away, and we'll be able to see a solve from Nicholas Archer. I'm begging the camera operators not to cut away right now.
Oh.
Well, there we go. Unfortunately, we'll be missing out on yet another one of Nicholas's solves. And we'll see Patrick going into his 4th or 5th solve now. I have lost track. You right there, Eric?
Perfectly fine. It's a long algorithm.
But that's impressive. It's very difficult to guess his time, but no, based on how he turns. That's just insane.
We are in communication with our camera operators. We do have people who are spotting, trying to look for the top solvers and tell the cameras where to point. Unfortunately, it seems that those spotters at the moment do not know what Nicholas Archer looks like. And so that is why we haven't been focusing on any of his solves. It's a shame that we've been missing them, especially the national record single. Looks like Alexi is another Ru user, but we won't see what the end of that solve was.
No, it's not a case that he knows or is very familiar with.
Laughing off that 15.87.
And we'll see the last solve, I believe.
Very iconic. It is really a very iconic warm-up.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I would not want to be sat next to Juliet as she warms up for her solve.
No, definitely. Especially after you've started your solve as well.
Yeah.
Especially seated right from her.
Yeah.
Because then, I mean, your left hand is probably being impeded.
Mm. Yeah, but maybe then they will wait or something. Like maybe she will wait until the other person is finished. Ooh,
that's a good solve as well.
Oh no!
Oh, it wasn't.
Okay, we are very bad at guessing solve. I guess I rigged.
So people may be confused as to why people who are typically right-handed use their left hand for doing one-handed, and the simple reason for that is because a lot of us are right-handed, we use a lot of R U gen algorithms. That's a lot of R moves and a lot of U moves in the algorithms that we use for two-handed. And it's actually more ergonomic to do those R and U moves with your left hand when you pick it up for OH. There's some people who are really dedicated to OH will still use their right hand, but they will learn the mirrors of all of their algorithms so that they can do it with the L and U moves, which is more ergonomic for their right-handed solving. But it is very interesting to see people who want right-handed dominant in everything else in their life and yet left-handed dominant in one-handed solving. We're just wrapping up the last solves of one-handed round 2 now, and we will be moving on to 3x3 round 3.
It's a very good average from Yanis. That must be, I think that must be his PR.
Yep, very likely. And for 3x3, I think I will let you comment.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining us.
I just joined for one round, but I'm a bit busy, so it's very difficult to.
Thank you for your comments at the end of Pyraminx as well. That was very useful to have someone who actually knows what they're talking about in Pyraminx.
Yeah, and Pyraminx results are up now, so we will be missing a few top seeds. Actually, Daniel Partridge won't qualify.
Oh, we were expecting that may have happened.
Yeah, but it's very close. So
Yeah, he came 22nd when 20 progressed, so he lost out by just 0.06 seconds on average.
And also, Enda Loftus was a very good seed, and Mateusz Keder, especially Mateusz Keder, I think he's second in Europe, and he got 25th. So
this is the start of 3x3 two-handed, so if you were surprised by the 704 like Eric was just now.
So I will let you and see you soon, hopefully.
And we see the return of Patrick Iponki for his 3x3 round 3. Patrick having no time to warm up with his second hand between rounds, but at least he'll be in the CFOP mindset right now. Hopefully we can cut to the overhead, given that he will be covered up by... Technically, this is a better angle. I can see his cube better.
So don't be fooled by the graphics. This is not OH. This is 3x3 semifinals.
Patrick's starting off with a 5.46, very solid.
Very
Sebastian
solid
Vire in the
indeed.
front right.
Next to Mika Smilders, 785. Kevin with a 614.
And
Must
now
be
we
pleased
have
with that as well.
Timon Kolodziński getting ready for his first solve. No sub-5s in round 2, only one sub-5 in round 1. I think it's safe to say that he's underperforming at the moment, and I know that that will be getting to his head. Hopefully he can push all of that back and be able to perform better in this round than he did in the last 2.
So this is going to be a 488.
I'm going to pick 5-1.
I think 5-3.
Looks fast.
Oh, it is fast. 5-1. Last time we had a prediction game here, you won. This time you won again. I think Rainier is the arbiter of truth. At least amongst the streamers. Timofey Tarasienko warming up for the next solve.
Next to Kyle Santucci.
You can probably see the cube better in his camera.
Ah.
And yet somehow he still doesn't look overly happy with that. Not entirely sure why.
Little fist
Maybe
bump.
he is.
Anthony Patraki solving.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
I think there's only one time I've ever seen someone be genuinely disappointed with a 4, and that would be Jay McNeil's cube drop.
Oh man.
Should have been a 3. Well, the only 4 that definitely should have been a 3 in my opinion. I'm sure there will be some marginal ones that just missed out on it, but yeah, that was the saddest of all. Richard Delacoste going into their first solve now.
Getting a sub-5 last round.
Only just, but yeah. It looked like that could have been faster if they recognize the ZBL out from the correct angle. Patrick on his second solve now. A 627.
More than enough to make finals.
Daniel Rush on the left gets an 802. Olaf Kuzminski on the right gets
A 7 low? 7?
7, yep, 7 flat. Chocolate.
Can't get lower than that.
First file was a 708.
Have we seen a 708 on stream yet? I haven't.
I think there was one yesterday during Nations Cup.
Ah.
Mika 617.
Kevin Gerhardt now.
He started it off, Kevin, with a 6.14. See how he can follow up. V-perm, a bit lucky, and a
Oh
plus
dear.
2.
There's like 10.07, Kevin.
That is Sebastian Wire on the right side with a 6.6 something.
Unfortunately, just covered up by our overhead camera there. There's 7.42 for Martin Vellerkrau.
On the left, Kaur Tule from Estonia. Saw him in action yesterday as well during the Nations Cup.
And there's 7.14. I believe that's Herman Westerland. Could be completely wrong with that.
Cow, right?
On the left.
Hmm.
Haven't seen Timon come out for a second solve yet, so hopefully we'll be seeing that soon.
Wouldn't be the first time Timon is all alone on the stage for his last solve.
We'll just finish up this solve from there, and we'll go to Tuan with a 6.92, and Timon starting their second solve now.
Starting off with a 5.14.
I'm going to say 4.88 again.
I can't say it anymore.
See?
Ah! Wow. Consistency. Why is the timer 2 decimal places? That's because we record all of our results to only 2 decimal places, because the third decimal can be inconsistent. And so we have pasted over the WCA and Rubik's logo on top of the displays to cover up that third digit so that people don't get confused by it.
So that's Kevin counting this 670 after plus 2ing out of his second solve. Timofey. Oh, slightly lucky.
Yeah, very lucky, I would say.
Looks like a high 7, yeah.
Patrick with a
Yeah.
5.95.
That's counting.
That is counting.
Of course, winning Euros 2 years ago, but not being European.
He wasn't on the podium.
Sebastian Vaya and Richard Delacosta.
I think Seb started off with a solid 6 point. Wasn't that 6.6 something? His typical A-perm, he should really stop using that. He can do it quite quickly though.
Yeah.
So 6, 7, 8, that's for the bingo.
Oh yeah.
3 ascending numbers. Oh,
Fun fact, in my 3x3 average earlier today, I got a 12.345.
Nice.
The perfect round. Timon now going into his third solve. Unfortunately, Tuan has just stood up. There we go. We've now seen the cube.
High 5, yeah.
5.8.
high fives among us as well in the booth.
The camera's not on us, but we did all just high-five each other.
E-perm, not the nicest of cases. That OLL is not the best one either.
It's a weird thing to comment on, but it was a very sturdy timer stop.
Anthony is definitely out of finals now.
Oh, yeah.
And he knows it. Big shake of the head there.
I mean, maybe with 2 how many low 6s?
Expected time for making the finals is a 7.11 average.
Of course, that is assuming that people can perform as well in semi-finals as they did in round 2. Round 2, the stakes are much, much lower. And so we will likely be seeing everyone performing slightly worse in this round.
Except for Timon, because he always does well under pressure.
Yeah, but also Timon even if he does badly, he still easily gets to the finals.
Oh, that's a good solve from Ola.
534.
A nice ZBLL.
729 from Kevin.
Counting
446
as well.
from Patrick Pons.
That is the fastest solve of the competition so far.
Did he get a 445 or no 455? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a really good average from Patrick, isn't it?
He's
counting 2 5s. And I've
2
seen
mid 5s, is it? Or 1 mid and 1 high 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. 611 from Timofey Tarasienko. Looks like Timon is just sitting down for his 4th solve of the average.
Well, Richard is definitely not happy, of course, about that. 1197.
His variance is quite large.
Sort of time he would probably not even be happy with one-handed. Timon is
I'm going to
4th
say
solve now.
5.1 this time as well.
No. 4.62.
Very smooth.
So Timon's worst possible average is 5.37, and his best possible average is 4.98. So assuming he beats the 4.62, we will be seeing another sub-5 average from him. I definitely think it is very possible for him to do that. And that will be the first sub-5 average he has got in this competition.
Kim Roger.
Can you say it even more Dutch?
Yep.
Kim Roger Haraldsen.
She.
It's a 702 for Kim. Kim clocking in at 663 in the previous round, but I don't think he has been doing as well. J Perm, that's a nice last layer.
Very happy with that, a big reaction.
He's counting that, right? Because he got a 5-3 something?
Good
Or
reaction from
5-4,
the crowd
the last
too.
solve.
Patrick warming up for the last solve. 7.02 from Kevin.
He's, I think he is doubting if he made finals. Yeah.
It might be right on the edge.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully we will be watching Patrick do his last solve. This could be a very, very good average. If he managed to get BPA, I'm sure it would be very, very fast. Although I think the likelihood of that is very low.
Solving on red. Yeah,
It's
that's
good.
That's good.
Although
I'm not
no
sure
reaction.
I'm not sure that it improved his average by that much, that 5 though.
No, not much. No.
I think we've just seen a bigger reaction from him if that was anywhere near PR. Timon on his final solve now. As a reminder, his WPA is 5.37 and his BPA is 4.98. So we will know immediately after this solve whether we will be seeing another sub-5 average or not.
Looks like Twan made finals.
Needs to be 4.62 for the sub-5. It doesn't look overly fast in my opinion. And Lockie on the OLL is a 5.42, which will take his average to 5.25, which is the world record single when I started cubing.
I would love to have that last layer at any of my solves.
What was it, Sexy Sledge?
It was F double sexy F prime and then a C perm. Recognizable because of our great overhead cameras.
Over the shoulder cameras, I think.
Yeah.
A better way of saying it. I think it's a better angle that we use here.
Yeah. Let's see what Timofey can do. Oh, did he just
M2?
fix his cross?
Yeah, that was Swag Daddy from Timofey Tarasenko, where you intentionally or unintentionally have two pieces swapped on the cross and then fix it with an M2, U2, M2.
So we have to have a very quick intermezzo here because we should definitely shout out here to Druva Saimaruva from Switzerland, who clocked in a 74 new European record, one-handed.
Wow.
Congratulations to Druva.
How many European records have we seen so far then? We've had
I'm going to say about a bunch.
we've had FMC, we've had multi-blind, we had the Megaminx one that was unfortunately disallowed.
But in the first or the second round of Megaminx, you also got ER, right?
There was, yes. I was trying to remember whether that happened. So we do still see a Megaminx European record. And now we have this from Daruva in one-handed. And we've also seen a world record in 3x3 blindfolded for the mean of 14.05 by Tommy Cherry, who is from the US and therefore does not count as a European record. We've also seen 2 African records in 6x6 by Daniel Rush. Actually, it looks like 4 African records in 6x6 by Daniel Rush.
Oh, wow.
Due to them being set on different days. Shout out to r/Cubers for providing us with that information. Apparently Dhruv Samaruva used to be from India and then updated their citizenship to being Swiss. Because as long as you have citizenship of each of the countries, you can switch at the first competition of the calendar year.
Timofey struggling to execute that last layer very nicely.
We are just finishing off 3x3 round 3 now, and next up we will have lunch. So we, of course, will be taking a break on the stream, and we will be back at 10 to 2 UTC +2 for the 3x3 blindfolded finals. And just to give you guys an idea of what we'll be having after lunch, it is final after final after final. And in order, there will be 3 blind, square 1, one-handed, 5x5 Skweb, Pyraminx, 4x4, 2x2, and finally the 3x3 head-to-head finals, where we will see all of the top competitors from this round that we've just watched going head-to-head against each other. We'll be having only the European seeds against each other, and before that we will do the foreign seeds against each other. So we will not be seeing a Patrick Timon head-to-head. We'll be seeing Timon instead go up against whoever placed second in the round we just watched. And I'm not entirely sure who that was just now.
Does that mean that probably the first battle that we're going to see is between Kyle and Patrick? Because probably they are both of the
They'll be
the
the top non-European competitors, but we'll be seeing the bottom non-European competitors first. So I'm not sure how many non-European will be going into it, but we'll see them first, and then we'll make our way up the non-European ladder, finishing with Patrick versus Kyle, and then we'll see the lowest placing European seeds going up against each other right the way up until Timon versus his opponent to crown the European champion.
Patrick doing well, in one-handed as well.
Yeah, his average was great. He started off strongly with an 8 and then pulled out 2 more 8s. Unfortunately for him, also counting a 9, giving him an average of 890. Only in second spot, amazingly, because of that great new European record by Druva. 874.
Let's hope results team gets the third round in quickly, or maybe we could discuss it after lunch, but we'll see how it unfolds.
I don't see that it has opened yet on WCA Live.
So the fastest time in OH this round was 7.09 by Nicholas Archer.
Oh, there we go.
And that beats the national record singles set by Louis de Mendonça in the last European Championships, which was the fastest time we've ever seen at a European Championship. Conclusion, this 7.09 is now the fastest time ever seen at a European Championship.
No, the results of the third round, so that's the semi-finals of 3x3, are being put in as we speak. As soon as we will have some more information about our finalists, we're going to come back to you about that, obviously.
That's right. We'll probably have to say that at the end of lunch. So just as we're starting 3-blind, we'll be able to talk about who we're going to be seeing in the matchups for the 3x3 head-to-head finals. The head-to-head finals, by the way, will be starting, if we're on schedule, and to be fair, we've been on schedule almost the entire competition, at 5:45 UTC+2.
So set your alarms.
Going to do that.
It's 5:45 in CEST.
Awesome.
¿Estás preparado para la carrera Rubik's Race? Demuestra tus habilidades con Rubik's en la batalla definitiva cara a cara. ¿Quién será el jugador más rápido? Resuelve la combinación y ganarás Rubik's Race.
Visítanos en cubekings.com.
And the crowd goes crazy for the Spanish competitors. So here is our reigning champion.
And there's my good friend Ben Stokes.
Representing Poland, Stanisław Szuka. Representing Austria, Simon Pachul. Representing the United Kingdom, Jay Slow. Representing France, Charles Barton-Bergia. And our top European seed representing Germany, Jens Haber. And finally, winning the semi-finals with a world record average, representing the USA, Tommy Cherry.
Good to see Tommy getting a ton of applause despite not being from Europe.
Best of luck to all of our three
Definitely.
contestants. Can I now please get silence in the entire venue?
All right. And so it begins.
Phones to silent, please, everyone. Thank you.
And so we begin, Patrick.
Oh, this is so exciting. Chat, who do you have for your European podium?
We're presently watching the YouTube chat feed, so if you would like to comment, head over there to send us a message.
We have Shao and Jens starting up their solves. We will do our very best to get as many of these attempts on screen. So there might be some switching of the scenes. Please be patient. It looks like we already have an incoming 25-48 from Charlie. $19 there for Shaw. So that's going to be in lead. Olivier there finishing up to the 1793. And
wow.
It looks good. Shoot him up to the top there.
That 1793 could definitely be enough to secure the podium here.
Yeah, Jens is starting off.
Of course, Tommy Cherry with a 15, but not representing Europe.
21 there.
There's Olivier's 17.93 in.
Yeah, it seemed a bit hesitant there, Jens, with his turning. I really hope he can get something better on the next two.
And there's Jay's first time in, 19.36, putting her in second European position after that first solve.
Yeah.
Jens, our top seed going into this DNF first solve. That's really unfortunate.
Wow. Have we got a time for Ben Stokes yet? You have Ation from Poland.
It looks like Ben Stokes had
Quite
one.
fast member there.
There you go.
High 6.
Still not seen anything better than Olivier's 17.93.
And haven't seen if, or did, I guess Ben did have DNF there first.
Yeah.
I think Daniel is underway. Yeah, we should pan back there.
In the second round, he would have needed a 17.8 to win and a 19.1 to podium. There's third seed Jay.
Looks like she's getting ready to do
here,
her
getting
second
ready.
solve. Still looks like Olivier is in the lead, although not everyone's second attempts have been submitted yet.
Only a few have managed their second solve yet.
Yeah, it looks like Olivier just not improved on his mark, setting at 23 at 9.
Although it seems Charlie Harrison has finished all of his solves. Looks like a best time of 22.98.
Jay's taking her time. Can we get Jay? Adrienne there.
This is Adrienne's last attempt.
Just a bit to the left, but it doesn't look like the best time from Jay.
Adrienne needs to beat that 20. He needs to beat 20.92 to be in with a chance for podium.
Oh, and Jay DNFing again. So she's really going to have to go all out for her third solve if she wants to have a chance.
Adrienne 17.50 that looked like a DNF there. We'll have to see what the data entry says. Most competitors now have finished their second solve and are onto their third solve. Adrienne with a 17.50, it was a success. That's put him in top seed.
Oh, but I think Olivier is now going to be starting his third solve. The judge put the paper in front of him as soon as he started his memo. That's going to be an extra. Oh, we cannot have that happen at a European Championship final.
Adrienne Debski, 16th seed, presently in the lead. I mean, Adrienne coming out with a personal record.
Daniel there with a DNF.
Adrienne breaking personal record by 0.3 seconds there to secure the top seed as the last few people go into their third and final solve.
Very happy about that.
So far, it's looking like Adrienne first, Olivier second, Jay third. We'll have to see how the third results do. Jens top seed, but just a 27, which is the worst solve so far.
Jay has just received her cube for her third attempt. I would really like to see a great result from her here. Adrienne was on third, the 1750, so the scramble does have potential.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of people get their best results on this third scramble. In fact, everybody I can see has gotten their best result on this third one. So if Jay can pull this off, not DNF, she'll need a sub 18 to push her up the rankings. She is presently in third position. And his...
Yeah, her timer is running there on the left, the 5.
There you go.
Yeah, looks like
Began memo.
Yeah.
About 9 seconds. Can she do this? 18:11, that pushes Jay off the podium. Is she going to be able to claw it back?
Oh, no.
And that's Jay.
That was Jens there with that 18:11 though.
That's Jay pushed down to fourth now. Off
We have
the
Olivier there starting his third solve. He's, I believe, locked in for second here, but he needs this to go well for first. He had a great start there. His turning is excellent.
He did. Come on. He needs sub 17.50 for the win.
Oh! He hasn't done it.
He has.
And he knows it. It's even a DNF there.
Just a few more people left to finish their solves. It's looking like Adrian will be the European champion with a 17.50 PR single.
Wow. Massive result there when he needed it the most.
Coming from our 34th seed. That is simply incredible.
Yeah, before entering this competition, Adrian had 22.4 as his three-blind. He only had 1781 as their single. So
yeah,
just
so he broke.
Even beating it by little to do it in the European final, and yeah, now claim European champion. Massive result.
Really is.
And then overall, it looks like Tommy Cherry was able to get a 1536 mean. His solves were 15, 16, 14.
And that looks like the last result in. No, still waiting to hear from Alejandro Jimenez Hernandez. No results in from him so far. I'm not quite sure what's happened there. He might not be competing. It looks like Adrian Debski is our 3x3 blindfolded European champion there with a 17.50 single.
Massive congratulations.
Massive.
And it looks like we're going to have Olivier Vos from the Netherlands in second and Jens Aber from Germany in third.
Yeah, Jens going into this in top seed.
Yep.
Really rooting for him for at least the podium. So super, super happy that he managed to grab that third place. Terrible feeling for Jay Sloan though. 4th place in FMC, 4th place in 3x3 blindfolded. She will likely be pretty unhappy with that.
Yeah, and it's confirmed over. I'm happy there for Olivier. I mean, like I said, he was very consistent coming in, so to get second in Europe, not a small result at all. Looks like we're going to be starting square one. After this is one-handed though, so I will be leaving you. Good luck.
Thanks. Moving on to square one, we have top seed Rasmus Stubb Detlefsen. Interestingly, seed 1 for this, but went into this only in seed 3, beating Hassan Kanani, former world record holder in square one and world championship podiumer last year. Rasmus, of course, was the European champion in square one back in 2018, a full 6 years ago now. WCA Live has gone down, I imagine as a result of people refreshing the results. We'll just have to wait for WCA Live to get back online. In the meanwhile, let's have a look at our seeds. So, Rasmus, first seed, Hassan Kanani, second seed, but not representing Europe. Hassan with a 5.92 average in the semi-finals, Rasmus with a 5.88 average. In third place, Alessandro Ricci, one of the most notable Lin users in the square one world. Second at the European Championship back in 2022. Then, going into this in fourth seed, we have Michał Krakowski from Poland, who was our 2022 champion, reigning champion. Will Michał be able to keep his title after this competition?
Yes.
Hello, who will be joined by now?
Hi, this is Eric.
Eric Akesteig, former world record holder.
Yeah, that's a while ago. Though. Definitely not in square one. Although square one has always been, I like the event.
Mm-hmm.
I especially like scrambling it. I kind of forgot to do the parity, so I don't really compete at the moment. But I always try and volunteer at competitions where they lack some scramblers to scramble it. I'm quite fast at scrambling it, actually.
Are you?
Yeah, I might get back into it, because the puzzles have improved so much as well. It's much more satisfying twisting them now.
It seems we're beginning the Square One finals now.
Representing Norway, Niklas Olsen Eliasson. Representing Israel, Ben Baron.
Nicholas, our clock winner.
Feng Calvin Liu from the UK at their first ever major championship.
Representing Denmark, Martin Hildegard.
Fourth at the 2018 championship. And former European record single holder for 3 years.
That's right, there's nothing he can't do.
Representing Spain, Carlos Mendes Garcia Barroso.
Yeah, real crowd favorite.
They, in fact, had their best ever position back in 2016 and 2012. So a long time Square One there.
Representing the Netherlands, Vincent Chan.
Vincent Chan won the warm-up competition last weekend, actually. Former world record holder as well.
There he is.
Another former world record holder there with 7 Square One European records under his belt.
If you haven't seen him since last Euros, this is indeed Mr. Ritchie.
And our top seed representing Denmark, Rasmus Stubdetslevsen.
Wow. Rasmus, 4-time world record holder, 9-time European record holder. But no European records for Rasmus for the past 3 years.
Still, he didn't earn that seat position for nothing.
And one more. Who is it? Doreen Chan! I'll make sure my list is right for the next round. Good luck to all of our Square One competitors.
It'll be very interesting to see if Hassan will best all of the Europeans, or if any of the Europeans can give him a good go for the win. It's going to be really hard to say who is the clear favorite from our European side. Obviously, Rasmus, very good. Alessandro, Michal. I think those 3 are the ones.
And they've got experience at major championships. Lots of podiums between them.
All very decorated Square Oneers.
Absolutely.
Alessandro being the odd one out by him using a different method,
Yeah,
correct?
the only, or at least I'm not sure about some of the other Lin users in here. In fact, I think that Feng Calvin Liu is also a Lin user. But most of these top-ranked cubers at the top are all Vandenberg users. I think that seemed to be a Vandenberg shell from Ritchie. Oh, that would be why.
That was not Mr. Ritchie. That was Alessandro, right? No, that was not. I'm sorry, that was Pietro.
That would explain it.
This is Mr. Ritchie.
There we go.
7.88 puts him second on the singles so far.
Given the sub-6 averages we were seeing in the semi-finals, that does not seem like a great start.
Still waiting for Rasmus's first solve.
Rasmus's best solve in the last round, a 5.42. Will he be able to beat it in this round? Watching Michał Krasowski, 7.02.
There's Rasmus's first solve. Let's see what the time was. 7:46.
Not seen any sub-7 solves actually, apart from Hassan from the US on that first scramble.
That first scramble certainly doesn't look to be very good, especially considering we had 2 sub-6 averages in the previous rounds. And most of these top square oneers struggling to get it below 7. Our local hero here with a time of 9 or 8, it's hard to see. I think it's 8:87. Pietro, oh, that is a much better solve from Pietro. 665. So maybe that gives us an indication about this second scramble. Pietro being the first one getting this second scramble. I believe on the right side that is Martin. It is. Yeah, it is Martin. Here's Rasmus for a second. Back to cube shape, separate it. Now the PLL.
688.
Still gonna be anyone's game so far.
Yeah, these results aren't looking nearly so fast as the semi-finals results.
It's too soon to say anything about who is gonna be a favorite going into those last few couple of sols. Here's Vincent. Let's go, buddy.
So we got Shield Kite. Quite a nice 2-gen cube shape case there.
Oh, this doesn't look to be, no.
Vincent with an 8.25, looking pretty devastated over there.
Vincent already started with another 8, so that means that
that 8 is counting.
That 8.25 is certainly counting, assuming that, of course, he will improve on those times on his last 3 attempts.
A 590 from Alexander Ritchie there. I think our first sub-6 solve from a European so far this finals.
Exactly. Hassan already clocking in a 595 earlier.
Massive lock-up during parity there, it looks like, for Pietro Mazza with a 1453.
Basically solved it twice. That one will not be counting for his average, I'm sure.
Feng Yuan solving on the left here from the UK. Another Lin user. Oh, and a slight cube drop in the middle, split through the fingers. 8.40.
Yeah, Rasmus keeps improving. Every time he's done so far faster than his previous. Now counting 688. So here's Vincent. He is definitely looking to improve after starting off not entirely optimal with 2/8.
And that didn't look too good. A 9:05. That is Vincent absolutely out of the top runnings here.
So here's Alessandro for his next solve. This is his third as well.
Alessandro Ricci, best single of the finals so far with a 590 on solve 2. Very, very close between Alessandro and Rasmus so far. This looks to be a 5-1 line cube showcase, not the nicest.
Slight lockups there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of lockups and the famous cross of hand timer stop indicating a disastrous solve.
I don't know who started with that, but it's been a thing for a couple of years now.
So that's Alessandro now 3 solves, counting thus far a 788. Rasmus also 3 solves, so far counting a 688, so 1 second faster. Hassan finished 4 solves now as well, guaranteeing himself a low 6 average.
So Pietro now with that 12:29, which is unfortunately counting because he just had a 14-second solve on his third attempt. That means he is also probably going to be out of the running for a podium spot. These finals so far have been about, not messing up, just doing what you average. Don't try like too hard to do anything crazy, just do what you can do.
I haven't seen, I think, any solve yet that the person has been that happy with.
No.
Is Rasmus in for another solve?
I mean, Rasmus has been doing okay. That 7 on his first solve was his worst.
Incredibly fast cube shot there from Rasmus. Really nice rest of the solve, 627.
That gives him a worst possible average of 688, best possible average of 648. Very small span there between best and worst possible averages. I'm going to say Rasmus has got some excellent chances of winning these European finals. Marcin with a 9.
And still Michal with a 10. That means he counts the 8.46, which he was really hoping he wouldn't have to do.
And he knows it.
A few results in so far, a few mid to high 8 results in from Lucas Martinerdel and Dorian Chan.
So Hassan has been doing very well as well. Shout out to him, because he has been on his first solve he did a 6, a 5, a 6, a 6, and now a 7. Puts him with a 629 average of 5 at the first spot.
A good result from Helmer there on his fourth solve with a 724. Best result of the 4 so far.
So I think that means that Hassan has at least won these finals, because even Rasmus's best average is not as good as Hassan's.
So there is still overlap between Rasmus's worst possible average and Alessandro's best possible average. So it could still go to either of them so far. There's nobody else in the running for that top position. It's going to be between Alessandro and Rasmus. It's just depending on how they perform on this final solve.
Yeah, Vincent completing that rather disastrous final for him.
And there's Rasmus finishing the solve. Let's see what it is. A 597. That has guaranteed him the first place position.
That must have secured him the win.
It absolutely has. That's Rasmus Stubb Detlefsen, your square one
regaining
champion.
His title. He must be absolutely happy with that.
Wow. Regaining a title after 6 years. I mean, in the cubing world, that is a long time to stay at the top of your game. Whoa, we've got a scallop kite, which is one of the best cube shapes here. But from the solution, it's the odd parity, which is a longer solution. Otherwise, we could have seen maybe some really nice solves there.
So it looks like Rasmus, he takes the lead. He is your winner. But then behind those top two of Hassan and Rasmus, I'm not sure everything has been decided yet.
Yeah. We could still see a second place position from Alessandro, depending on this result here. 718.
That puts him where?
We'll have to see.
Let's see. Where does that put him?
With a 717 average, so that guarantees Alessandro second place. Third place, Michał Krasowski, also guaranteed. So that's our entire podium fixed now.
There we go.
Rasmus is your winner. Alessandro second place. Michał Krasowski from Poland in second position.
Yeah, Rasmus must be absolutely delighted. He's a bit of like an introvert person, but I'm sure we're gonna see some emotion coming from Rasmus.
Absolutely.
A very nice, timid, quiet guy, but I'm sure he's gonna be absolutely ecstatic about this.
884 there from Hannes Müller. I think of all of the rounds so far, these are the results that have surprised me the least. I think these are very, very consistent silvers. The entire podium all made up of people who have already podiumed at European Championships before. I mean, first place Rasmus, your 2018 champion. Second place Alessandro, maintaining his second place title from 2 years ago in 2022. And then third place Michał Krasowski from Poland, first in 2022, bumped down now to third place in 2024. And there we have it.
That was quite an exciting finals. It was not really clear where that was going to go from the start, especially after those first two solves where everyone seemed to be doing quite poorly.
Yeah, it felt like the scrambles weren't on their side there.
It's now time for the one-handed final. Technical one-handed finalists, please make their way backstage and submit their puzzles.
So again, Hassan Kanani, he wins the round with a 629 average, but then your number one for Europe, our European champion Rasmus Stubb Detlefsen, 648. Alessandro Ricci from Italy, 717 average, and then completing the podium, Michał Krasowski from Poland with a 739.
A solid half a second gap between Michał and the fourth place position, Łukasz Dybicki, also from Poland. I mean, I feel like those three podiumers were really a set apart from the rest of the finalists here.
Yeah, they have definitely fulfilled up to what was promised based on the previous rounds and their previous results. Not that many surprises in that perspective, although I think, I mean, Alessandro obviously trying to defend his title. He was probably hoping for a different outcome here, but he'll still be on the podium after 2 years of the last Europeans.
Exactly.
We're going to see him there after the 3x3 finals at the winner's ceremony. Moving on.
Moving on to one-handed finals.
One of our, I think these are also one of our most exciting finals because it's going to be very, very tough and very, very close. These semifinals that we've seen, they were of such a high level. We had 6 averages under 10 seconds in our semifinals with an 8 74 continental record, a European record by Ruwe from Switzerland. And I'm really looking forward to see if they can confirm that result or if it's going to be jumbled up like it was in the first round.
Yeah, I mean, I think what really shows just how incredible these semi-final results were is that the North American champions results last weekend would have only placed them 11th in our semi-finals here.
That is crazy.
It really, really is.
That is crazy.
I mean, we had four sub 10 averages, absolutely incredible.
In the first round, and then we had another 6.
Another 6
in the second round. So even actually shared same result for the 5th place, 973 from Juliette and Nicholas Archer with 973, but then Nicholas besting Juliette because of his best single, a 709, which is a national record. And then in 4th place, our seed Yanis Costin Kele from Romania, also with a new national record for Romania. In 3rd place, we had Magnus Lensch with a 911 average, very strong, our guest yesterday on the show. Patrick Pons, our own colleague from commentary, you'll see him in a while here next to us in the booth with an 890 average, very strong. And then, as we mentioned before, Druva Seimer from Switzerland, 874, your top seed for these finals.
I think it really could be anyone's game. There's not much in it between even the top 5 here. There's only about 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, it's going to come down to, containing your nerves,
Exactly.
don't messing up twice, and exploiting those shortcuts. One-handed is such an event where you can really abuse those shortcuts that you can find. Some one-loop last layer, some X crosses, reducing the amount of moves that you need to solve the cube, and definitely try to exploit all of that.
Exactly.
So there are going to be quite a few solvers using Ru, but then also quite a few solvers using CFOP.
It will be really interesting to see who will win, Ru, CFOP. I mean, Magnus, obviously, 2nd seed, Ru user. But Nicholas Archer, also our 4th seed, also another Ru user there. But a few CFOP users at the top as well.
Yeah, with Juliette, with Patrick, they also Ru users. In 7th place as well, Andreche, with a 10.07, very close to sub 10.
The one-handed finals. Representing Israel, Ben Barron. Representing the United States, Artur Kukara. Representing Germany, Jonas Pilhofer. Representing France, Nicolas Gerd-Merkilia. Representing Italy, Valerio Locatelli. Representing the United Kingdom, Louis de Mendoza. Representing Russia, Anatoly Turenko. Representing Germany, Kevin Gerhardt. Representing France, Pierre Meunier. Representing Poland, Bartosz Karbinski. Representing Russia, Alexei Tsvetkov. Representing Poland, Władysław Marcinek. Representing Switzerland, Eden Robinson Retchevy. Representing Russia, Andriy Cher. Representing France, Juliette Sebastian. Representing the United Kingdom, Nicholas Archer. Representing Romania, Ianis Costin Kele. Representing Germany, Magnus Lensch. Representing the United United States, Patrick Ponce. And our top seed with a new European record average in round 2, Rubik representing Switzerland. Best of luck to all one-handed finalists.
So, there they are. You've all seen them. Very loud support from, especially from the
French and the Spaniards.
From the French and the Spaniards, just as we saw yesterday during the Nations Cup finals. Which, if you've missed it, I mean, you can rewatch it, I guess.
Yep, you certainly can.
I mean, let's not give any spoilers about that. So, as per usual, quite a very large delegation in these finals from France, with Nicolas, with Pierre, and then obviously fastest of the French competitors in the previous round, Juliette, Sébastien. We already have our first results coming in. Druva continuing his amazing streak with another sub-9, and Magnus also starting very strong with that 8.62.
Definitely.
Many different good results there coming in. That first scramble certainly seems to be a good one, because the results have been very good on these first few souls from, wow, 7 sub-10s already.
Hello everyone, I join you from the announcer spot now in the commentary booth again.
Hello OJ.
Hey OJ, how are things outside of this box?
Yep, made a little bit of a fluff up in the Square One finals, but we won't make that mistake again. Also got to do a huge delay after saying the French competitors' names, just to wait for the vuvuzelas to die down. Otherwise, I don't think my voice would be heard.
Magnus not happy with that 10, but then again, also Druva not with a great result there with a 10.65. Cannot follow up on that great start for both of them. So this is Nicolas.
9.61, very solid. And got a 10.55 from Kevin Gerhardt.
Kevin was kind enough yesterday again to help us order at one of the restaurants. He speaks very good Spanish. Alexi with a 12. Meanwhile, Magnus is going to start his third solve here at the front, while Druva's already started his third. Last algorithm.
Oh dear, that's a 11 or 12 for Deruve.
Meanwhile, Magnus was very happy with that, an 8.22.
It's amazing being able to perform that well under the pressure of finals. Nicholas Archer on the left, starting the third solve.
Magnus has been struggling with that pressure at previous competitions. I remember a German national championship where he didn't do that well in the finals, but maybe he's learned from that.
$10.18. Looks like the LSE wasn't particularly fluid in that solve.
Doesn't seem to be a particularly good scramble for the Ru users. Not so bad for the CFOP users, though. Like Andre here, and then Juliette on the right. At the top you have, is it Jonas Buhoff or no? It's not. I'm mistaken. That must be Anatoly. Indeed he is. That is Anatoly Turenko with a 12. While Druva is starting the next solve. Not sure what they got. A 976. Not too shabby, but it looks like Magnus might be able to stay in front, although his reaction doesn't suggest a good time at all. 1087. So it's really anyone's game so far.
And I think they clearly know that as well.
So far, Bartosz Kapinski from Poland has very good cards. He is one of the few who have done 2 solves, and both of them have been sub 10. But there's a few other candidates with that result. Juliet has started with 2 high 9s, just like Aiden, but Aiden just clocked in at 13, obviously. Let's see if we can catch some of Juliet's solve here. Yeah. Using the table.
Yeah, there's a lot of table abuse in CFOP because you've got to do all of those Y rotations in the middle of your solve. There's also a lot of table abuse in Ru, but for a completely different reason. There's actually a technique called Odo, which is what you see when people have the cube balanced on the edge of the table, as in the edge of the cube balanced on the table, and they do the MU moves, which are both possible from that position.
Andre, not knowing that ZBLL, I think Juliet doesn't have the worst of chances here, actually, because she has been clocking in sub-10s.
A 9.66 for Druva. Not entirely sure why we had the thumbs up from Blake there, other than just to definitely confirm it was an okay time.
So Druva's already done. His average is at 10.02. I'm sure he would have loved to get the second round average in the finals.
That will currently predict him at 7th place, but everything could change in the final 2 solves.
So Juliet has some very good opportunities with 3 sub-10s on her first 3 solves. So she's got 2 more opportunities to overtake Druva.
She's a very consistent one-handed solver from what I've seen at these major championships. Oh, and a 767 from the Swiss competitor.
Now Magnus, this is an important solve for him.
Very
he has a high 10 already, and he certainly
This is
doesn't
looking
want to
good.
count.
That
Yes.
looks very good. That could potentially secure him the win. I'm not sure if he knows that yet.
That is an 8.99
A sub-9 average. I think they're just realizing what's happened. They came 3rd in the previous round and were absolutely ecstatic about the fact that they came 3rd in any European Championship round. And now there's a potential that they are 1st in the final. But we will have to see how Juliet does on her last 2 solves.
But Juliet does not have any sub-9 solves so far, only 3 9s. So if she is going to set her goals that high, she needs at least 2 sub-9 solves in a row now.
Probably need to be significantly sub-9 as well.
Well, not that much. I mean, well, yeah, well, actually, you're right, because both of the first 9s were quite high.
They're high 9s, yeah.
Both a 9.8.
And the other one is a mid-9.
So our second sub-10 average so far.
And this is not looking good, unfortunately.
Oh, you're right.
10.42. I think
so
that guarantees that Juliet is not taking the win.
Has
However, is that Bartosz has just risen above Magnus, has only got 1 solve left. We are predicting him to be around about the same time. So I think the championship will come down to that final solve from Bartosz.
But then again, Aiden has a 7. If he can pull something out of his set, and at the last solve.
I think they just got a 14 though.
Wait, is this? This is Aiden. He has another 7. Does that mean that 767 before is counting?
I am completely lost as to what's going on. If that is what's happening, that is incredible.
I believe that is what's happening, because according to the WCA Live, the previous solve was a 767. So another 7 would mean that the counting times would be a 7, a 9, and a 9. Let's wait for confirmation for that. That would be a big surprise. That would be a very big surprise.
Juliet going into her last solve. Looks like Nicholas Archer has finished his average with a 9.67, beating out can't find the names.
Oh, that's a tough solve for Juliet. Not the worst of cases for ZBL, but a 993 will only secure her a high 9 average.
So that fifth seed there is Jonas Pilhofer, and he has got a PR average of 9.70. Unfortunately, it's not quite enough to secure the podium. Patrick Ponce has confirmed a 9.61 average, which does take the podium of the competition, but of course does not count towards the European Championship podium.
So Bartosz definitely can take the win, because
I think
he
they just
has
finished
already an 8. No, this is Bartosz.
Oh,
so
okay.
he has an 8 counting already. So let's see what he gets on that last solve.
Ah yes, here we go.
So he has gotten a 944, an 846, a 1225, which is obviously hoping not to count, and then an 8 flat.
Okay, so the entirety of this average, the entirety of this championship final depends on this last solve that we are about to see as soon as Bartosz is ready to compete.
So his best possible average is an 863.
He was seeded 11th going into this round and is potentially got the opportunity to come out first.
So he basically needs a 9 flat. A 9 flat would give him an average of 897. Let's see if he knows this case. He doesn't.
Oh dear, and I believe that is WPA, which knocks him completely off the podium.
That's a 1005 average then for him.
And that guarantees Magnus as the one-handed European champion, with Aidan Robinson Rechivi from Switzerland in second place and Nicholas Archer taking the European third place.
What an absolute thrilling one-handed finals.
And here we have Magnus looks in a complete state of disbelief, that's the word.
Wow. These European Championship one-handed finals never cease to be born. I mean, they're just...
And not only did he win, but he beat the former world record holder, Patrick Ponce. So he took the full win. He didn't just win the Euros, but he won the entire competition. He will be absolutely
definitely
so happy with that.
Also, Jonas Pilhofer, he really climbed up the ladder there, because in the first few rounds he was nowhere near the top, and then clocking in his personal best average of a 970, securing him the 4th spot in these one-handed finals.
Only 0.03 off of the podium, and you also would have taken it on singles, so I'm sure those thoughts would be going around his head. However, he should still be incredibly proud of getting a PR average in the finals at the European Championships.
So glad to see Patrick there as well. I mean, always rooting for our homeboy.
Another
Patrick.
small shout out, Louis de Mendonça from the UK. I learned just after the second round, he only just missed out on his PR average and was a bit annoyed. And I can see now that he has just beaten his PR average.
Good for him.
So good for him.
Definitely. But, I mean, what a hard thing to see there on that last solve with Bartosz. You know, he has the chance, he just needs to seize it, and then he didn't really know. Well, I think if Juliet would have gotten that same last layer, she would have known how to solve it in one go, and that would have been an entirely different result. But I'm not sure if that still would have been a 9 flat. A 12 with 2-step last layer.
Yeah,
probably a little bit too
I was trying to
far-fetched.
keep my eye on the timer. It's a little bit pixelated, not entirely easy to see, but I don't think it would have been a 9 flat.
So I'm going to clock out. I'll see you in a bit.
See you, Eric.
Give you in the good hands of Reinier Schippers.
Hello, Rainier.
Hello, OJ.
So, coming up is the 5x5 finals. In our first seed, we have Timon Kolzinski. In our second seed, Timofey Tarasenko. And third seed, Sebastian Vaya. Kiran Bihan only getting fourth seed, so not actually coming top 3 in the first 3, even though he is second seeded overall for his PR. So I'm sure he'll be looking to make a comeback in the finals, although he did secure the win for, I believe, 7x7 yesterday.
Yes.
Which he was very, very happy about. I was backstage with him as he found out, and he was over the moon.
Over the moon, yeah. I saw some background footage of he being hugged.
Yeah. I also saw Adrian Debski after finding out that he won 3 blind, and he was in complete disbelief. Everyone else was saying, how on earth did you get a PR in finals?
Yeah.
And we've seen that in OH as well, a few people getting PRs in finals. I think it's probably the hardest environment to do that in.
Yeah, it is, for sure, yeah. Also, a lot of people doing PRs and NRs in 5x5 second round to get into the finals, which is also something that isn't easy to do.
That's right. People will obviously be going as fast as they can to try and make it into those top 20 slots. And I feel with some people it must motivate them. Yep. I mean, I know I get motivated when I'm trying to achieve something like getting into the next round or something, and it can fuel me along.
Yeah, but it also might punish you because you can get too nervous.
Exactly, and you can start shaking really badly.
Yep.
Of course, some people are going to not make it into the next round. We got Martin V. Agdal, who just about missed out on the top 20 slots. Yeah, Timon bringing out a sub 40 average to qualify for this round as well. He got 39.09. Timofey in second place got only a 43. So there is a 4-second advantage on second place there.
Also in the first round, Timon even got faster than average, 37.82. It was also roughly 4 seconds faster than the second seed. Kieran got a 41.78. So it's clear that Timon is a favorite to win this.
Yep, Timon's clearly popping off in 5x5 at the moment.
Yep.
And we will see very shortly whether he will be able to keep that up. And we'll welcome them onto the stage now.
Representing Sweden, Jack Larsen Maxwell. Representing Switzerland, Armin Hunt. Representing the Netherlands, Mika Smolders. Representing France, Alexandre Collier. Representing Poland, Adam Kaczynski. Representing the United Kingdom, Daniel Partridge. Representing South Africa, Daniel Rush. Representing Germany, Mark Zimmermann.
I don't know about you, but I can see Timon pacing backstage.
Yeah.
Representing Israel, Ben Baron. Representing Germany, Kevin Gerhardt. Representing the
Everyone ready for the chant?
Yep.
Wow, what a cheer Kieran gets. The funny thing about that was there were 2 sets of people trying to do it at the exact same time. Sorry, not at the exact same time, that was the problem. Alternating times. So overlapped each other.
It seems he still has energy to walk after all that pacing.
He's definitely the crowd favorite, and he absolutely knows it.
Yeah. I guess he wants the camera angles to be correct.
I think that would be the reason for that, yeah. Although knowing our cameraman, there's always the chance that it ends up behind the GoPro that he's put in front.
Yep. Yeah, seats 1 and 2 are quite situated far to the right from our vantage point. They're not in the middle.
And Timon, of course, well known for solving big cubes under the table. So if we just had our regular camera angle, we would not be able to see any of this action.
Finish Yao centers. Now going on to edges. Timon starting off strong, I think, with 38.
Very solid, yep. I think he'll be happy for pretty much every sub 40 that he's able to get in this round. Sebastian Weyer with a 44. Not a strong start.
Tuan Delaman with a 43, which is a strong start. Patrick Pons with a 47, which is, I think, a bit slow for him.
And Kieran starting his first solve now to see whether he can climb back up the ladder after his seeding in this round.
Last part of Kieran's edge centers were not flowing that greatly, I think.
So we will not be getting a sub 40, but a 41, which is still a good start. That still puts him into second place at the moment. And Timofey with a 41 as well. And Timon has his second cube ready in front of him now. Because all of the top solvers seem to be using Yao now, whereas it wasn't too long ago that Kieran was basically the only one at the top level doing it. Even Rob Yao himself didn't switch on Yao until much later than the method was created because he wasn't sure if it was worth it. And many think that if he'd have kind of kept it to himself, he would have potentially gotten a world record back in the day when he was the fastest and no one else was using the method. Timon with another 38.
Being very consistent. Watching on Sebastian Weyer from Germany. little lucky G-perm.
47 with a shake head, not happy with that. Here we have Tuan Dulamon, seated 9th from the previous round.
Richard finishing up. Sliding a bit more to the top level, it seems.
And as a sub-40 for Kieran, not quite as good as both of Timon's sub-40s, but he'll be very happy with that. Has pushed him into the second place point at the moment. Of course, Timofey finishing off his second solve, so we see whether he will remain as our third prediction or whether he will pass into second.
Ooh, little search for Timon for his edges.
Yeah, the look ahead on 5x5 at the top level kind of needs to be fast enough that you're essentially only pausing when you're recognizing like a ZBLL or something. And a 37 from Timon and a 42 from Timofey. So that's Timofey's second solve and Timon's third. Timon now has 3 sub-39s. I think at this point, Kieran would just be happy with second, probably.
Yeah, I mean, based on the first round, I would say it was his to lose. But of course, the second round he did a bit worse than Sebastian Weyer and Timofey. So yeah, I think the top two and top 3 is between Timofey, Sebastian, and Kieran.
Yeah, definitely. Although it looks like Richard Delacoste is performing well at the moment.
Yep.
With a 43.76 average of first 2 solves. It looks like Kevin Gerhardt's display has turned off. I'm not sure whether there's an issue with it. Hopefully we can get that swapped out. And we have Tuan Dulamon from the Netherlands and LEJ, the national record holder for the United Kingdom. Although I'm not sure if we will see all of their solve, as we will be needing to cut to other competitors. There we go. We have Kieran about 20 seconds in to his 5x5 solve, which I thought was just about at the start of it, but thinking about it, 20 seconds is about halfway through, which is pretty insane. This doesn't look as fluid as some of his other solves. And that wasn't a great PLL either. 42 though, that is still a good time. Also a chocolate time if you're from Denmark. And it looks like we have Timon doing his 4th solve now, which means Timofey must be doing his 3rd solve. About to do his 3rd solve. Timofey's just warming up.
Seeing Richard in 4th place with 3 solves, he has a chance of a podium for sure.
35 from Timon. That I'm fairly certain almost
will make him
guaranteed locks him in for first.
Yeah.
I say almost. Nothing is ever guaranteed until everyone has done their 4th solves.
But they probably need to be close to both world records, singles.
Yes. So we almost certainly be crowning Timon as our 5x5 champion, as well as 6x6 champion, which he took yesterday. Later on, we will be having the 4x4 finals, where the top 2 contenders, I believe, are Sebastian Weyer and Timon Kolczynski. So we will see whether Timon can take the 4-5-6 sweep and possibly even the 3-4-5-6 sweep. However, as a reminder, Kieran was the winner of 7x7.
Sebastian's assault was not good.
Oh, it was good.
Yeah, but his first three edges looked so slow on Yao. He was looking for... But that's the thing about 5x5. You can be... Like one part of the solve you can do not well, but then if the second or third part are good, then you still can get a sub 40 apparently.
Yeah, it's such a long solve that trying to get every single step right is where the magic happens.
Yeah.
But you can afford to get one or two pieces not as good as you would like it and still secure a sub 40 time.
I would have never guessed it was a 39 when I looked at it.
And clearly, yeah. Kieran on his fourth solve now. This will almost certainly lock Timon in as the champion. And depending on what the time is, may give him a very good chance at being second place. Is a 43, which he looks happy with. Although I'm sure he's hoping that would be the non-counting time. And Timon is doing his fifth solve now, although it doesn't matter what he gets, as he's already basically guaranteed to be the European champion. That being said, will he get a pure sub 40 average? I don't think so. Oh, yes, he did, actually. So that is 3 sub 40 averages in a row for Timon Kolodziejski.
Showing he's the top dog in Europe.
So before COVID, Kieran was dominant in big cubes in Europe.
Yep.
And then during COVID, in about 2021, when Poland started getting competitions again, it turns out that Timon had been practicing a bunch and had also switched to Yao. And Timon climbed the ladder and started picking off Kieran's European records one by one. And by the time Kieran got back to competing again, Timon had almost entirely taken over. But he didn't give up. He kept going and he kept trying to beat ERs. And he has taken quite a few of them back off of Timon. And they've had a lot of exchanges between them. I got the pleasure to witness one of Kieran's, maybe his last European record that he got in Bristol, and he was very, very happy with it. I've never seen a reaction from him that big for a European record, and it's just because he's managed to take it off of Timon.
Yeah, if you want to take it from someone, well, Timon is nice to do it from.
No rivalry
Oh,
there,
no.
of course. It's just
How
he
good
is
he
the
is.
best.
He's
and
just so good.
You have to take it from the best.
Yeah, yeah.
Of course, Max Park is undeniably the best, but when we're talking on the European standards, Timon is the GOAT currently.
A lot depends on this solve, for sure.
Yeah, this will determine how secure the second place and third place positions are. And a 42. That does keep him just above Timofey Tarasenko at the moment. So the ordering of Kieran and Timofey will all come down to the final solve. I'm not sure of Sebastian's other times. It looks like because Sebastian managed to get a sub 40, he does also still technically have a chance to take third place if he got another sub 40, I believe.
I'm not sure if Timothy can take it still.
Take second? Really? possibly not. His times are very close together. Well, rather than speculating, it would probably be easier just to watch what happens.
Yes.
See the times, see them as they get entered into WCA Live and therefore onto our leaderboard.
His BPA is 42.07.
And Sebastian Weyer ending off with a 47. That is not great, and that will confirm him not on the podium.
So Timofey still has a chance to get into second place.
We believe.
Yeah, that's what my calculator says.
Okay, we got a calculator now. Okay, what do you reckon then? Who's second place?
I think Kieran. Yeah.
I'll go for the underdog then. I'll go for Timofey.
Has he been the underdog though this weekend?
Under Timon and Kieran, that's for sure.
Okay.
They're both massive, massive fan favourites. I think Timofey's only really been the favourite, or at least top 2 favourites for Mega Minx. It was always going to be between him and Aiden. And of course, he had that opportunity taken away from him, and Aiden took the first spot in the end. But I don't think Timofey has really been too close to taking any of the other wins. And so he will likely have to wait another 2 years to see if he can be crowned European champion.
Oh.
And he's not happy with that last solve. It is a 48, which confirms Kieran as our second place. And it looks like it was still enough to secure him the third place. And he looks... I'm not sure whether that was happiness.
No.
It looked happy, and then there was a bit of a frustration. Hard to tell sometimes. We're just finishing off the last competitors of 5x5 final now.
We're now watching Adam.
And after which we will be going on to the Skweb finals.
So for people who are just tuning in, Timon taking first place with 38.27 average.
Incredible average from Timon there.
Yeah.
Very consistent across the 3 rounds.
Also, all 5 souls were sub 40. Second place, Kieran Bian from Ireland taking second place, 42.14 average. Third place, Timothy Tarasenko from Russia with the 43.88 average.
It's a Timon getting all of his souls sub 40 is what's known as a pure sub 40 average of 5. Because in an average of 5, you take away the best and the worst solves, and you take the mean of 3 of the middle 3, which means if you get 1 bad solve, it doesn't matter too much. And yet, if that 1 bad solve is actually quite good, then it remains as a pure average of 5 that is sub the barrier, because every single solve was sub the barrier. I've just been told that the solve that Rainier said was not a great solve from Sebastian Weyer.
Yeah?
And our single.
Wow, wow. I'm going to talk to him because he did shake his head though after that solve. Did you notice?
I didn't actually.
He did.
So maybe that was just I could have done better.
Exactly.
Must have been. In fact, maybe because of
It looks
exactly what you spotted.
Yeah, yeah.
And the French unable to help themselves from blasting their vuvuzelas as the French competitor is the last one competing. So with that, we will now be announcing for Skweb competitors to join. And my face is being covered up by the rankings. Hello. There we go.
All right.
So our top players in Skweb will be... First of all, in our top 4, we actually have 3 cubers from North America, so who will not be eligible for the European rankings. And those will be Zane Kanani from the USA, Emilio Alberto Rodriguez Jimenez from Mexico. Jimenez, I suppose?
Yep.
And Carter Kukala from the USA. Our top European seed, who came 3rd place in round 2, is Oskar Hanushkevich. And then we have Alex Rosado Saez Adelang Garcia, which is an absolute mouthful. And I'm sure that the Spanish competitors will give a huge cheer for them, as well as the next competitor, who is Manuel Prieto.
Netherlands probably is my name to take, Matteo de Wit. Who do we have more? Ignatza from Poland, Ariel from the United Kingdom, Tsutseri Mac, Poland, Carlos Mendes Garcia Barroso from Spain, Anthony Lafourcade from France,
and many, many more competitors.
Yeah,
we'll
how
hear
many
all of
we
their
have?
names as they're called out
We
anyway.
have 5 left, right? Yeah. Oh, we have a lot
few
left.
Yeah.
Oh well, I think Eleanor will do way better on the pronunciation than I ever can.
Yeah, so Eleanor, before the stream, a couple of weeks ago, actually created a pronunciation guide for us, which is what we're trying our best to read here. Sometimes it can be hard just to read the guide, because it is a bit of a tricky one, especially with some of the Polish competitors. I think the worst one for me is the Spanish competitors, because I just know that there are hundreds of Spanish competitors in the crowd, and I feel very, very bad when I get their names wrong.
This
All Skweb finalists now come and submit your photos. That's all Skweb finalists to come and submit your photos.
There we had the announcements. I wanted to say that probably more Spanish people are here than watching the stream.
Possibly. How many are watching the stream at the moment? We have 719 on YouTube. I'm not sure if we're up on Twitch at the moment.
Might be.
If we are up on Twitch, then give us a shout out on Twitch.
Also, let us know your predictions in the chat for Skweb.
So let's talk about our top seed, Oskar Hanushkevich, for a bit. So this is their first European Championship, which therefore means it's their first European Championship final in Skweb. So I'm sure they're facing a lot of pressure at the moment, and all sorts of crazy things could be going through their heads. And given that Skweb is such a fast event, I think there's a really high chance that they get knocked off, and any slight nerves kicking in could completely throw them off.
Yep.
So in round 1, they actually won with an average of 2.12, beating out Ignacy by only 0.01 seconds. And then in round 2, of course, they came 3rd with a 2.20 average, beating out the next European competitor by 0.36 seconds. So a much bigger gap in round 2.
Yep.
And I've just been informed that our 20th seed for Skweb, which is Daniel V. Egdal, a Denmark delegate and Skweb enthusiast, clearly, as they're in the finals.
Yep.
It's his birthday today.
Wow.
So happy birthday to Daniel.
Happy birthday.
Can we get some happy birthday spam in chat, please? Chat is still going crazy about everything else that's happening. That's fair.
It is time to welcome our Skweb finalists. Representing Denmark, Daniel Evers.
Happy birthday, Daniel.
Representing Germany, Fabian Brummer. Representing Belgium, Elias Malongre.
Oh, that was a huge cheer from the Belgian crowd there. Much louder than any other Belgian crowd that I've heard so far.
Representing Ukraine, Mikhaila Legrina.
And that's so cute. In the background there, you can see Theodore, the 2x2 world record holder, jumping with cheer for every Polish competitor.
That is the wrong graphic. And now it's the correct one. I just love every Polish competitor going on because we can see Theodore's reaction in the background. So cute.
Aww. Clearly the crowd's favorite.
Yeah, the Spanish competitors and their French competitors always getting the loudest cheers. Well done, Eleanor, on that tricky name, very long name. That's the current Skweb world record holder for both single and average. So many names.
And representing the United States of America, Zane Kanani. Best of luck to all of our Skweb finalists.
So these will be my last few moments on the stream today, because after this final I will be dipping out and announcing all of the rest of the finals, including the 3x3 finals. It's been a pleasure, as always. I look forward to hopefully seeing everyone again on the stream at some point in the future. Don't know when that will be, but...
Seattle, maybe.
I would like to hope so, but we'll see whether the US organizers are happy to have Little Brit on their team. It looks like Oscar's cube is ready for him now. To see what he is able to get on this first scramble. We're already getting some results in. A sub-2 from one competitor, Ignacy Sanzelski.
Our graphics board working hard to keep up with all the results.
Absolutely crazy, yeah. And a 2.15 for Oscar to start off with, which will place him third at the current moment. Really hard to say though, as it's changing basically every second at the moment.
Yes, Cube is watching more people getting ready than actually watching solving.
And also spending longer inspecting than they are solving. The judge here is Ruben, who is one of the organizers of the competition, the lead organizer. And he likes being the judge for the top Spanish competitors, especially if he knows that they get nervous. Kata Kukala got a 1.39 on that scramble. So it must have been a pretty good scramble. And it looks like Alex Rosado Saez de la Garcia only got a 2.27 on it. As our second seed in Europe. Ignacy very happy with that 1.75, lots of fist pumps.
Also a good way to get your nerves out.
Yeah, basically the Juliette Sebastian technique, but doing it after the solve rather than before. And I'm going to be leaving the stream now and leaving you in the hands of Eleanor Sinnott. And I'll be going back on the mic for the announcements. So thank you everyone for having me. This has been OJ, and I will see you on whatever next stream I end up being on.
See you next time. Alex and
Hello, everybody. It's Eleanor joining you for Skweb finals.
now watching Zane. Alex, we have 3.33. Can't be happy with that.
So Zane averages about 2.1. So that's about 50% more than his usual average. Ariel there also shaking the head, 2.86. Ariel's average is about 2.7. So not actually too much slower than their global, but they're certainly looking for their best results in these finals. Over now to Manuel. Our 6th seed with a 2.79. In fact, faster than their global of 3.3. An early lead of the minute from Ignacy Samsowski, followed by that incredible 2.29. That's 3 solves now for Ignacy.
He's showing very powerful reactions. And I was discussing with OJ as well. I think it's also a way of getting rid of his nerves.
I mean, 3 strong solves in a row. You just need 1 more strong solve. And it doesn't matter so much what you get on the 5th, as if you start off with a bad solve, as a handful of the other competitors seem to have.
Alex, of course, having that 3.33 now needs a good solve.
In semi-finals, we saw a 2.64 average needed for 3rd place. So that'll likely be the number many of these competitors are looking for right now. But I'm certainly seeing a lot of averages so far below that.
Yep. Yeah, the Polish guys seem to be going strong.
Poland, of course, historically known for events like Skweb.
Ignacy on his 4th attempt.
He's shaking his head. Wow, a 2.08. Really, really strong performance so far from Ignacy.
Ignacy can get a 1.94 BPA.
Yeah, Ignacy guaranteeing himself a high 1 or low 2 average, so somewhere between 1.94 and 2.12 for Ignacy. That's not quite enough to guarantee him 1st place just yet. Oskar Hanuszkiewicz also has overlap with that. So if Oskar does really well and Ignacy doesn't, we could see an Oskar win here instead. It's definitely between those 2 at the minute. Back to Carter representing the United States. It's looking very likely to be an Ignacy win. It will take extremely bad luck from Ignacy and great luck from Oskar for that luck to change.
And of course, Skweb being a scramble event, usually competitors are quite close on the same scramble.
we're watching Ignazio now on his last serve. This will determine whether he wins or not. 2.21. I believe, let's get the results in, but that should secure him first place. 2.09 average. That secures it.
Wow.
Ignazio Samsolski from Poland, our Skweb champion.
Wow.
Oskar Hanuszkiewicz there finishing his serve, 2.59. Unfortunately, not enough for him to win. Presently putting him in second place. The only person who could potentially beat Oskar at this point is Ariel Benchetrit from the United Kingdom.
Who is 2 sols behind.
There we go, and Ariel finishing their 4th serve with a 2.35 BPA. Ariel, the only thing that could get in the way of the present podium now. Presently it's Ignazio in first place. That is secured, but Oskar, second place, also secured. But Carlos Mendez Garcia Barroso in third. This serve will determine whether Ariel gets that third place.
And we can see spamming some solves, keeping his hands warm. Elias with a 2.6.
So I believe Ariel needs a 2.67 for third place. Slightly higher, I think 2.70 for tied third place. We're watching Matteo De Witt at the minute.
Not doing well.
And that average looks to put him in 15th. Here we go, here's Ariel. Doing some warm-up serves. Watching Kasper Gorecki from Poland now.
Unfortunately, not happy with his last time. Here we are.
Here we go. Ariel needing a 2.7 or faster for third place here. Can he do it? Come on, Ariel. And that's him, third place for Ariel Benchetrit. That is our podium confirmed. In first place, Ignazio Samsolski. In second place, Oskar Hanuszkiewicz. And in third place, Ariel Benchetrit from the UK.
Amazing results. Also, the 2 Americans, Carter getting a 1.69 average, 0.4 seconds faster than Ignacy. Real good times. Zain Kanani, also from the United States, 2.18 average.
Wow. There is a lost toddler announcement in the venue right now. If you got distracted watching the stream and lost your toddler, please head over and collect them.
With that being said, can all Pyramids finalists please come and submit their puzzles now?
I am going to hand over my mic to Remo, who is doing Pira.
Hello, Remo. Did you see that finish from Ariel?
I did. It was absolutely amazing. And not to mention 0.01 off Oskar Hanuskevich.
I know. So his BPA going into that solve, which he ended up getting just 0.01 off. He needed 2.67 to beat Carlos for third place, but he smashed it with that 2-flat solve.
Absolutely amazing to see.
At his first ever championship.
Oh, okay. Also, nice to see that Ignacy took the win. I believe Ignacy and Oskar were 0.01 away from each other in the first round. And also, did you notice that Carter Kokala had a world record best possible average?
No, I didn't quite notice that. I think we were focusing on the European
So before the fifth solve, their best possible average was 149, 0.04 under the world record average. But sadly, they ended up getting a 4 on the last solve. But still putting them first by 0.4 seconds, getting a 169 average. So we are, I believe, moving on to Permix now.
Yep.
So I sadly did not make Permix finals, as you can see. But we do have some important people missing from the finals. Former European record holder Daniel Partridge.
Daniel Partridge didn't make Permix finals because he was seeded first for the semi-finals. DNF on the first solve. An okay performance after that, but sadly missed out on finals by 2 positions. I mean, he's certainly absolutely going to be gutted about that.
Also, Stian in 23rd place did not make finals. Matouš Keder, our 4th seed coming into this competition, also from the Czech Republic, did not make finals.
Wow.
Bo Forshell from Sweden with a 196 average did also not make finals. Myself, I did not make finals.
We saw another really strong performance from Jonathan Plug in the semi-finals. Position 1 for the
European competitors, yeah.
Dominic Gournay, the present European record single holder. With a single that was originally world record back in 2022, 0.91, sorry, 2018.
We got Jules in the house.
Yeah.
Jakub, I believe, also one of her top seeds.
Yeah.
The one with the H, Jakub Hipscher.
Alexei, your Skweb European record holder for average.
This is already the 3rd final of the day for Yannis, I believe.
Wow.
Diego Alfonso, one of my personal favorite Permix solvers.
Edward from the UK.
And our top European seed representing the Netherlands, Jonathan Plug.
A very strong competition here.
Representing the USA, Simon Callum.
Simon Callum, double world record from him back in 2023 and 2022.
So we have a very, very competitive Permix final with the average needed to get into Permix final being 265 and the fastest European getting a 205 average. So there is really only half a second difference between the 20th and the 2nd place. Well, if we're not counting Simon being from the USA, then this could go, like, anyone could really win this.
Absolutely. That's just the nature of these really, really fast events.
Sadly,
quite interestingly, we predicted that the position or the time to qualify to the finals would be 2.65 because that was what was needed for 20th place in round 1. So actually insanely consistent results from these pyramixers.
Piotr with a 2.92 there doesn't seem happy with that. Piotr averages around somewhere in the mid twos, so if that was he was unhappy with that, this could be a good scramble for the start. We also saw Jules get a 2.32, and Simon, the top seed, with a 2.47.
Edward Burgess there with a 2.30.
Jonathan with a 2.19. Alexei Tvetkov with 1.68. Currently the fastest. Taking a look at the scramble here.
1.88. So Edward Burgess, Diego Alfonso, Nathaniel Poor, all I think dark horses going into this finals. They all made huge progress based off of their original seedings for this competition. Nathaniel going from 14th seed to 5th in the semi-finals, Diego from 11th to 4th, and Edward Burgess from 7th to 3rd.
So
our top seed, Jonathan Plug, at his first European Championship though.
Let's see how he performs then. Jonathan Plug on the first scramble, a 2.19.
And a 2.33 there from Jules Desjardins, our European champion in pyramids from 2012 until 2016, coming second also in 2018. 6 years since his last European Championship podium. Seeded now 11th, but we've seen already anything can happen in pyramids. Here's Edward Burgess.
A very fast V there. A little pause before L4E. Did not look like a one-look stall to me.
Edward Burgess averaging 2.6. Both of these solves, the 2.3 and the 2.0, not bad for Edward, really.
There we have Diego Alfonso with a 2.18 on the first solve. Now panning to Jonathan Plug with a 2.50. This means that in the worst case, the 2.19 is going to be counting. We have Diego Alfonso, I believe. And Diego Alfonso getting a 1.92. Does look quite pleased with that. Jakub Hipser getting a 1.85 on the first solve. Getting a 4.80 on the second. And our current top competitor, Alexei Tvetkov, getting a 2.84 on that second scramble. So the only sub 2 on the second scramble we've currently seen from Diego Alfonso, who seems to have one of the currently the best mean.
A 2.71 there from Nathaniel.
We have Janis Kostin Kele.
Oh, and that seems
to be a +2 to me.
They will hold up a card. Oh, they're getting over a delegate to confirm. In the meanwhile, panning back to Edward Burgess, our second European seed.
If that is not a +2 for Janis, that means he's going to count a 1.8, placing him first currently. But we are just waiting for that confirmation, whether it's a +2 or not. Although it looked to be a +2.
Very, very fast V there from Edward.
That looked like a pretty easy scramble. Didn't see many tips there as well.
2.17 from Edward. I mean, all of these solves, including his last round performance.
Janis' second solve being a DNF instead of a +2. Diego Alfonso 183, moving Diego Alfonso, I believe, to the first place currently. So obviously got our hopes up for the French reaction as well.
That DNF from Janis, I mean, that could very well knock him completely off any chance of podium.
That little underlying layer could cost him the podium here, or even the win.
Here's Caleb Wolfdon from the UK now.
Looks like one tip, but not the easy scramble. Didn't see any blocks there.
Quite a long pause, recognizing the L4E case there, I think. But a delegate's getting called over. Some kind of incident occurring.
Seems like a lot of incidents so far in the past 4 or 5 minutes. on the left, we have another competitor starting their pyramid. So
right now, strongest performance seems to be coming from Diego Alfonso and Alexei Tsitkov.
Although Diego being more consistent, counting at 1.9 here. And there is Sigurd from Norway. Seems like having an incident. He currently has a 485 and a 301.
There are only 3 shows in, but it's looking to me like it will either be a Diego or Alexei win if they can keep this consistency up for the next 2 shows.
And 2-1 there for Edward, I think. Yeah.
Strong performance from Edward.
Edward currently, where even is he? Currently in 7th place by single, but very, very consistent solves. Edward looking probably to podium here, most likely. Diego Alfonso 246. Still a sub-2 best possible average though.
So Edward Burgess, very, very consistent, has locked in between a 2.12 and 2.20 average. Meanwhile, Diego Alfonso somewhere between 1.98 and 2.19. So for both of those, we're looking at a low 2 average.
We're most likely looking at a low 2 podium here. Most likely 3rd place being 2.1 or 2.2. Possibly the win being sub 2. But the only competitors who can still get a sub 2 average are Diego Alfonso and Alexei Tsitkov. Also, Jakub Hipser only has done 2 solves so far.
A 1.85 and then terribly a 4.80.
Actually, really similar to Yanis's times. Yanis getting a 188 on the first solve and DNFing the second.
I mean, both of those really are going into the next 3 solves on the back foot. Whether they can keep off the nerves, get 3 more really good solves.
We got our first average here from Simon Kellum, coming in first seed, but getting a 403 average.
He DNF'd his second solve and then counted a 5.98 as a result.
Looks like we have the 3rd scramble here. Another incident occurring. This competitor I'm not familiar with, but I'm familiar that this is the 3rd scramble.
That is Emil Henry Huber from the Czech Republic there.
Yanis getting a 264, which is going to count due to that DNF. He would have counted a 1.8 otherwise.
I saw a 2.13 on Edward Burgess's timer. I think that was from the last round.
Oh my god. Okay. We are having a very easy last scramble, it looks like.
1.33 from...
Oh, and that's a +2 for...
no.
For Nathaniel Poor. There. I saw a 1.5. Oh, that was actually on the 3rd scramble, the 1.3 for Jonathan Plug.
Wow.
So Jonathan Plug is counting a 2.1. Very potentially a sub 2 average for him. And here we have, what is this, Jakub?
Back to Diego Alfonso. This is his last solve. This will show his average. So a 2.29.
213 average?
213 average.
That is most likely a podiuming average.
Yep. Edward Burgess is going to need his best possible average. He's going to need a 206 or better to beat Diego Alfonso here.
Yeah, due to his single not being better. So that means he has to get... Yeah, okay, so...
He needs 206.
Did he get it?
Did he get it? Did he get it? 183! He did it. He beat Diego Alfonso. That is Edward Burgess in Seed 1, still waiting for a few more results in...
Oh, that means they have tied singles now as well. Tied singles and Edward Burgess just being 0.01 seconds ahead. That is absolutely mind-blowing.
Right now, we're looking at Edward Burgess in position 1 with 2.12, followed by Diego Alfonso, 2.13.
Alexei Tsitkov, they're counting a 2.8, putting him out of the podium contention most likely. The most likely person to still take the win is Jonathan Plug, but Jakub Hipser counting a 1.8 as well. So we could be looking at Diego getting knocked out at the podium.
Here's Jonathan Plug's solve here. If Jonathan does... Depending on how he does this, this could possibly put him out of the win on this solve alone. Let's see.
Okay.
And a counting 1.77 now from Jonathan.
could possibly end up in Diego placing 4th by 0.01.
So let's see what Jonathan's BPA and WPA are now.
Giannis Kostin Kele getting a 1.6 on the 4th scramble, 205 best possible average. Jonathan Flug 176 best possible average.
And Jakub Hübscher. So we've got 3 people who are now capable of taking the lead.
Holy, how competitive this is. This, wow, I'm absolutely mind blown right now. How interesting this is.
Okay.
Giannis Kostin Kele, if he hadn't DNF'd that second solve, he would be looking at a confirmed 205 average here. That DNF was only off by 2 moves, I believe. Oh, and there's a cube drop for an Italian competitor. I can't really read the name here.
For Ismail.
Oh, okay. So we're looking at 3 possible winners here. Jonathan Pluk, Giannis Kostin Kele, and Jakub Hübscher. If all of them get the best possible averages, Jonathan Pluk is going to take the win to Netherlands. We have Alexei Tsvetkov on his 5th solve. And that is, wow, that looks like a close +2. The judge seems to be a Swedish delegate, Peter Hugersson Miller. And there's a +2 for Alexei.
And now we're watching Jonathan. He needs a 240 or better to put him in 1st position now.
Yes, there we go.
And there he has 220. That puts Jonathan Plug in the present 1st position.
With a 2.0 average, 2.0 something. No, Giannis Kostin Kele getting a 4.2, leaving him with a 2.05 average. That is going to also get really close. Oh, Giannis and who's the Dutch guy? Jonathan are tied, but Jonathan has a better single. Yeah, could you refresh the page?
We're still waiting to see from Emil Henry Huber as well.
The crowd is getting very loud.
Emil Henry Huber also having 1st position potential here.
Diego Alfonso knocked out at the podium because Jakub Hübscher tied him with 213. What is going on?
Okay, Emil Henry Huber needs 1.71 to win here.
What would he need to podium?
To podium, not quite sure.
The 2nd place is 0.01 away from the 4th place, not even the 3rd.
We're watching Mateusz Szwugier from Poland now.
With the best possible average of only 248, sadly.
Which would place him in 7th.
A lot of tying averages here, especially in the top.
We should be able to confirm our winner once we have watched Emil Henry Huber do his last solve.
319 there for Mateusz. So our current podium is Jonathan Plug in 1st place with 205, Edward Burgess from the United Kingdom with 212 in the 2nd place, and Jakub Hübscher from Poland with a 213 average.
Emil Henry Huber is solving now. He needs a 1.71 for 1st place.
And something low 2 to podium, I think. I swear to God, if he ties someone in the podium.
Come on, can he do it? Can he do it?
No. The nerves got to him. So that leaves Emil Henry Huber with an average of 2.7. And the win goes to the Netherlands.
Jonathan Plug is your Skweb.
Pyraminx.
Apologies. Is your Pyraminx European champion.
2nd place going to the United Kingdom. And Diego Alfonso losing by a single of 0.01 seconds. The 2nd place single being 183, 3rd place single 182, and 4th place single 183. That means Jakub Hübscher and Diego Alfonso, 3rd and 4th place, are tied by average, and Jakub Hübscher winning by 0.01. Oh my God.
Wow, that was incredibly tense.
I have never been so shocked this year. The last so intense finals maybe at the last World Championship. Wow.
Huge congratulations to Jonathan Plug for becoming this year's European champion with a 2:05 average and a best time of 1.33. Also the best result of the whole round.
I need a break after this. This is insane. Okay. So as we are starting 4x4 finals, I believe, it is time for me to head off. So maybe I'll see you later.
Maybe.
Enjoy the stream. See ya.
Thank you very much. I am definitely looking forward to 4x4 finals. It will be a tight toss-up between Sebastian Weyer from Germany and Timon Koleszyński from Poland. So, Timon Koleszyński seeded first for average. Sebastian Weyer seeded first for single. Hello.
Hello, hello.
Who are we joined by now?
My name is Eric. You are Eleanor.
I am.
And next up, it's 4x4.
It's 4x4. I was just saying about how intense the top two are. Timon Koleszyński, Sebastian Weyer. So Timon has the best average. Sebastian has the best single. Sebastian also reigning champion of 4x4 since 2014. That's 10 years straight. Will he be able to do it again, or will he lose to Timon Koleszyński, second place last year?
So that means, Sebastian is the reigning champion, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then Timon is, well, he did better at Worlds, right?
Yep, Timon won World Championship
Exactly.
last year. But if you look at their recent results, Timon has been averaging 22.09, Sebastian 21.87.
There's really nothing between them.
It could so easily go either way with this.
We're now starting 4x4 finals.
Behind them we have got Timofey Tarashenko from Russia. In the semi-finals, just 1.3 behind Timon Koleszyński.
Representing Switzerland, Alvin Roots.
So I think Patrick is not going to be joining for the 4x4 finals. He is dropping out. That's why LEJ actually managed to slide in.
Representing France, Abdallah Kador. Representing Italy, Giacomo Daniele Coro. Representing South Africa, Daniel Rush. Representing the United States, Nicolas Sanchez. Representing the Netherlands, Mats Volk. Representing Denmark, Martin Villegal. Representing the Netherlands, Juan Guillemot. Also representing the Netherlands, Mika Smulders.
Hi, Eric.
Hey, hoe gaat ie?
It's been a rough few minutes. As you guys probably noticed, the time tower went down because the program crashed, and I had to work a bit hard to make it appear again.
Obviously, it was crashing while the main operator, Jules Desjardins, was competing himself. So that's obviously a perfect storm for our technical department, but gladly that you got it back up and running.
Yep.
Shout out to Ranier.
Representing Switzerland, Richard Galagos.
I'm not really sure if the information about Patrick has
Representing Russia, Timofey Tarasenko.
gotten through to OJ.
Representing
It did. All right, good.
Koleszyński.
So who is it going to be, Timon or Sebastian? I think that's the main issue here, right?
Yeah.
Sebastian Weyer.
There he is, our reigning European champion, Sebastian Weyer. He will sit down next to our current world champion, Timon Koleszyński.
Coming in 21st position after Patrick dropped out, LEJ.
And there he is, LEJ, very happy to be here. he probably didn't he didn't expect to be in this finals.
Good luck to all of our competitors.
I think Patrick skipped it.
Yeah.
Do you know why?
Probably wants to focus on 3x3 then.
Probably. We can probably ask him in a few minutes himself. So it has always been very, very close between Sebastian and Timon. This tournament so far, Sebastian has beaten Timon in both of the rounds. But then looking at Timon's previous results of NHMs, his average was actually a little bit faster than Sebastian's. Sebastian breaking the ER recently, but then Timon re-breaking it again. So wouldn't it be great if either of them would win with a new European record? I'm sure it's very possible for either of those two competitors. Timon has started. We were talking about yesterday if it's a good thing or not if you would start your average compared to the competitor next to you. I think it is. 23.72, that's not the best start, but then again, it's not a disaster either.
What do you reckon that you need to win?
Well, looking at the previous rounds, the top average was a 20.88, and then it was a 21.71. So something below 23 seconds for sure. I'm not really sure if it's going to be a 21 or a 20 that is necessary to win. It maybe depends on Sebastian's first solve here. Also has the OLL parity just as Timon. And double parity.
A 22.92.
We saw a 20.09, I believe, in the first round from Sebastian, with also a double parity. Or maybe that was this. No, it was the second round where he did that.
Not a great start from Timofey there with that 28. He's going to be looking definitely more so for 23s, 24s, maybe some 22s. Definitely not 28s.
A good start from Richard Delacoste from Switzerland. He placed 7th in the first round, and then he placed 5th in the second round, but with averages above 25. So with that 22.81, he had a great start, actually placing him first after this first attempt.
See Twan doing some warm-up solve.
So we will see Twan again as well later on, just as Timon. For Sebastian, this is his last finals since he didn't make it into the 3x3 finals, unfortunately. So Kieran is the first to start his second attempt. Starting as usual on green. Edge bearing. And then into the 3x3 phase.
Twan looking disappointed after a 26 there. Following his 27 average in the last round. Not too bad for him though, I would have thought.
Yeah, but in the first round he got a national record 24 average.
Wow.
So I think that's the reason he's disappointed.
Now Richard for his second solve. Let's see if he can build up onto 25.
So Richard averages about mid 26, got a 25, low 25 average in the last round, which got him 5th place. So about on track for that, I think, for Richard there.
Now let's focus on Timon solve. He's on his edges. And then onto the 3x3 part.
And a sub 20 from Timon. $19.97.
Timofey also within 19. Now the pressure is certainly on Sebastian. He had a better start than Timon, but now he has to, you know, build up on that. He must hope that that high 22 that he started with is not going to count, although that wouldn't be too much of a disaster. Centers now onto the edges. Slight lockups.
I also feel it's kind of his turning style.
Oh, no parity this time.
2096 from Sebastian.
Yeah, currently we can't just tell right now where it's going.
It's anyone's game.
As a mean of the first two souls, there's just 0.1 seconds in it, and they're both a full 2, nearly 3 seconds faster than the third seed right now, Timofey Tarasyenko.
Kieran with a 29.
He will be a bit disappointed with that. It's going to be hard for Kieran now to get himself into that battle for third place.
Timon inspecting.
Again, Timon starting before Sebastian, putting the pressure on Sebastian. It's like in a penalty shootout. If you can start first, you have a small advantage.
Another sub 20 from Timon there. So Timon. Timon now counting a 19.97.
Sebastian basically needs, I don't know, like a 19. That would be really good for him.
He needs a 19 or a 20 really to keep him in.
OLL parity though. And a PLL parity as well.
25. That means he's now counting a 22 and a high 22 at that. Timofey meanwhile with a 22.33.
Sebastian not being lucky with the parodies.
Well, he actively decided to go against OPA, so that is the risk you take. With OPA, obviously you can avoid getting that OLL parody. Decided it doesn't pay off for him in the long run, but maybe it would be better if he would have practiced it further for finals like these. And get some more consistent timing using OPA.
Felt a little lucky during that cell from Kieran there.
Now if Timon can get like a solid good fourth solve, he can clock in a very good average already after that fourth solve. His worst time so far is 23.72. Also has the parities. No, that is not what he was looking for at all.
That puts Timon on a best possible average of 21.1, a worst possible of 23.4. Quite a wide range because he's had two really good times, a not great time, and a really not great time now.
So he leaves the door open. Both Sebastian and Timofey can take advantage of that. They still have their fourth solve, which Sebastian is on right now.
We felt this was a two-man race, but Timofey seems to have snuck into this round out of nowhere.
And Sebastian with another double parity.
A 25 for Sebastian.
He's been very unlucky with the parodies.
Indeed he has.
Sebastian will need close to best possible average and Timon close to worst possible average for a Sebastian Weyer win.
Even Twan Dullemond still has a chance of beating all of them with a best possible average of 22.97.
And we just saw another 21 from Timofey there. That puts him at a best possible average of 21.29.
Timofey starting though with that 28, so he must really be careful on that last attempt. Now let's see what average Timon gets. He is the first doing the last solve. So it will be anywhere between a 21 and a 23 average. Looks very smooth indeed. OLL parity though.
He needs 25.58 to knock Sebastian Weyer out of getting a win.
Also a double parity, but a 23.16 secures him an average of 22.28.
That is Sebastian out of the running. Our reigning champion for 10 years, no more.
That means that only Timofey still has a chance of taking the win. Otherwise, Timon is your new European champion.
Sebastian Weyer doing his last solve now.
No OLL parity on this one. A PLL parity adjacent though. 21.71. Let's see what average that gets him. It will definitely put him on a provisional second place. 23.34.
Unfortunately, Twan, I think, is he counting it? No, he's counting 26, so.
Yeah, Twan is now in third place with 24.43, but he will be
for sure beaten
by Timofey. The question is, which spot does Timofey get himself?
So Timofey needs a 22.72 to get himself that first place position.
22.72, excellent calculation there. Onto his edges. 3 by 3. Parity, obviously. 27.40. Whoa.
That should put him in third place after Sebastian Weyer.
Yeah, you can see he's upset about it. Very understandable. He hasn't been very lucky in the finals so far, especially remember in that Megaminx finals of yesterday that had to be redone. And also in these finals at the last attempt, he had everything up for grabs, but the pressure was just very high.
But that is our 4x4 podium confirmed. So Timon, our 4x4 champion with an average of 22.28, followed by Sebastian Weyer in second place with an average of 23.34, followed then by Timofey Tarasienko from Russia with an average of 23.83.
I think a podium, well, that could be expected, but I mean, Sebastian Weyer could also have easily taken it today.
Yeah, he will be especially disappointed at 23.34 average. That's one of his worst averages in the past few rounds that he's competed in.
Yeah.
Maybe he will rethink that decision to drop OPA. It would have certainly helped him on this average. Probably he will argue then that if he would have done it, then probably anyone else would have not gotten all these parodies, but you know.
I mean, all Timofey needed to win was to not get his worst or second worst solve on that last one, but he did exactly that, unfortunately. Dean David from the UK finishing up there with a 36.05, putting them in 16th position. That was an incredibly stressful finals there.
So Alvin, he's probably one of the last solvers of these finals of 4x4 before we move on to a smaller puzzle.
Obviously, 2x2 also being a very stressful event during finals.
Because of different reasons, though. Oh, that's not even solved. Alvin.
Ooh.
He's having a laugh, though, with his judge, AJ. So we're gonna head out. We will be relieved by other commentators. We will maybe see you in a bit.
Yep.
And have fun with 2x2 finals.
2x2 events, please submit your puzzles now.
I'm keeping hold of the mic. There you are. Oh, he's walking behind me.
¿Estás preparado para la carrera Rubik's Race? Demuestra tus habilidades con Rubik's en la batalla definitiva cara a cara. ¿Quién será el jugador más rápido? Resuelve la combinación y ganarás Rubik's Race.
Visítanos en cubekings.com.
And welcome back. That was 4x4 finals. Should I be 4x4 finals? Yeah. I was doing the spotting on that one. I was up in the grandstand, trying to point the cameras the right way. I gotta say, I got very excited when I saw Tuan get a PR single.
Yeah. We thought for a long moment that he was going to podium. He was third at some point, yeah.
Yeah. I was contemplating showing him over Sebastian Weyer at one point.
Really?
Yeah. Sebastian was not doing great for his standards.
Yeah, really. And we thought that Timofey was going to win as well.
Yeah, but
the last solve.
The last solve he counted as 27.
Yeah.
2x2 finals. Representing Poland. Representing Israel, Ben Baron. Representing France, Alaric Boucher. Representing Romania, Ianis Costincale. Representing the Netherlands, Juan Dulamont. Representing Germany, Kevin Gerhardt. Representing the United Kingdom, James Alonso. Representing Austria, Alvin Federer. Representing the Netherlands, Anthony Patakis. Representing Poland, Olaf Kuzminski. Representing Russia, Alexei Svetkov. Representing Sweden, Pep Eder. Representing Israel, Yoav Vishna. Representing Poland, Taylor Zajda. Best of luck to all 2x2 finalists.
So I think there's a couple of interesting points to talk about here before we get the first cubes out. There is a huge difference between the results of last round and where they are seated. Our number 1 seed actually gained 3 positions, but I think most interestingly, Anthony Petrakis lost 6 positions, even though he holds the ER currently.
Yeah, because he started with a really bad time, and I think it's just add some pressure on for the rest of the average.
Yeah, and on the other side of the spectrum, I'm once again talking about my brother, Ton Dillman gained 7 places with a 1.61.
124 for the first time of Anthony. And 124 as well for Theodore.
They can't really believe it.
198 from Olaf. He's taking the lead.
Seems happy with that one.
Okay. 105 from Yoav. Okay, I want to see Anthony's time.
Pep does not seem happy with this 1.45.
A really good scramble, it seems like.
Anthony looked incredibly serious when walking onto the stage. Everyone was cheering for him. He did not even announce.
What can you see? You have a 2-move face EG1, which cancels to a really good case.
Good TPS. It's
good.
One flat.
Yeah. A great start from him.
Only 1 or 2 hundredths
and
behind.
144 from Anthony.
Anthony 2 hundredths behind Olaf Kuzminski. The top 3 all within 3 hundredths.
And we already have 3 DNF on the first solve from Ben Barron, Pep Eden, and Tuan Dulme.
Pep's 145 was a DNF.
It seems like.
Oof. Look at the second scramble. Green looks all right. Blue as well. Seems to choose for green. Very quick.
111. The scramble seems extremely good. Anthony is focusing.
1.28.
Oh my goodness.
Look at the scoreboard on the left. It's incredibly close.
Yeah.
Here we have Pep after his DNF.
Yeah.
Looks both at green and blue. Smooth turning, and it's good.
121, yeah. Second strong from Olaf, 148.
Shakes his hand. It's not good for him.
He doesn't seem happy with that. Third from Anthony.
That is counting for him now.
144. So it's the second 144 for him. 119 from Yoav.
Here we go. Anthony for his second solve.
He's taking his time. He needs to focus.
Theodore on the third scramble.
Ooh. Looks like a R2 F2 R2.
Anthony looking deep into the scramble. Probably one looking the entire thing.
Yes.
Multiple times. It's very good.
0.98. Ooh.
Now there's a bit of separation.
And no emotion. He's in his own world, you know.
Here we have Alwyn.
Ooh, I missed one look, and then a G perm. Okay, fourth for Anthony Stojek. Wow. And a 1.35, securing a 141 average. .158 from Yoav. Well, 158 is a good time normally, but in this final World Scramble seems extremely good. It is not that great.
No, it really isn't. I'm surprised he's second with that still, actually. Olaf Kuzminski.
Ooh, a bad AUF. Okay, so Anthony Paterakis is in the lead with a 1 flat and a 0.98.
Counting 1.84 for Pep.
Fourth all from Theodore. And a 1.30.
Seems relieved at that time.
Yeah. Ooh.
Yeah. James Alonso on the right.
We'll have Anthony Stojek last solve. And it seems like it's the worst. Yes, it is. So it's 141 average for him.
Currently,
and
that
I
looks
have
like
no idea if it will be enough for podium.
I don't think it will be, looking at the time so far.
Okay, so Theodore has a 1.37 worst possible average and a 1.22 best possible average. We'll see Anthony's third solve.
And a +2 as well, so his other 2 second time is counting now. Not the best final for Alwyn.
We have... Okay. Oh, and a bad time for Anthony, 188. And a 116 from Theodore. Was it his last solve? It was. He has a 123 average.
Is that a 329 from Twan? It is a 329. And
So
Twan carries a DNF. Twan is not doing great.
So both Theodore and Anthony Stojek have done their fifth solve. Theodore is in the lead with a 123. Anthony is second with 141. We have Alexei on the right with a 2.9.
Laughs it off.
So Alexei has a 1.4, 1.35 and a 1.41, so he's not out yet. Alaric on the screen for France with a 177.
Even though the current timing tower says Anthony will win this by 200s, he still has 2 solves left, so it could even be a DNF average, theoretically.
Yeah, totally. His fourth solve will be crucial.
It will be. So Anthony does not want to count his last 1.88.
No, he doesn't, yeah.
Neither does Pep want another DNF. Olaf Kuzminski.
2.17.
I think that gets him worst possible average.
Yeah, 1.68 average. He's already out.
Alexei.
So Alexei can still beat Anthony Stojek.
Ooh.
It won't be enough. 182. Alexei Tsvetkov with a 1.55 average, currently third. 1.61 from Yanis.
Ah.
Pretty bad ALG for Kevin.
Yeah, that hurts. Here we have Anthony finally getting ready for his fourth solve. Literally everyone but him has already done it.
Ooh, is it a no bar?
I think it is. That's not what you want to see after 1.88. But it's
What's
good.
his time? It's 1.6, 1.7. Oh. Is it over yet? Is Theodore... We'll see. Anthony Paterakis has a 1.24 best possible average, and Theodore has a 1.23 average, which means no matter the last solve, Theodore is the new European champion. However, Anthony Paterakis is still aiming for a podium. He has a 1.54 worst possible average.
If Anthony Petrakis would not get on the podium, it will be the first time on a European Championship since 2014.
Yeah.
And we already have a different European champion since 2016, because I was second.
Okay, so let's see if Anthony does have what it takes to secure a podium.
Or at least a couple of bars on this scramble. Slight
Fast time 1.49. He will surely be on the podium, I think. Ooh, and 1.39 average from Joa Vishnu. And 1.4 from Yanis. We're waiting for
It gets him fourth by... No, it doesn't. Does it get him second? What does it?
I can't see it yet.
What does it do? What does it do? It gives him fourth?
141 average.
No! For the first time since 2014. And Theodore, on his first European Championship, is European champion.
Yeah. Anthony Paterakis missing the podium by 1/100th of a second. Oh.
I'm kind of lost for words on that one. I don't think if you would have asked anyone in the venue at the start of this competition if Anthony would be on the podium, they would say no.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a single one.
But you have to remember, a week ago at warm-up, he finished 5th during the final.
Yeah, that's true. After his ER, he got
2x2
fifth.
can be cruel sometimes.
But that means we only have one final left
and one
for
final
today. And for this championship, and what a final it is. Yeah. We have the we call it in Dutch the Koningsnummer, which means the king of all the events.
Yeah.
The 3x3 final.
The main event, yeah.
I'm very much excited. We have a lot of very high caliber cubers here, not only from Europe, but also outside of Europe, which I believe will come up first, and then the rest.
Yeah, do you know how they will
I think
proceed?
that's what it happened. I think that's what's happened before, and I think that's what they're gonna do.
Okay.
At least that's what I'm expecting currently. And then we'll have, of course, head-to-head finals.
So quick recap of the 2x2 final. Theodor Zajder from Poland won with a 1.23 average. Then you have Vishnu from Israel came second with a 1.39, 1/100th of a second in front of Yanis Kostinkele from Romania. And Anthony Paterakis came fourth with a 1.41 average. Tied with Anthony Stojek from Poland.
Yeah, the sub-1 single proving crucial there.
Yeah.
Although, yeah, the one and the sub-1 is the only one that would have gotten in fourth place. Otherwise, it would have been fifth.
Olaf started with a sub-1 as well.
Yeah.
But wasn't able to confirm.
No, counting a 2.17 would, yeah. It's not going to get you a great average.
Yeah.
Look who's joining us.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello. You were discussing 2x2, I guess?
Yeah, the 2x2 final results. What do you think of Anthony not making it onto the podium for the first time since 2014?
As a Dutchman, I can say it's a shame.
Yeah, yeah, same.
Yeah, oh well, I mean, celebrate what he has had. I mean, he got a continental record last week, so yeah, it's not nice, of course, but we'll see how unhappy he is tonight.
I don't think I want to be next to him for very long, actually.
Yeah?
I think, look, if you looked at how serious he was going into the round, he came on stage, everyone cheering, he did not even react.
Yeah, I saw him give a kiss to his 2x2, and he gave it back to the judge. Yeah, he's an emotional competitor, let's put it like that.
That's for sure, yeah.
Yep.
Should we look ahead into 3x3 finals then?
We definitely should. We definitely should.
Should we go top from bottom or bottom to top?
Let's start at the bottom for this time.
Yeah, let's do. So then we are looking at Carter?
Yeah, United States. They qualified with an... well, that can't be the right set, can it?
I don't think
no, that can't be. It should be on green. Because
Yes,
I know the 708 was needed to get into into finals, and that definitely is not a 708 average. Let's see if our competitors that's correct. Maybe put it on round 4.
Is that what it does?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Hello, guys.
Hello,
hello.
Remo. How was 2x2 finals?
There we go.
Ooh, stressful. Like every short event, I find those kind of finals always so stressful to watch. It's then we have the stats.
Very sad seeing Anthony not podium.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm got it. It is what it is. So it's 2x2.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's just put on WCA live to get the results. Let me check. Third round. Semi-finals, of course, being done this early afternoon. Alrighty. The first competitor from Switzerland, Eden Robinson Rechevi. He qualified with a 708 average and a 5.34 single. So 708 was needed to get into the finals. Of course, 708 being a nice number from 16 years ago when our commentator friend Eric Eckersdijk got that single world record. 19th place, Valerio Lococelli from Italy, 706 average. It looks like getting into finals this year was very close, around that edge.
If you look at 21st place, Mikael Smulder 709 and cutoff was 708. 22nd place, Sebastian Weyer also 709. This was a tight final to be in.
Yes. Do you want to pick up the 18th place?
Yeah, in 18th place we have James Alonso from the United Kingdom with a 7.00 average. It looks like he had a 6.53 single, which then gives, with another 7.00 average, Kevin Gerhardt from Germany the 17th place going into the final. So these two very closely matched if we go to results from the last round. Then in 16th, just over the border in Austria, we have Alwin Federsel with a 6.98 average, but he did pull off a sub-5 single.
Wow.
Do you want to carry on?
Sure. In 15th seed, we got Daniel Rush from South Africa. Saw him in many of the BQ finals, getting continental records for Africa with a 6.96 average here and a 5.91 single. Seems like solid times here. 14th place from Canada, Kyle Santucci. Second place in first round. Definitely someone to look out for with a 6.86 average and a 5.74 single.
Okay, we'll pick it up again. Timofey, being in like all finals, I think, from Russia, qualifying with a 6.81, also getting a 4.82 PR. From Israel, 12th place, we have Ben Barron, qualifying with a 6.74 average, 6.15 single. From Norway, Kim, he got a 6.72 average, 6.01 single. So all those competitors are very close in average. Mark, do you want to continue with Richard?
Yeah, because we know who also got a 6.72 average. It is Richard Delacoste from Switzerland. But he did get a quicker single of 5.44 seconds. Then I'm going to be very nationalistic and whatever the same word is for family, because then in 9th we have Twan Dullemont from the Netherlands with a 6.69 average and a 5.81 single. He did count a couple of high sixes, which is not usual for him, but I guess it is a bit more stressful being at Euros. And then in 8th from Romania we have Ioannis Costincele with a 6.60 average.
In 7th seed, I believe the current Polish champion actually, Radoslav Marcinek from Poland with a 6.45 average and a 5.40 single. In 6th seed from Australia is Toby Seufert with a 6.43 average and a 6.12 single. And in 5th seed we have Alexei Tsvetkov from Russia with a 6.33 average and a 5.54 single as well.
Yes. In 4th place, Theodore from Poland. He had a 6.24 average. He was the last person who didn't have a sub-6 average in the semi-finals. He got a best single of 5.2. In 3rd place, we have Olaf Kuzminski from Poland as well. He getting the first sub-6 average, 5.77. And then in the top 2 seeds, we have Patrick Pons, United States, with an average of 5.66. Of course, he can't podium if he does this well again in the finals, because he's American, of course. And in the first seed, I guess the favorite for the entire tournament.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Timon Kolozinski from Poland, qualifying with a 5.25 average and a 4.62 single. Well, what are your predictions?
Well, as last year, we saw Patrick win, although not becoming European champion. So as we can see here, Theodor Zeider counted a 7.4 and still getting a 6.24 average. He just won 2x2, so definitely riding that high. And might actually, I predict Theodor Zeider on the podium.
Okay, cool.
I'm going to make a really safe prediction looking at these results. I'm going to say there's at least one Polish guy on the podium. Because currently it looks like a Polish sweep.
Yeah, yeah.
And if we do get a Polish top 3, this will get a very loud reaction from the crowd.
Oh yeah, you could already hear the Polish pretty
Polskie
clearly.
Górą.
Yeah, but the Polska Górą indeed.
Yes. My predictions, of course, Timon is going to be first for me. I'm going to be cheeky and put Twan on second place.
Oh yeah, very possible.
Of course, I'm Dutch, so I have to cheer for someone from the Netherlands. And I think third place, I'm going to put Timofey on there. Just not sure why, but I think he has been not that great in finals. I mean, Magwings was great, but of course he had to do it again. But I think there's going to be a final he's going to do well for once.
Yeah, in 4x4 he also did pretty poor. I think counting at 27. Personally, also not exactly an underdog, but Olaf Kuzminski.
Yeah.
Performing really, really consistently.
He has been.
As we take a look at his round results.
Yep.
He got a 609 average in the first round, a 688 in the second, and a 577 in the third round. So pretty consistent.
Yep. Also, chat, let us know what do you think your top 3 picks are, and also what may be the winning average.
Seems like Chad is predicting sub 5 average from Timon.
I mean, he's done it before in a final. He did it last week.
Yep. So the 3x3 final should be starting any minute now, actually.
Well, unless Patrick is missing, of course.
Of course.
Oh yeah, our first matchup is going to be... Wait, what is it going to be? It's going to be...
I think we have an uneven number of
Americans.
Foreign competitors from Europe.
Oh yeah, so it's going to be Daniel Rush from South Africa and Cal Santucci from Canada. It looks like. Yes, and then the second match will be Toby Surfert versus Patrick Ponce.
I'm actually very curious how Cal Santucci is going to do, since he got a PR earlier today.
So
3x3.
Oh yeah, he got a 5.8 in the first round, tying Timon.
Yep.
So first of all, we have Africa versus North America, and then Australia versus North America. Let's see if there are any other mentionable underdogs.
Are there? Let me check.
Kim Roger Haraldson, 11th seed with a 672 average. A very good turner.
Yep.
I do not know how consistent he is under nerves.
I think last Euros, I'm not sure if he did well. Did he do well?
Not sure exactly. I can assume Radoslav Marcinek does perform well under nerves if he is the Polish champion and beats him on.
We also have Eleanor joining us for 3x3 finals.
Hello. I am incredibly excited. I don't know about you guys.
You must be. Yeah, I am too.
Especially having a representative from the UK in finals, James Alonso in 18th seed. Especially exciting for me there.
Yep. Okay, let me check chat what the predictions are, because we asked chat what they think, who is gonna win. What the time will be. I see a lot of people rooting for Timon. He definitely will do well, I think. Eric snatching away our water. It's more than fine.
We got almost 1,000 viewers.
Wow, I guess people really are tuning in now for finals.
So in the top 5 seeds, we have got Timon Koloshinsky in first seed with an average of 5.25 in the last round, followed by Olaf Kuzminski from Poland with a 5.77 average. That means Timon beat the second seed by about half a second in the semi-finals. Following then, we've got Teodor Zajdor from Poland with a 6.24 average, Alexei Tsitkov from Russia, 6.33. Then Radoslav Marcinek from Poland with a 6.45 average.
The current Polish champion. Also, maybe an underdog could be Janis Kostin Kele. He was in many of the finals today. He podiumed in 2x2, almost podiumed in Pyraminx. I believe also competed in Square 1. So a very all-rounded cuber. And he also has a 405 single. So anything could happen, really. Jan is seeming to perform well under nerves. Although in Pyraminx, DNFing at 1.8 and then counting a 4, I believe.
What I do find impressive is competitors having multiple finals in a day and then still being good in finals.
Yeah.
Like you need so much energy doing finals, hyping yourself up, making sure you're focused, dealing with nerves. It's so exhausting.
One person we've seen in a lot of finals is Kevin Gerhardt. Seeing him in 2x2, 3x3. Oh, is he in 3x3 finals? I'm not sure, actually.
He is.
He is.
17th place.
He was also in 4x4 finals, 5x5 finals.
Megaminx finals.
Megaminx finals, yes. Could have been in Pyraminx or Skweb as well, although I don't think so. Might have been Skweb.
Yep.
Not sure.
So currently we're setting up the stage, making sure we can go to some seeded final solving, which is classic in 3x3. And if you are tuning in now and never watched the Rubik's Cube competition, we're going to do 5 solves per competitor, 1 by 1. And the fastest solve and the slowest solves will get deleted, and the remaining 3 times, there we will take the average. And the final average is where we calculate who will be the fastest and thus be crowned European champion.
Exactly, and because this is a head-to-head final, we will have 2 competitors on at once. They will take turns doing the solves.
Yep.
And we'll keep going from the bottom seeds right up to our top 2 seeds, at which point we will be able to find out who this year's European champion will be.
Actually, someone in chat said that there's never been a sub-4 in a head-to-head final, so that got me thinking. What is the European Championship record for 3x3 single? Is it 398 from Timon at Euros 2022?
Yeah.
It's gotta be, right?
I don't think there was a sub-4 before that, so
yeah.
398 from Timon is the...
That was in the first round, right?
Yes, this was the first solve of the first round of the European Championships.
I remember that scramble. It was a nice one.
It was a, believe, 11-move OLO with a PLL skip.
Yeah.
So, interestingly, fan favorite Timofey Tarasyenko from Russia, placing just 13th in the semi-finals.
So he will go against Alvin Federsel from Austria. Both very short, very young competitors. So, and Theodor Zeider is our youngest competitor in the final, I believe.
Yeah, so Theodor Zeider, just 8 years old, is our 3rd European seed going into the finals.
Going against Alexei Tsvetkov. And our top 2 are both from Poland, so it's going to be Poland versus Poland for the final.
So by the metric of recent performance, in first position we have Timon Koloshinsky. I mean, I think everybody's completely expecting a Timon win here. I think something would really have to go wrong for Timon to be knocked off his top spot.
Well, we've seen a lot of surprises today. One of my personal favorites was Toine de Le Monde almost podiuming 4x4, having a best possible average, almost getting 2nd place. Could have gotten 2nd place there. In Pyraminx, some surprises there. In 2x2, in Skweb, it's been a day full of surprises. So Timon not getting first here wouldn't even get me that shocked, to be honest.
Timon is, of course, our reigning European championship, winning the championship back in 2022. He also podiumed at Worlds, placing 3rd, but was the fastest European at Worlds last year as well. He's broken 2 world records. He holds the European average and the European single record. He came first at the North American Championships last year. I mean, for this man not to win seems to me almost an impossibility.
He did get, he didn't compete at warm-up, I don't think.
No, he wasn't. He was at the North American Championships last weekend.
Right, that was the same weekend.
So, an interesting thing I heard about Timon Koleszyński is that he actually didn't win at the Polish Championships, at his own national championships.
We are starting. And the presenter will be one of our very own commentators, Oliver. Last name.
Oliver Wheat.
Please welcome our two judges, regional delegate Pauline Bonadats and senior delegate Simone Cantarelli.
Yes, we got Simone Cantarelli as the judge. One of my favorite delegates. I love Simone Cantarelli.
The crowd is so hyped for this head-to-head finals.
European Championships will be starting with the non-European competitors, and then after that we'll move on to all of the Europeans. So we have 4 non-Europeans in this final. We'll start off with them before we move on to the Europeans. With that said, in 20th seed, representing South Africa, Daniel Rush.
Daniel Rush is, of course, the African continental record holder for 3x3.
I believe he's also the only competitor here from Africa.
He is, yep.
Representing Australia, Toby Soifert.
Okay, so seems like they are doing Cal Santucci and Patrick Pons as the second one instead of the matchups I mentioned before.
Toby actually surprised us in the semi-finals, placing himself 6th. He went into this competition in seed 46.
Oh.
I think that's...
So performing really well.
So I think that should be 23rd. Very, very good nonetheless.
Seems like Toby is lost somewhere. Chad is asking, why is South Africa at European Championship? Because everyone can compete, they just cannot become European champion.
So we have a little wait, but we'll surely get quickly on the action.
Chad is asking, Carl Santucci has chances for podium. Well, okay, that's not a question on scripted. But yes, definitely Carl Santucci can podium, but probably a Canadian can't really be a European champion.
So
instead of representing Canada, Kyle Santucci.
Oh, so okay, I was still right. We do have North America versus Africa.
Yeah.
Seems like there was a mix-up.
So this is quite a tight matchup. In the semi-finals, Daniel Rush got a 6.96 average, just 0.1 ahead of him, Kyle Santucci. Kyle Santucci, a lot better placed with his recent averages though. Kyle Santucci seeded 3rd overall on recent averages. Daniel Rush, just 52nd. Nonetheless, very, very close in the semi-finals.
Kyle Santucci here actually placing 2nd in the first round, tying Timon Koleszyński. So although sewing first, he might just get himself on the podium here. So not the European podium, but the overall podium.
And a nice background view of all the awards and prizes that have been won and will be won.
Oh yeah. So we only have 1 European champion left to figure out.
Kyle Santucci competed at the North American Championships last weekend and placed 5th with a 5.97 single and a 6.20 average.
Seems like this is Daniel Rush starting here. A little unfortunate lockups on the last layer.
7.70 there from Daniel Rush. He averages about 7.9, so that's about a 1/5 of a second faster than his average.
What did he get in the last round though?
In the last round, he got an incredible average for himself actually, a 6.96 average, not too far off his best average ever.
So here we have Kyle Santucci, one of the fastest solvers in this round, and the venue is extremely quiet. Last layer at 3 seconds there. 594. Very fast turning on that U-turn.
Locking his hands, I think, not too happy.
Yeah, it looked like there was potential for a 4 there.
So Kyle Santucci averages about 6.2. That's a whole 1.6 seconds faster than Daniel Rush.
We are definitely looking at a sub-6 podium here. So if he could count that 5, he's looking at the podium for sure. Kyle getting a 5.8 PR average in the first round.
On to Daniel Rush, second serve.
On PLO there at 5, looked like to be an OLL skip,
and
or possibly a forced OLL skip.
And then a lefty A-perm to finish it off
It
for a 6.17.
I think that was an A-perm, yeah. First I thought that was a G-perm, but he hit it way too quickly to be a G-perm. Chad is saying that Daniel does not average high 7. This is the mean average of 12 most recent rounds. So that's what we base their averages on. Kyle Santucci here on his second soap.
Ooh, messing up his first pair.
OLL there at high 4 and a 7 flat. Daniel Rush's third solve here. The venue is so quiet. The loudest thing I'm hearing right now is the static in my earphones.
All eyes are on Daniel right now.
Ooh, lucky.
Oh, seems like the nerves are getting to him.
You can really see his hand shaking as he's turning there.
E-perm to finish off. That 7.7 is sadly going to be counting for him. We got a little sneak peek at the scramble there.
Kyle doing a lot of double flicks to keep his hands warm, I think.
So the worst solve does not count, but the second worst solve will. So if you get 2 bad solves, that second bad solve will end up counting.
I predict the low 5 here. And OLO there at me 3. Instead opting to do edge orientation, do a ZBLL.
So for ZBLL, he managed to skip the last layer, but he had a small pause to recognize the case because there are several hundred ZBLL outs that he has to figure out which one it is.
Chad is saying that the Daniel Rush is almost consistently sub 7.
Interesting. He might just average better than his recent 12 rounds.
Maybe dealing with some comp nerves. LL there at 4. GD perm to finish it off, 664. So that is going to be counting along with the 7.7. Seems like Daniel Rush's best possible average is still sub 7, but most likely not looking at the podium here for him. Kyle there on ISO, a little lucky. OLL at low 4, 608.
Nice G-perm, very fluid.
His best possible average is sadly not going to be sub 6. Daniel Rush here, best possible average 684, Worst possible, 770. But it's very unlikely that he's going to count at 8. We're getting very smooth turning from him here. All out at 4. And the lefty apron to finish it off, 772, giving him a 735 average.
Kyle Santucci's worst possible average is 6.46, which still beats Daniel Rush's average of 7.35.
Here, Kyle's best possible average, 611. I don't think that's going to podium, actually, especially in the overall podium. Very fast pace there. Oh, a little.
Oh, wrong POL, I think.
Yeah, that was wrong PLO.
I think it was a U away from doing the correct POL.
Oh, I didn't see that much. So that is a 646 average for Kyle Santucci from Canada. Next up, I believe we will be seeing Patrick Ponce versus Toby Seufert from Australia. Patrick Ponce, of course, the, well, not really winner, but kind of winner of the last European Championships.
Yes, so he placed first at the last European Championship, but because he's not European, his result was not recognized for the European Championship podium.
Exactly, so we might again be looking at Patrick in the first place, but the Europeans placing second, third, and fourth.
And Patrick also not competing in 4x4 finals, so maybe he was practicing for 3x3.
Quite possibly, since he is one of the first ones to compete. So it will be interesting to see what Patrick gets. I believe he has gotten like mid-4 singles in 2 of the rounds already. So could we check his results in the previous rounds?
We can. Patrick Ponce got a 4.46 single as his best result in the last round. He is also, of course, the world record holder, or the previous world record holder, with a 4.69 single back in 2017.
We are having a short little pause to fix the graphics. Seems like our chat is not refreshing.
Yeah, so we're waiting for graphics to pop up.
Let's. Oh, okay.
So, Toby Seufert from Australia, seeded 27th by his recent averages, but managed to get a 5th place position in the semi-finals.
Absolutely amazing.
I mean, it truly is. So his recent average of 12 recent averages is 7.33. But he managed to place alongside people who average about mid-6 with an average of 6.43.
Harsha Paladugo in chat saying that Europeans' hatred of foreigners is incredible. I'd like to remind you that this is not hatred against foreigners, but this is the European Championship, where the main goal is to find out who is the European champion. So that is our priority. We do allow them to compete. They are just competing first. That does not give them a disadvantage. That does not give them an advantage. It's been done previous years. We're not doing anything different.
So Patrick versus Toby. It feels like that's definitely going to end up being a Patrick win. I mean, Patrick with a 5.66 average in the semi-finals, Toby 6.43. That's nearly a second faster.
Patrick also having years of experience in major finals.
With our finals. For real this time, representing Australia, we have Toby Seufert.
And here comes Toby.
For real this time. He seems like he is very happy to be in the finals. Proudly representing his country.
And in second place, representing the United States of America, Patrick Ponce.
So Patrick seems to be the crowd favorite here, getting a chant.
Patrick, beloved Cuba, of course, and a member of the commentary team. He will be coming over to help commentate shortly after his round. Looks like Toby's preparing for his first solve here. Starting with a yellow cross, incredibly fast F2L there.
Oh, a little lockup on the G-perm. Seems like we have an issue with the display. We do not. We have a 673 there. It might have been the wrong display. Timon and other foreigners were recognized and got prize money. Well, yeah, but, well, things are different here. We can't assume every competition to be the same. Patrick on very good pace here. ZBLL at 3 seconds, 5:20. A very good start for Patrick Ponce.
And the crowd's going very crazy for that 5.20.
Do we know what Patrick's PR average is? Patrick's PR average being 5:57. Actually, I do believe it was set in the finals of the last European Championships. So maybe Patrick will beat his PR average again.
Back to Toby now. It's looking like he's planning another yellow cross here. There he goes. Small lock up during that last F12 pair. I think wipe on to finish it off.
Easy OLL, but bad PLL. So he's going to most likely count at 6.7. Something he is probably not looking for here.
Patrick Ponce off to a flying start with that 5.20. Bearing in mind his personal record average is 5.57.
That was a very short timer start. Almost very risky. 6:43 there for Patrick. I would assume that he is not exactly too happy with it, but at the same time, it is like okay-ish.
Going back to Toby.
Let's see, maybe we can get some info on that scrambles as well.
Another yellow cross, perhaps a yellow cross dominant solver. 6.76.
So it seems like he is going to get an average around high 6, most likely. Chat, can we get some predictions for Patrick's and Toby's averages?
Patrick beginning his inspection of the solve that Kyle just completed.
Wow, Patrick on good pace there, but a little, not exactly lockup, but a fumble, costing him that sub 6. So he's going to count a 6.2.
As they move into their fourth solve, we will be able to find out what the range of times that are possible will follow after this.
Very fast start there, actually.
And a U-perm to finish it.
I believe that's an H-perm. So 6.4 there. That is pretty close to his average in the last round. So seems like the best possible average will still be sub 7.
We'll have to see. It should come up when the fourth time gets entered.
Didn't he have the fourth time already? Yeah. So Toby Surford is guaranteed sub 7 average. Best possible is 663. And worst possible, 689. So locked in a sub 7 average. Patrick still potentially looking at a solid sub 6 average here.
That will place Toby between Kyle Santucci and Daniel Rush.
The scramble does look easy on both yellow and white. Patrick fumbling a lot, sadly. ZBLL at 5 or 6. 829. Still, best possible average, 596. Worst possible, 699. So there is a slight chance that Toby Surford is gonna beat Patrick Pons here.
There's a big range for Patrick's times there, because if he counts that 8, that will really bring up his average by over a second.
If Patrick does manage to get that 596, that might put him on the overall podium.
And here he goes. He needs a sub 6.41 for BPA. And he gets BPA, best possible average, getting a 6.63
That was a really
average.
good last slot algorithm where he had only one flipped edge. And everything else was sold, so he just did a 2-edge swap into that A-perm. Quite a nice LSL case. So looks like Patrick's gonna need a around the 7.5 or better to beat Toby here, which should be quite easy for him. But we will see in a second.
Looks like he's opting for an orange cross.
A lot of fumbling there.
And is ZBLL to finish it for a 6.73, giving him a 6.47 average, putting him just behind Kyle Santucci. Having finished the first 2 matchups, we've got Kyle Santucci in position 1 with a 6.46, followed by Patrick Ponce, just a 100th of a second behind him in 6.47, followed by Toby, 6.63, then Daniel Rush with a 7.35 average.
Representing Switzerland, Aidan Robinson, Retrograde.
So we're now beginning our European matchups.
Seems like Eden Robinson Richavi is... Oh, there he is.
Representing Italy, Valerio Locatelli.
We just had someone a few minutes ago asking in chat where is Valerio Locatelli. There he is.
So both of these people got very, very close averages in the semi-finals. Edan got a 7.08 average. Valerio Locatelli, 7.06. So that's 1/50th of a second between them. Valerio, based on recent results, looking like he is better positioned to take this match.
So Eden Robinson Richavi on his first solve here. Previous round getting a 7.08 average, a very nice number. Worth to mention that he is a Ru user and DNFing by M-Slice. Wait. Oh, wait. Yeah, what? oh, okay. Yeah, that is a DNF for sure. So Ru is like statistically a more risky method because the last moves of souls will be M and U moves. So while CFOP users have most of the time your last move is going to be either a R, L, or a U. So at worst you're getting a +2. But with Ru users, if your last move is an M and you miss that, that's a DNF, sadly.
So CFOP, the most dominant method in high-level 3x3 at the minute, but we're seeing a resurgence of Ru solvers, several Ru solvers, in fact, I think, in this final now.
Larry taking his time to warm up there.
The crowd began clapping there.
Opting for yellow cross. Little pause before the third pair. Finishing off with the T-perm, 6:35. Very solid start. The start was really, really fast for him. The first two pairs were done under 2 seconds, I believe. And he did have a little pause and also a lock up on OLL. Seems like there is a block on yellow. Possibly an X cross there. So a Ru user would not be doing X cross. 6:37. That is a pretty solid time for him.
That is. He got a very low 7 average in the semi-finals. So 6.3, was that 6.7 single. 6.37 that was.
Oh yeah. So
starting off on a DNF though, never want to do that because any bad solve you get after this is going to count towards your average.
Yep. So Valerio Locatelli starting off strong with a 6:35. If he continues with that pace, he will currently take the first place. So since Kyle Santucci got a 6:46 average, currently first, it looks like we won't have any non-Europeans on the overall podium yet. Crowd is very quiet. Another amazing start there. Oh, very lucky. Seems like he did the Olo from lefty, getting a V perm there. Possibly not recognizing that COLL in time, but still a 6:46, a very solid time. Still on pace to steal that first spot. Last stage is at 5 seconds. And we will find out in a second what his time was. I don't know what happened here. 7:38.
So that will count towards Aiden's average because of that DNF, which will count as his worst result. But Aiden here is at his first European Championship, so certainly the nerves will be getting to him right now.
Absolutely. Valerio Locatelli there on his third solve. Also hello to Chris Mills in the chat. Crowd is extremely quiet. Never heard a crowd this quiet before. A very quick start there. A little bit of pausing. Last layer at high 4. And it looks like an E-perm to finish off. 7:12. Going to be his first solve for now. Hopefully he doesn't count that. But after the 4 solves, we'll be finding out the best and the worst possible averages for these competitors. A little lucky start there. 7:05. putting his best possible average just under 7 seconds. And since he has the DNF, his worst possible average is going to be DNF as well.
Eden, of course, podiumed in one-handed as well. So that will surely be where his focus went in to this competition rather than 3x3, but I'm sure he would still appreciate a 3x3, a good ranking in these finals.
Absolutely. So in a second we will find out if Valerio Locatelli can steal that first spot currently. His judge also being from Italy. Last scramble looks to be pretty decent there. Looks like a pretty easy white cross. Lucky. OLL there at low, finished OLL at low 5. A corner twist.
A manual corner twist.
Possibly would have been a mid 6.
Instead, 7.73. So at some point during that solution, his finger must have caught on the corner, twisted it back, and then at the end, when he noticed, he had to.
I think that was
twist it
actually on
back
the
other way.
PLL, because it looked like he completed the
Yeah.
entire OLL. Added on his last solve. And that is going to be a 725 for Eden Robinson, the Chave.
Which will give him a low 7 average, a 7.26 average, that is.
Oh yeah.
Here we go for Valerio.
Valerius' best possible average would put him just behind Toby Seifert at 4th place. So
In fact, both his best and worst possible average would put him in 4th place for the time being.
oh yeah. My personal prediction is that he's going to get his best possible average here.
He needs a 6.35 or better for best possible average.
Overall there at 4.
And a
That's
great
at
prediction.
6:15.
They're getting his best possible average, 6.64, just 1/100th of a second behind Toby Seifert from Australia.
Congratulations to Eden and Valerio.
So looks like we will be getting our next matchup in a second. That being, seems like the chat's favorite, James Alonso, facing off with Kevin Gerhardt from Germany.
So James Alonso, 2022 UK champion, but lost his title in 2023 to Nicholas Archer, who did not make finals at this competition.
James Alonso probably also looking for that NR single, being just 0.01 off.
Here we go. Here out he comes.
And here we have James Alonso. Yep, there he is.
And representing Germany, Kevin Gerhardt.
This is Kevin's at least 4th final today. No, at least 5th. So we're getting the Kieran Behan chant, but with the name Kevin
Yeah,
Gerhardt.
I spied a message in the German group chat that they were planning on doing that. So glad to see they pulled it off.
Kevin and James both, I believe, a little bit underperforming in the previous round. Yeah, Kevin Gerhardt's PR average is 617, and James Alonso's PR average is 614, I believe. Sorry, it's the other way around. Kevin Gerhardt's PR average is 614, and James Alonso's PR average is 617.
Here he goes.
Also going for that ZBLL finish there, orienting the edges and doing a ZBLL to finish that solve off. 661. Seemingly a okay start for him.
So James Alonso at his first European Championship this weekend has the national record average for the United Kingdom, but not the single, held by Chris Mills, just 0.01 faster than James Alonso's best single. James Alonso certainly looking to break Chris Mills' single and finally get his first national record single.
Kevin Gerhardt actually, I believe, also on the podium in 2022. Yes, he got 3rd place in 3x3 at the last European Championship. So it seems like he's shaking a little bit.
And here he goes.
Very nice start. OLL there at, oh, never mind, one pair was unsold. And almost a +2 as well, 867. Kevin seems to be laughing it off though, so seems like it won't affect his mindset going into the other 4 souls.
It's a shame because it felt completely pauseless up until the moment where seemingly everything fell apart.
It seems like he also did a mistake on one of the pairs there. Not sure though. James Alonso there going for his 2nd solve.
Here he goes.
Oh, there was a big lock up there. Oh no. 767 there for James Alonso.
So James Alonso averaging about 6.7. So that's about a full second slower than his usual average. Meanwhile, Kevin nowadays averaging about 6.9.
Interesting to see there. Kevin opting to use a 3x3 as a warm-up cube, while James Alonso opting to use a 2x2. How old is James Alonso? Do you know?
I'm not quite sure. I think he is about 12, 13 or so.
So not the youngest competitor in our final. I believe the 2nd youngest is Alvin Federsel from Austria, and the youngest being Theodor Zeider. Also Timofey Tarashenko is around 11 or 12.
Oh, a few technical difficulties on our side, but we are back. We just caught a +2 from Kevin. Would have been 7.10, I believe, but now 9.1.
So Kevin counting an 8. That is most likely puts him out of the podium contention here.
Absolutely.
Very unfortunate to see. James Alonso now. Hopefully he won't count that 7.67. A little lucky, but still doing okay. Also opting for another ZBLL there. 731. So
Kevin now going in for solve 3.
$7.28 there for Kevin. Also looks like we do have the wrong time being shown on screen. Oh, it was just changed as I was saying this. Now we have James going up for his 4th solve.
Whoa!
596, sorry, 591 from James Alonso. This is the 2nd fastest time we've seen in the finals with a beautiful PLL skip there.
That PLL skip seemed to take him by surprise. I saw him falter for just a second as he recognized that he had in fact gotten a PLL skip there. 5.91, amazing. That really will help set him up for a great average in this finals.
just after his first hole, we will get to know what his best possible average is. .628 there from Kevin with a big reaction. Seems like he messed up a little on that ZBLL there.
I think Kevin, after 2 sols, knowing that his chance of the European podium is out, has made him slightly relax a bit.
Yeah. So James Alonso needs a 601 here to get 3rd place, I believe.
For 1st place.
An unfortunate F-burn there for James Alonso, getting a 759. And a 717 average, currently putting him in 5th place, just ahead of Eden Robinson Richavi. So Kevin is sadly guaranteed to place 8 right now. AT Perm there to finish off his last sole, getting a 705, 767 average for him, currently placing him last at 8th place.
Many congratulations to James and Kevin.
Also interesting about James and Kevin, they both got the same average in the semi-finals of 7.00, with Kevin beating James only on the single solve.
So next up we have...
Welcome to the stage, representing Austria, Alvin Wiederseel.
Here comes Alvin, the national record holder for average and single for Austria.
And representing Russia, Timothy Tarasenko.
And here comes Timofey, complete fan favorite, winner of the warm-up Portugalette competition last weekend. Let's see how Timofey does now. Timofey set a new personal record in the last round with a time of 4.82.
Timofey, definitely one of our biggest podium contenders here.
He's been recently averaging about 5.8, Timofey, which places him 2nd on recent averages.
Alvin going for his first song here.
Timofey certainly could pull off a sub 6 second average here.
Seemed like the wrong ZBLL there for Alvin.
Crossing his hands on the timer. Classic way of showing that you are really unhappy with the time and that you could not care less what time it ends up with.
Timofey known for having a quite long warm-up routine. And there he goes. .555, the second fastest time we've seen so far.
What a way to kick off his average.
OLL there at made 3 seconds. Very good F12. Quite an average last layer. 11 move OLL to JA Perm.
Timofey actually averages very close to his most recent averages. So his most recent averages work out to be 5.8. His personal record average, 5.54. So only a quarter of a second in it.
A 886 for Alvin. It did look like he sold one pair wrong and had to flip the edge. So he's going to be counting that 886.
Yeah, right now we're watching our 13th and our 16th seed with Timofey in 13th, Alvin in 16th. Here's Timofey going in for round 2, sorry, solve 2, just warming up. Starting off with a 5.55.
So seeing that Timofey seems to average consistently sub 6, that 482 single for him should be pretty easy to beat. So we might see a new PR for him in this round as well, quite possibly. .571 looked like to be possibly a forced OLL skip into U-perm.
If he can keep up this level, he absolutely could get a podium here.
He could even get first place.
If not first place, I know. This is remarkable to see from such a young competitor at his first major championship like this. Incredible at handling his nerves.
Alvin there with a 14.10. So the crowd seems to be very happy for him.
That is very sad to see from Alvin. He seems to be really affected by his nerves here. The times he's getting are really, really not great for him.
That's definitely not something he's looking for here.
But he has this enormous crowd in front of him, all eyes on him. I cannot imagine the sheer pressure he must feel.
I believe that's also his first European Championship.
It is. Both of these are competing at their first European Championship.
Timofey's third solve now. .611 there for Timofey Tarasenko. Also a pretty decent last layer case, a 7-move OLL into an A-perm.
Yeah, both of those very lucky.
Now that the pressure is off Alvin, maybe we can see a good single for him. .754.
Now that seems a bit more like what Alvin averages.
So quite a few lockups there, indicating the nerves being really on him.
Even still, to get up on that stage with thousands of people watching you, it takes a lot of guts.
Absolutely, I do agree with you on that. So Timofey very potentially getting a sub 6 average here. I think he only needs like a high 6 to lock in that sub 6 average. Try to calculate it on the top of my head. Looks like a 663 will be needed. Oh yeah, yeah.
618 to get a 6 flat average.
So that would be 616 to get a sub 6 average here. And he does have 2 solves to do it. Again, 616, nothing crazy for Timofey, so this average can easily be better than just sub 6.
Timofey, also a young competitor, managing to control his nerves quite well though.
.787 there for Timofey. His best possible average still being a really respectable 579, and his worst possible average would put him still in the 3rd position currently. 1st in the Europeans, 3rd overall.
Hopefully Albin can pull off something good for his last solve.
And seems like another mistake there on F12. 10.49. So he's looking at, yeah, a 9.49 average.
Hopefully this experience of competing on the big stage in a head-to-head final will help him out. Hopefully at the next European finals, if he makes it in there, he'll have the experience under his belt, hopefully be able to control his nerves a bit better and get himself a high position.
Timofey here only needing a mid to low 7 to get 1st. So most likely going to happen, but we could also hit a best possible average here. And there he goes.
He needs a 6.15 to get himself a sub-6 average.
6.04. That is sub-6 for Timofey. 5.95 average.
He seems happy with that.
This puts him in the 1st position currently. Currently 0.7 seconds faster than the 2nd fastest European. And as we are moving on to our next matchup, we will be replaced by Sean O'Toole and Eric Ackersteig. So enjoy the finals.
Up next, representing Israel, we have Ben Barron. And representing Norway, we have Kim Roger Haraldson.
Okay. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
A fresh batch of commentators ready for some cubing action.
Looks like we got some action already.
Next to me is sitting Sean O'Toole.
Hello, hello. Hello, Eric.
What happened to your voice?
Well, this is a game we want to play with chat today. Let's guess what happened to my voice.
But first, let's have a look at this first solve by Ben Barron. Patrick, take us through.
Yeah. Looks like he's looking at a yellow cross. Very smooth start there. Wow. This is great. Flying through that. 6-4-3. Looked like he just did a very normal C-flop solve. Looked like a cross. Normal F12 pairs, rather.
Chris Mills got it right. It was a Kieran B enchant.
Well, that took no time at all.
Kieran, yesterday winning the 7x7.
It was great.
It was great. It was a great finals. He was very happy. The crowd loved it. Now let's focus on Kim Roger Haraldson from Norway and his first solve.
I'm assuming he's going to look at that yellow cross as well.
Taking his time, off he goes. Not too many pauses. Slight knock up, but that's finished already.
708 last layer. Ben Barron second solve here. Yeah, that's a pretty solid start from Ben.
Ben is known for some crazy singles.
Yeah, he has some of the better look ahead, I'd say, at this level. Another yellow cross here. Another great start. Fine through at F12. Yeah, solid, very solid solving from him.
R2 F2 G perm?
Yeah. No pauses. Nice.
Kim Roger now starting solve 2 or pair 2. Ooh. That was another good one.
This is what 3 days of cubing does to your voice. Yeah. Sean is Kieran's biggest fan.
Yeah, I mean, he's the best. So, what can I say?
I can confirm that Kieran is the best.
The GOAT, one might say.
So back to Kim. Taking his time to get ready. He also was very careful, very calmly trying to start the timer, not getting any nerves through to his hands. Looking at a white cross here. And a ZBLL, but only an 855.
You won't be happy with that.
Yeah.
That was one of the diagonal U cases, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, also had that case in my in my second solve. So
was that with the block on the left or the right?
Yeah, they were both with the block on the left.
Yeah,
I believe. Although we did slightly different outs. Another yellow cross here, and this one doesn't look to be as smooth, although still looks like a pretty decent solve. Yeah, it's 07 there. A bit more pauses, a bit more shaky turning, but still pretty decent average, I'd say.
2 single U primes before that PLL as well.
Yeah.
Let's have another look at Kim Roger Haraldson. He is not new to finals in a European Championship. Experienced competitor. Knows what is needed to get yourself ready. You never really know what the environment is going to be. Dry hands, wet hands, cold hands, warm hands. You have to be prepared for anything.
The venues are very comfortable. Temperature though, which is good.
I thought it was quite cold, but maybe that's
Today
just
was a bit colder.
When you're up there on stage, right, about to solve, sometimes your hands can get a bit cold. I think that's quite normal.
So if he goes yellow cross this time.
Oh,
now he said
skip.
PLL G-perm. No. Those
So
last few moves looked a little bit weird.
Yeah, I think he just slowed down there. That G-perm can be quite tricky, and you don't want to do that. He's got a PLL skip on the first solve and OLO skip on the third solve, though. Yeah.
Well,
maybe luck on his is going to be on his side for the last two as well.
Getting lucky, certainly not a crime.
As one might say.
Where have I heard that before?
4 solve now for Ben. Oh, nice X cross there. 2 gen. ZB.
Oh.
He has it. What a great solve there from Ben.
I'm not completely sure he knew that was going to skip because that was the normal OLCP
Right,
case.
right. Either way, what a nice solve.
Absolutely 0 pauses.
Yeah, no, amazing.
Well, like I said, Ben is all for the good singles.
Yeah. And now you know why.
He had some really crazy unofficial singles as well, I remember. Now Kim already has this 666 counting from his first solve. That 855 must be stinging a little bit, but let's see if he can avoid.
He definitely wants to give himself a good
We've
time
seen
here.
we've seen people do very good averages with 8s on the second solve though, namely Timon, Mac.
Many cube rotations. A J-perm,
Yeah.
still a 640.
I believe he did a similar start there, trying to make an X cross with the on yellow, but a bit of a different continuation. Still looking more solid than on his first couple of attempts in terms of turning accuracy and such.
Without those, I think it was like 2 cube rotations as his third pair. That would have been a sub-6 for sure.
Ben starting fast here. Finishing quite solid here with 636. So 634 average from there.
He had the chance of taking the lead, but a 636 provisionally gives him second place.
Yeah, he would have needed a low 5 to get that at first place. So, yeah, a bit much to ask, but no, that was an amazing performance from Ben, and it's his best average of the competition. So, kudos to him.
Kim Roger looking for third here.
Anywhere between a 6:46 and a 7:20. I'm sure if he can pull out another 6, he'll be quite happy. I'm not sure many people have Kim Roger on their short list of candidates for the title, but so far he has done really well with 3 6s. Weird ending there. Did you see what happened there, Patrick?
It was a ZB T case, yeah. Looked really smooth, actually.
With a very good ending there, avoiding getting that 8 into his counting 3 times, and clocks an average of 6:57.
Very solid performance from these two guys.
Impressive.
Yeah, I think they can both be quite satisfied with what they've done.
Next up, representing Switzerland, we have Richard Delacoste.
Richards has been in many finals already. He's been in all of the Big Cube finals, I believe, as well as one-handed.
Twan.
Big cheer for Twan.
Here we have...
And Marcus' brother in the background.
My fellow countryman, Twan.
Yeah, and mine too, to be fair. And I've hung out a lot with Twan this past year. He has been constantly trying to improve, trying to prove himself, and I'm sure this is his time to do it.
If you're going to do it anywhere, do it now.
Twan is seeded second for this tournament based on his best average overall. And in the first round, I believe, he managed to confirm that with a good average. Not inside. Well, obviously he didn't do that in the semifinals because he's already up now.
Richard starting inspection now.
Oh, that was a nice one, Sean.
That was particularly bad.
Richard with the lefty turning as always. Just like our previous competitor, Kim Roger. 6.65. Pretty solid. I'm sure you'll want to improve that, though.
So now on to Twan. We've seen many people already with very solid 6s overall, but Twan is one of those people that can, you know, they can be a little bit better at those kind of solves. He can pull out a 5 at any time, even a 4. Also starting to solve on yellow, but made a mistake there.
Accidentally solving adjacent cross pieces wrong. Wow.
So he did a Diego. Diego telling us he practices 2x2 by starting with DNFs at home to simulate the pressure of messing up the first solve. And Twan certainly needs a trick out of his toolbox.
Wow.
I mean, yeah.
Starting with an 8. Yeah. I'm really curious to see how that goes now. Back to Richard.
Maybe it'll make him lock in.
Yeah, mean 4 basically now for him.
Exactly. He's certainly capable of a sub 6.
For sure, yeah.
Any of your 5 solves has to be the worst. Might as well start with the worst one.
Get it over and done with.
Very true. Better for the crowd as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty smooth solve there from Richard. It is really strange though, like for me as a ready dominant solver, to just see like all the cases and how I would do them, and then seeing him do something completely different with his left hand.
Now, absolutely no pressure for Twan. Easy breezy.
He'll be okay.
He has been in a Euros finals before. He knows what it's like. 2 years ago in Denmark. Pulls out a 6. That was not the easiest of solves. It didn't look to go that well, but still managed to salvage it.
It did look like it was going not so great, though. So 673.
Could be worse.
Yeah, he really does need to pull it out, though, if he wants to take that lead. A couple low fives will do it.
Stranger things have happened.
Whoa.
Oh.
There it is.
6 move OLL for the ZBK.
Yeah. That solve did not look to be going too great, so yeah, he'll be pleased that he got that easy last there.
Third solve, usually like a bit of like a crossroads. He chose to just go straight on with another 6.
So on here, let's see what he can do. Really hoping he can do well now.
Goes. This looks like a better start than the
Oh
previous
yeah,
solve,
but the
then a
EO
big
isn't too
hesitation.
great. Oh, Tuan. Oh, Tuan.
A good solve, and then pauses. 671, still not a bad time, obviously, but he's gonna have a tough nut to crack to get onto the podium right now.
2 solid solves at the end, though. Grab himself a decent spot on that podium.
Hopefully.
The Netherlands already has a European champion, as we saw before. Vincent Ploeg.
We have Keaton Ellis in the chat. Hello, Keaton.
Now Richard will confirm his BPA and WPA. If he clocks in another 6, then his last solve is basically kind of useless.
Yeah, I guess so.
But this might be better. No,
Okay.
another 6.
Yeah. Very consistent.
Very consistent.
He knows exactly what his average will be. 0.07 range there from best to worst possible.
No need to, get your calculators out. For Twan, however, it's a different story.
Oh, come on, please. 4, anything. Just
he needs
open himself up, a hole, anything.
Exactly. Give yourself the opportunity at least to do something amazing on the last solve. Much smoother.
Oh, and from there. Okay, 6 flats.
That was a good solve.
If he can make WPA now, or BPA now, I mean, it's going to be so rough.
So Twan's BPA is 0.01 better than Richard's. So let's see what will happen now. Neither of them are going to endanger Timofey or Ben in the first 2 places.
Yeah.
Nor, technically speaking, Kyle and Patrick in current 3rd place, including the non-Europeans.
Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. I don't think either of these will see the podium, but valiant effort from both. Let's see what they can do.
Very good showing, though.
Yeah, let's see what they can do on the last one.
Very consistent from Richard.
Wow. What's that center deviation like?
Wow.
I really do wonder. Like the absolute of the 5
6
solves.
for 5, 6 for 6. That is super, super low. If the finals were a mean of 5, I'm sure Richard would place higher than his actual final result. Twan is probably happy that we are not in a mean of 5 situation. He needs a good solve close to that 6 flat to get that BPA of 648.
And he's done it.
And he does.
There he does. That puts him in 3rd place.
At the very least, getting himself, that. I think he'll be a bit disappointed in himself, but we'll definitely know that he improved from last Euros.
Improved on every single one of his solves, but he should have started with a bit of a faster first one.
So we have our rankings up on your screen now. Timofey in 1st, Ben in 2nd, and Twan in 3rd.
So we have 3 battles left at this Rubik's WCA World Championship 2024.
European Championship 2024.
Getting a bit too excited there.
Very excited to see how Janis does.
And representing Poland, Radosław Marcinek.
Any other competitors you're excited to watch this final? Yeah, who?
Who?
Is there an owl? Is there an owl in here? Is there an owl in here?
Sean, so can someone get a cup of tea for Sean?
Oh, I've already had 3.
So there's in total 6 competitors left out of 4 from Poland. This is Janis, very fast overall cuber from Romania. We've seen him in so many finals already.
It's been over from my throat all day.
This is actually better.
It's so much better than it was. I couldn't leave a big final like this.
Yeah. Also starting on yellow, as we've seen previously by some of the other competitors.
Very smooth. ZB, very interesting out there. 6:36 to start things off for Janis.
A dab for some reason.
Radosław Marcinek, notably current Polish national champion. Let's see how he does. I wonder how he's been ever since he became Polish champion, most notably beating Tymon Kolesinski a few months ago.
Yeah, it was very, very unexpected, very impressive. It's shown that even...
Can he do it again?
He can do it again, maybe.
Why not? Why not?
Slightly bigger stage. And he's
Same
off.
puzzle.
Yeah. Okay.
Different scramble.
Yeah, crowd being a little loud there. He's not liking it.
Chose to start on white.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Long ZB out
783.
there. Yeah, not the best start there. He seems quite nervous. Yeah, very uneasy.
And rightfully so.
Yeah.
But then again, that 7 still not the end of the world. Still 4 souls left.
The crowd is absolutely huge here. It is thousands of people, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Janis is it looks like to be way more carefree than Radosław there, interacting with the crowd, smiling. Seems like he's having a great time.
I think it's if you go in with a good attitude, good atmosphere, probably feel less nervous. Janis happy with that solve?
Yeah.
That was a very consistent, average, nothing special C-FOP solve.
Yeah. It's nice to have 6-move OLO though, obviously. But yeah. Great execution there. some echoing going on.
Taking his time to get ready.
He looks like he can't like find a comfortable position. Yeah.
Trying the
everything, a little bit of everything.
Trying a mix of every. Getting ready ritual. Maybe you should try the Juliette Sebastian one.
Which is
shaking the hand.
Oh yeah.
I don't even bother with a ritual at all. I sit down.
Way across again. Much better solve there. Yeah.
Well, whatever he did, it's certainly for him.
Exactly. Hey, we're here saying it. Maybe we should be doing it as well.
Yeah. We'll call it the Radosław warm-up.
Giannis almost ready now.
Now look at all those nice trophies in the background. Certainly would love to have one of those trophies on my chimney, but that won't happen anytime soon.
They're pretty nice.
They are really nice.
Whoa, fast off here.
585 for Giannis.
Very interesting celebration there. He looks like he's having a lot of fun. I remember when he made Euros finals last time around. He, well, for one, was way tinier.
He was, definitely.
But he was a very nervous, jittery guy, and now he's way calmer,
he's
carefree,
more
outgoing.
matured, yeah. And he's ready.
A little less of everything this time, it looked. He seems to be finding his groove.
I think after a good solve, you might be more confident.
This doesn't look too bad. T-perm.
A lot of lockups there.
Was that a T-perm?
That was a G-perm, I believe. Yeah, RED G-perm. He's not going to like that at all.
That means...
But maybe,
next solve, he's have to go back to the longer warm-up. Maybe if he will find a rhythm of 7-5, 7-5.
Yeah, but also he could check himself out mentally and then just throw down some fours. You never know.
It's a very mental game, these finals. Just staying calm. Calming your nerves, controlling yourself. Lefty J-perm.
Yeah.
Giannis happy with that. The possibility of second place for Giannis.
Yeah, he's having a great performance.
With that 5, he certainly has given himself an opportunity.
Yeah, and consistent turning on the other solves as well.
Unlike Richard, he has that better solve that stands out, that gives him at least an opportunity on his last solve. See what he can plan in inspection.
A bit long.
Not the nicest of cases either.
Yeah, he just got dealt back-to-back really nice cases for last pair, OL and then PLL.
So Giannis's BPA is NR.
Oh, wow.
So there's some NR potential here.
Oh, wow. Yeah, he seems to be doing better than all of his previous averages. You think he can do it? We've seen some fast solves on the last one already, so yeah. And he seems to be doing great already. Satisfied with his previous solves.
Yeah, he's had a successful European Championship so far, so see if he can reward himself.
Ooh, big pause there. Right.
That's okay though.
Wasn't meant to be for the NR, but a very solid.
He looks happy with himself.
Yeah, 650 is no joke, and I'm sure he'll continue improving.
Radishwov starting his last solve. Great entertainment here for Eric and Patrick.
And in fact, the whole world.
The whole world. How many people are watching?
That's a solid 778.
So Radosław with his last solve.
Not quite 778.
Ah, very lucky.
Oh.
Well, he won't be too pleased with himself, but at the end of the day, he did make European Championship final. He is very young. He's going to keep practicing. I would expect to see a lot coming from him in the future. Yeah. And he's Polish champion. Let's not forget. Yeah.
No one will take away that from him at this competition.
Yeah, I've been trying to find lozenges. I can't even find honey. I've just been drinking tea all day.
It has been helping though, because this morning you could barely talk.
No, I've been like writing things down and holding them up to you. I've tried hot water. I've had so much stuff. It is working, but it is what it is.
It would be hilarious if at right when the finals end, your voice just came back
completely fine. Theodore, a crowd favorite.
Yeah, and he's already won 2x2, right? So he's already a European champion. Let's see if he can have another one in 3x3.
Theodore with great support from the Polish crowd, who have been, as usual, very vocal in their support of their competitors.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of getting a quick pick with him just now. Yeah,
he's great.
Yeah, I'm
very wholesome.
I'm really excited to see what he can do. Well, he's already done, winning 2x2. Insane.
So Alexei started with his two sides of roux, doing the moves very quickly indeed.
Theodore up next. What do we think Theodore's going to get?
I think he has a great chance at podiuming.
I think so too.
This solve is going to be a 6-0-0.
Oh, he just locked up quite a bit just so you wouldn't be right, Eric.
Exactly.
Great start there. No, I reckon he'll improve. Yeah, for sure.
Would have been better if you would rushed a little bit to prove me wrong, but 6:35 nevertheless a solid start. See many of these low sixes on his first scramble.
Theodore, of course, already has a sub-6 average.
Yeah.
Might we see another one today?
He wouldn't need to PR to get ahead, like in first place, but yeah. I've done that, so it's not impossible. Not here, of course.
Alex finishing the two blocks, corners, and LSE in 5:46. Now, what is his second solve going to be? Any predictions?
I think he will get a 572.
591.
All right, 6 flat again.
Why do I always end up in the middle?
You're sitting in the middle.
True.
Okay. Yeah. It looked
Who's
like
gonna
the,
need?
Yeah.
You go ahead.
It looked like the F2 was like lagging a little bit, but that nice double swing into R perm last layer definitely give him back some time.
He's gonna need a couple of good solves to bring it back, but
Yeah, but come on, surely it's possible.
I would love to see it. I would love it.
Very interesting hand warmers here. Looks like they can be recharged or something.
Have you played around with those yourself?
I should.
Like, do you like them?
I don't know. The environment here tends to give me cold hands, so maybe I should have. I mean, Alexa used them, and he's in the finals, so he certainly did something right. Corners.
They're very popular in Ireland because it's so cold.
It's a good question from chat, though. Patrick, how much pressure do you experience at Euros versus like NAC or World Championships?
I'd say it's actually like the same.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't discriminate. Taylor getting ready here for his third solve.
So third round of the guessing game. 6:55.
591.
Didn't get my guess in.
Oh!
He did the VLS? Or
The crowd went very loud for that one.
Yeah. Fantastic solve there from Theodore. He's done it. He's definitely opened himself a nice...
The door is wide open.
Oh, for sure. Oh.
And fuego.
He kicked the door open, basically. And fuego, indeed.
Bucket hat meta is right.
Maybe it'll start of a new trend. Now, Alexi's average can go anywhere from this point with that 8 and the 5. It's a sort of a crossroads here. Yeah. Confirms the first solve, basically. A best possible average of only 596, which is slightly slower than the current 1 seed.
Could get on that podium, though.
Theodore on 4.
Ooh. Looks like a big mistake there in the F2L. Hate to see it. Unfortunately, Theodore's BPA is 6.1 now, so he will
Still a
not
podium possible.
Yeah, this is true.
But with Alexi's best possible average being a 596, does that mean that we already know one of our podium places? I think it does. Timofey is certainly guaranteed a podium at this point. Another podium.
I think that's not a surprise to anyone.
Nope. A 634 on that last solve secures a 626. and a second provisional place so far for Alexei.
He seems quite happy.
Theodore waiting for his last solve now, warming up his hands a little bit.
Would be great. I'm sure the audience are ready to give him a huge
Big
round of applause once he finishes this solve. Would be great if he got a good time on top of that.
It's incredible. I found it stressful being on the stage in the normal groups without that many people watching. Theodore is 7.
Only person solving?
In 3x3 finals.
Yeah, everyone's on.
It's insane, and he's doing well.
Oh, not the nicest cases there.
Ooh.
Lucky, and an A-perm.
75.
But still, even on this bad solve from him, it's still a 751, a very impressive performance by Theodore in these finals.
Massive congratulations to both Alexei and Theodore.
So they will walk off the stage having only a glance at the trophy. Unfortunately for both of them, they will not be able to hold it. So that
unfortunately, that's just how it goes. All right, big matchup coming up now. We have Olaf Kuzminski and Timon Kolesinski. What are your guys' predictions?
Sub 5 average.
From Olaf or from Timon?
Let's say Olaf. Why not?
Yeah,
would be cool.
Would be cool if we got both to sub 5.
That'd be very cool.
Representing Poland, it is Olaf Kuzminski.
Our top 2 seeds representing Poland.
Olaf here, very similar to Giannis. He likes to interact with the crowd. He's very outgoing, nonchalant. I think he has what it takes. But I'm sure this next competitor here will give him a very tough battle.
Certainly give him a run for his money.
Oh yeah. Big round of applause here from our defending European champion.
Let's see if Timon can win 2 major tournaments back to back.
Something on the floor there is causing a bit of amusement.
Maybe it's a note.
I don't know. At least he's gotten a good laugh about it. Good sportsmanship there. Nice to see.
Olaf coming over to say hello.
I'm sure they already know they already know each other.
This first solve will be very telling.
So if Olaf can pull off a good solve, I mean, Timon has all the pressure on him already. I mean, he is the clear favorite, but if Olaf can pull off a very good first solve, he can even pile up the pressure on Timon here. He has the first shot.
Yellow across there, not looking too smooth. G-perm, 656.
Haven't we seen this solution before with the R2 F2 G-perm on that first solve?
Could be, yeah.
I believe we have.
Timon inspecting for his first solve.
So far the best result on this first scramble was actually by you, Patrick.
Oh.
520.
Cool.
See if Timon can break that.
It looks like it.
Yeah.
No.
Oh! Commentator's curse there. But hey, I won the first scramble.
You won the first scramble. Good on you, Patrick.
I remember not being able to plan anything except my cross and then getting lucky with a nice CBLL. And we haven't mentioned it, but Timofey has secured himself a podium spot.
Olaf inspecting for solve 2.
See how many moves, how many steps he can plan ahead here in these 15 seconds of inspection time.
He's very fast. 652 there.
Consistent.
Consistent, but not on the pace needed to take over the first spot. Currently still occupied by Timofey with a 5.95 average. Timon is
preparing for self two.
Yeah, taking his time, make sure he's absolutely ready. Very smooth start there.
Oh yeah, this turning is very calm and smooth.
Yeah, caught one.
There we go, a bit of a fist bump there.
Oh, that's a joy to the eye, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that'll take some pressure off, knowing that the first two stalls went well. Maybe we can see even faster for the next three.
So Timon already has one of his solves counting that is faster than Timofey's average. Now Olaf needs to pull himself together and get some excellent solves here to get himself back into the running for that top spot.
That's it. Stranger things have happened, like we keep saying. Like I keep saying.
They paused there, unfortunately, from Olaf. Nice ZB.
It's a good ZB case,
yeah,
though.
that definitely saved them quite some time there. 6.1. Wow.
Now let's have another look at this great turning of Timon. It's fast and efficient. Smooth. There's all you're looking for in a turning style right there.
There's all now.
Solid. Still more than good enough to almost secure that top spot. We'll see what his fourth solve does.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
He might even have a chance to secure it by the fourth, which is rarely done, but very impressive when it is.
That will depend on his fourth time, but first it's Olaf's turn for that fourth scramble.
You never know what can happen.
R perm.
672. Not the round that Olaf wanted, unfortunately. I think Timon will be feeling quite comfortable right now.
Yeah, I think he'll
he
know.
can suss out the vibes, knows that he's right on pace.
Yeah.
And
He's got basically 2 match points here.
yeah. Wondering though if he is able to secure it by the fourth. If I would really like if someone could tell him so that we could see him pop off.
I'm sure there'd be a big cheer from the crowd.
Yeah.
And he would know from that.
So after this solve, we will know his best and worst possible average. And as a reference, the top seed still has a best average of 5.95.
Ooh. 643 there. So
Does not guarantee the win.
playing a little bit with fire there, but I believe he still has a great chance of winning. Although this little chitter chatter by the crowd as they're all discussing that.
Yeah, you
it's
can
gonna,
really
it's
hear
gonna
the
throw off the vibes.
Yeah,
a
you
little
can
bit,
really
yeah.
hear the buzz going here.
Do you know what this means?
Tell me.
It's going to come down to the very last solve of Euros.
Oh, I wouldn't have it any other way.
There's a bit of excitement.
Yeah, for sure. But first, let's see how Olaf does on his last solve. I'm thinking he gets his best.
Yeah, he doesn't.
All
have,
the pressure's off.
He doesn't have any pressure at all.
Well, Olaf doesn't know what other competitors got.
Very true. Very true.
That's true. That's a good start.
Pseudo sliding.
Doesn't
know.
Oh.
And he's got a plus
Plus
4.
four.
Yeah.
So that's a plus 2 for
11.05.
still being 1 move away and a plus 2 for touching the cube.
Yeah, before having your judge verify that it is solved.
Exactly. There's been times when I have been seen to dive across a venue whilst avoiding a cube that's about to land on me.
So it comes all down to this last
All
solve.
he needs is a 6
He
flat.
needs a 6 flat to
Oh,
win.
he can do this in his sleep. Let's see what he can do. He will be nervous, though.
This arena completely silent.
This is a very good time.
Oh, T-Perm. Oh, he's done it! Oh, my.
Wow! It really looked like he choked that
Oh my
away, but
God.
he
Look
still
at him.
managed to complete that last few moves with a 5.92 average. Timon Kolazinski is again
could not
your
have been
European
closer.
champion.
Razor thin Martians there, but he managed to do it. I'm so happy for him.
Look at him, he's absolutely delighted. The crowd is going crazy.
Those were some really terrifying moments there for Timon with that big lockup at the end.
Oh, I'm sure those last few turns of that T-Perm felt like an eternity to him. Wow.
Yeah, and right at the point where we were complimenting Timon on his turning style, never locking up, and there he goes.
Fantastic.
What an amazing final.
Oh. Wow. What are you guys doing?
All right.
All right. I have.
I might head out because my throat's kind of hurting.
All right. I think we're gonna get in Timon. Hear what he has to say.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you, John.
Awesome.
Thank you for having me, guys. I've had a great time. This is probably my last time being on stream, or in this box anyway.
At least in this box, you have done well for 4 days, Sean. Get yourself back together.
Get some tea, get some
your
hot
voice
water.
in shape again.
So I can be singing my little heart out to season. All right. Bye, guys.
Cheers, Sean. So while we are waiting for Timon, a shout out to our other two competitors on the podium with Timofey and Alexei. Strong performances by them as well.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be quite happy with what they've done.
Yeah.
I know Timofey, very big hype up into this competition, especially with his performance last week at Warm Portugalete, and he's definitely proved himself.
He definitely has lived up to the hype. Unfortunately for him, that Megamix finals, I still feel a little bit bad for him that had to be redone. He would have won it if otherwise the scrambles would have been correct, but it's just the way it is. It's the correct decision. The finals had to be redone.
I'm sure this podium for him will clear that up. Just now arriving is our European champion.
Congrats.
Oh my God, man.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah. Can you put this
Turned.
Can you just bring this a tad bit up? Not great. Timon, anything just before we get into it?
Let me see the rankings first. All right.
It'll take a bit. Maybe you want to refresh.
Maybe just F5 it.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you
It's
go.
confirmed.
On the very last solve, you needed a 6 flat
Yeah,
to
I
take it.
heard.
And it seemed to be going perfectly fine until you got to that T-perm, and then there were a few lucks. How?
I mean,
yeah, anything?
Well, basically, as I was leaving the warm-up area, like a few solves before that, my main cube got like really fast.
Yeah.
Because, you know, the loop like broke in and it got fast.
Right.
I was like, well, what do I do? So I tried my backup cube and it was a bit slower. I was like, well, it's my backup cube. Like, I'm not used to it. So I was like, okay, do 2 solves on the main cube. Send it. Like, gotta do the main cube. And then I go out there and, you know, it went, yeah, like you said, like most of the solves felt like that, where I started well, but then once I got nervous, like the speed of the cube messed me up a lot. I think I cared about winning the 2 European championships way more than winning a major. Like, especially because the last time I won, but I didn't actually win the comp because you were there.
I mean, yeah, everyone can say what they want about that. No, fantastic job, and you did it. You did it. That second solve though was quite nice. I think not too many people could find a great solution, and you.
Yeah, the scrambles didn't seem very good to me. Like a lot of them, I could predict a lot, but it was all terrible. So it was like, am I just like nervous and I can't find the thing that like skips everything, or is it just these scrambles are terrible? I chose to believe the latter, but like, I don't know. That was nerve-wracking.
After I finished when I was asked how the scrambles were, I said that they were like really blocky but like hard.
Yeah.
So, and then after that I said, so basically Timon has it.
Well,
but no, it ended up being so close after that. Yeah.
I mean, it's like I could find an X cross on a lot of them, but then after that it was just shambles.
Yeah. And what are you normally seeing on a more or less average scramble set?
Like 2 pairs, but it's just the quality of the pairs is different.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. If you plan 3 pairs in advance, but it's all like really long and
yeah,
and bad
exactly. Like I think there was a solve in this final that was like that where I planned 3, but it was all just so bad. Like.
Yeah, on the first solve, I only planned just my cross because I couldn't find anything, and I ended up with a fast single because I got lucked out by ZB. Wow.
Would you take us through that last solve? I mean, you started off really well. I think you started your PLL at like 4 low or something like that, 450.
Yeah.
And then obviously the lockup happened. What went through your mind?
Well, I don't know. So like before the solve, I just thought, okay, I don't know what I need to win. Actually, and that's a good thing probably. So I was like, okay, like just solve the best I can, try to get the like mid 5 average or whatever I could get, and see what happens. And then I was like, okay, I'm on for the best solved average. Time to lock up.
I'm sure you were able to tell from the 4th solve that you still hadn't quite wrapped it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know for sure, but I knew it was close because there was so much chatter. Like the crowd was insane. And I was like, they could just keep talking, but I know they're going to shush them, which I hate. Like, this whole comp, it's just been shh, 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 shh. Like, it's unbearable, bro. What are we doing? So I was like, okay, I'm going to have to wait it out. Like, go back in the freezer for another minute. Like, I've been in the freezer for 2 hours. 1 more minute of the freezer. All right, we're back. And then, yeah, just I thought by how the crowd went down, maybe I haven't won it yet, but I didn't really know.
Yeah. I was pretty sure that if you had wrapped it up, that there would be like a large cheer.
Yeah, they probably would have applauded you very loudly after that one solve, but it was not quite enough.
I didn't know like if they would applaud me because I know there's like expected that I'd win. Right. So I thought like last time when I won, probably because you won the comp, they didn't applaud that much.
Okay.
So I was like, okay, well maybe even if I win the whole thing, they won't care too much.
Okay.
So I didn't know.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. But yeah, none of us foreigners did particularly great. Not to bash my other fellow non-Europeans.
Yeah, so Kyle came in 5th overall, and you, Patrick, came in 6th. I mean, it's not too shabby, but nowhere near to the podium places this time.
Yeah. I think after that first solve, I thought, no way does it happen again, because it started with 520, and then after the second solve, it put me right back in my place, and I was like, okay, let me just finish the average.
Oh, man.
Any words? How's your Euros? Different events? You want to give some few words?
I don't know. It's been tough. Like, I got sick after NEC.
Okay.
Traveling for like 30 hours, and then, you know, slight jet lag. I managed to make it not too bad, but that in and of itself is quite a feat for me. And then, trying to get sleep at a reasonable time when Nations Cup is ending at 9 p.m. Yeah. And then trying to have fun while the crowd is getting shushed. It was tough, but we made it happen.
Awesome.
Was also that the reason why you didn't compete at Nations Cup, to get some more sleep and
because it was planned to end at 9 p.m. and then it also got delayed. So that was a very good decision that I didn't do it. But
fair enough. What's next? Yeah, this is kind of like the end of
SSL3 in China. Yeah. There's one more.
Yeah, but you've got at least a few weeks or a week and a half.
Well, so I'm going home tomorrow. Hopefully, I can make that journey without any issues. And then, so I get home at like midnight on, like Monday,
like
Tuesday.
Yeah.
And then I leave for China on next Tuesday. So yeah, like 1 week to like wash my clothes and eat some food
and sleep. Yeah. I'm assuming, yeah.
Lots of sleep will be
having. Will you be doing any like theoretical adding to your repertoire of solving?
Not before China. After China, I'll try to do some one looking of the cube.
Well, I'm assuming you still like keep yourself fresh, make sure everything's okay.
Yeah. You're gonna do a ZBL recap or something.
Make sure your cube isn't too fast.
Yeah. Slowing down that cube again.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, is there anything else you'd like to add? All right, fair enough.
All right, we're going to let you go. Enjoy the podium ceremony. Soak
you.
up all the applause and cheering that you'll get, not only from the Polish fans, but I'm sure from the entire crowd here. And congratulations again.
Yeah, you've done it for
Thanks for having
You
me.
should be very proud. Yeah, thank you.
European champion 303, Szymon Kozinski.
Wow. It is kind of surreal just how quickly this comp has gone by. Wouldn't you say, Eric?
It has been 4 days packed with action, but I can not really realize that all of our solving has been done.
Yeah.
I mean, people have become faster, so maybe that plays a factor.
Yeah, but wow, it is only just 6:45 here in Pamplona. I feel like it's only like I still have half the day left. And
This is quite an early day.
Yeah.
Early time to be done with work, because yesterday was a really, really
yesterday
long
was
day with that Nations Cup.
was
at
the
end.
long slog, not even including the unfortunate delays. But
yeah, I mean, when did we have dinner? Like 11 or something like that.
Yeah.
It was really, really late.
Well,
but that means that tonight we'll have some more time to enjoy
quality rest.
the last night here in Pamplona. Are you traveling back tomorrow?
I actually have my flight. Yeah, tomorrow morning. Already less than 12 hours out.
In the morning from Bilbao?
From this airport here in Pamplona.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna fly to Madrid. Have a little day trip because I have a longer layover, and then make my way back to the U.S. where I haven't been for 1 year. So I'm very excited.
Oh, really? How long are you going to stay there?
About 3-4 weeks before I go back to the Netherlands.
Right.
Start my next year of university. Yeah.
Cool stuff. Be sure to visit us as well. I mean, we found out we only live 1 hour travel away from each other.
we didn't know it, or I guess I had a rough idea, but yeah, I never like actually went through with it.
Never really got into that.
And now I believe you were taking me to German nationals. So
I believe I am, but then first you have to come to my place, because otherwise it's a bit of a detour.
But I'm sure 2 hour max train is worth. What about you? What are your plans now that Euros has unfortunately come to a close?
Yeah, we're driving back to Barcelona airport tomorrow.
Yeah.
Which is a 4.5, closer to a 5-hour drive, which we found out on Wednesday night, basically, Wednesday morning.
Yeah. That you had to
we
drive it there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We drove through the whole night, which was a bit of a challenge, especially because the indicator for my gas was terribly low.
Okay.
And I found out later also that the gas stations wouldn't have been open at that point. So we entered the parking garage at the hotel with a completely empty tank, but we managed. And luckily, today as well we have a guest on board as well, because Sean O'Toole will be on board with us.
Excellent. I don't think he'll talk too much.
I'm pretty sure he will.
Our professional yapper, Sean O'Toole. I'm sure that drive will be very nice. It does sound long, but as you make your way from the autonomous community of Navarra to Catalonia, those are some beautiful, beautiful sights.
Yeah, I'm really
sure
looking forward to that, because obviously on Tuesday night it was really late when we started our drive, and it was completely dark outside, and we were going up and down the hills all the time. And I'm like, well, this must have been amazing views, but unfortunately we couldn't see anything at all. So I'm really looking forward. We're probably driving, I don't know, throughout the day, through the midday.
Yeah.
And soak up all the nice surroundings here.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I really love being in Spain. The cities are always very vibrant and lively. People are always on the street, chatting, having a drink. Very friendly as well. I mean, I really love the atmosphere here in Spain. And Pamplona has been a great city.
Oh, absolutely.
It's very beautiful, much culture. I've really enjoyed the...
for sure. It's
only 1 day I had to check around here, the surroundings. Unfortunately, it's a bit short.
Yeah, I think having such a big, intense, stressful sometimes event in such a nice, calm, relaxing place is so nice. If you're stressed or feeling tired, you can just quickly pop out, soak up the beautiful Iruña, and then come back fresh.
Definitely. I also like the weather here much better than in Madrid. In Madrid, it's usually like 40 degrees all the time, and it doesn't really cool down at night.
Not looking forward to that tomorrow, but yeah, I'll make sure to put on my sunscreen, because I think it'll be like high 30s, low 40s in Madrid. So
yeah. I mean, at the start when I saw that it was a little bit harder to reach Pamplona, like travel-wise, I'm like, okay, well, this is going to be a challenge. But I'm really glad I did, because maybe that's one of the reasons that it's not entirely overcrowded in the city. It's actually just nice to just walk around. It's not too busy.
Right. I believe we're going to cut now to the awards ceremony.
That's right.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Let's see what we're going to have here. I'm sure they have amazing award ceremony in mind, as we also had a great opening ceremony. There is our core team. Shout out to them. They've done an amazing job.
All right. And I think we'll leave it to them.
Chair of the WCA Board, Ethan Pride, and Secretary of the WCA Board, Blake Johnson.
European Championships. So first thing we need to thank is these guys over here in the green shirts for all the effort they've put in. They've been working on this for over 2 years, and to see it come to light has been an absolute joy. Our next we'd like to thank is our major sponsors. So Rubik's our global partner for making all of the Continentals possible this year, especially this one. Another big thank you to the City of Pamplona for having us all here and providing so much support to make this event a standout event. Next, the staff. All of the people sitting down the front here in the white shirts who have worked 4 days, 4 long, hard days to make this competition possible. If you participated, it's because of these guys who put in the effort. They showed up and they made their best thing to make you feel welcome. So a big thank you to the staff. Finally, a big thank you to everyone else, all the competitors, spectators, everyone who made this possible. It is so great to see so many people sitting all the way right up in the back of the stands, to see it all full. We are so glad you got to spend 4 days with us. I hope you achieved your goals, made new friends, and most importantly, enjoyed your time in Pamplona. We look forward to welcoming you next year at the World Championships in Seattle, and in 2026 at the next European Championship. Thank you. Now, we would like to welcome on stage Miguel Armendari, Youth Councillor of the Pamplona City Hall. Apart from our main sponsor, Rubik's, we'd also like to thank our other sponsor, Rubik, that has been selling for 4 days here, and our vendor, Fine Designs. It has been a blast to have you all here. We will now proceed with the awards. We will be starting with the events hosted in the side stage, led by Colin James Goodyear and Ulrich Blendler. We start with 3x3 multiply. From Poland, with a result of 45 out of 50 in 1 hour, we have Adrian Desti. From Poland, with a result of 48 out of 54 in 59 minutes, 10 seconds, we have Christoph Bove!
56 cubes in 58 minutes and 8 seconds. And now this is... Huge clap for the podium!
So that was the multi-blind podium.
Moving on to the blindfolded. From the United Kingdom, with the result of 3 minutes, 54 seconds, and 14 milliseconds. We got Ryan Henry!
Big up my man Ryan. I'm not entirely sure if he's expecting a first across any of the events he's competing, but he's very happy with third place.
Yeah, and at his first major championship.
That's correct. There's a big grin on his face right now.
From Poland, with the result of 3 minutes, 47.57, we have Nicolas Orlowski!
Yeah, this one was a bit of a surprise actually. I didn't even bother checking his scorecard, which I figured out who came first, second and third. And I was informed that actually he did beat Ryan.
And the winner from Switzerland, with the result of 3 minutes, 42 seconds, point 96,
And yeah, we'll see Ezra again for the 5x5 blindfolded champion. But hold your horses, because we will be seeing more of him very, very soon, of course.
I think all 3 podiummers are really happy with their positions for this event.
Definitely, I would definitely say so.
I don't think any second or third specifically had their heart set on first. And they'll be definitely happy just to have on their podium, which is itself an awesome accomplishment. So that's us moving on to 4x4 blindfolded.
From Sweden, with the result of 1 minute, 36 seconds, point 60, we have Daniel Volin!
That's the classic Daniel Volin entrance. He always runs out with the Swedish flag behind him, lifted up in the air. And he does look very happy with that as well. I believe this is his only podium at this point.
From the United Kingdom, with the result of 1 minute, 36.17 seconds, we have Ryan Henry!
Ryan again, I'm not sure if he was hoping for first in this, but he is very, very happy with second. And a lot of good competition between the top players.
From Switzerland, with the result of 1 minute, 34.98 seconds,
Ezra has done it, the trifecta of multi-blind, 4-blind and 5-blind, champion across all 3.
I'm so happy for him. Very, very well earned. I mean, this is your European record holder for multi-blind, both average and singles for 4-blind and 5-blind.
Basically as good as you can get in Europe at the moment.
From Poland, with an average of 7.39, we have Nicolas Orlowski!
So this is the square one podium now.
From Italy, with an average of 7.16, 70, we have Cesar Ghitti!
7.17 for this year.
We love to see a Lynn square one podium.
That we do.
And the winner for the second place in Spain with an average of 6.48 from Denmark,
Yep, that's right. Former world record holder Rasmus Skub still has got it and is able to clutch the European champion title.
This is his first European podium since 2018, where he placed first. So that was 6 years ago now. Staying at the top of the cubing game across 6 years is a huge accomplishment.
So what you're telling me is he can come first, but he can't come second or third. All or nothing. We're moving on to Skweb now.
In third place from the United Kingdom with an average of 2.35 seconds, we've got Ariel Bakery.
This podium from Ariel, for me, came out of nowhere, but I was so happy to see it. Ariel seeded 11th in Europe, now coming third at their first championship.
2.34 for second place finisher,
Oscar also at his first European championship.
It's great to see they can perform under the pressure.
From Poland, with an average of 2.09 seconds.
Also at his first championship, that's an entire podium of people at their first European championship.
I saw a positive reaction from Ignacy on almost every single solve that he did. He knew that he would be secure in this championship.
Yeah, a really awesome average from Ignacy.
Moving on.
Next up, we'll have Pyramids.
Moving on. To Pyramids. In third place, with an average of 2.13 and a single of 1.82, from Poland, Jacob Gibson.
So Jakob Hübscher, second at the last European Championship, bumping himself down one spot into third. Still very respectable to set your game for those 2 years.
If you're wondering why he said the single as well, it's because he beat Diego Alfonso by 0.01 on the single.
With an average of 2.12, we have
Edward Burgess beating Jakob and Diego by only 0.01 seconds on average.
Such a close podium.
If he'd gone 0.01 seconds slower, he'd have been exactly tied with Diego Alfonso, and they'd have had 2 third places.
the winner of Pyramids from the Netherlands with an average of 2.05 seconds,
Also, Jonathan's first Euros.
Yeah. Jonathan looks incredibly pleased with this result.
As he should be.
You start the podium.
Now next we'll be seeing the finalized Mega Mix program.
In the third place, with an average of 34.43, from Poland, Jan.
So Jan, of course, the winner of last year's European Championship for Mega Mix, reigning champion, being dethroned, but nonetheless, big smiles for third place.
In second place, from Russia, with an average of 31.95,
Yeah, I think we always thought that Timofey and Aiden would be first and second. We didn't know which order. And in the end, we had Timofey in second. And I think the third place was anyone's game, so it's unsurprising that the former champion managed to take this third place spot.
And Timofey, of course, present European average record holder for Megamix.
Which he set yesterday.
From the United Kingdom, with an average of 30.21,
Aiden emerging victorious under some unusual circumstances. He managed to hold the pressure. He's incredibly proud to be getting first in this. Are they clinking trophies, I think? There we go. A lot of good sportsmanship between Aiden and Timofey. They've been really getting along with each other this competition. It's great to see that at the top level of cubing, as always.
now moving on to clock. From Poland, with an average of 3.72, Anthony Stone.
Let me guess, first Euros?
Yeah, first Euros.
From Norway, with an average of 3.61, Anders Bavare.
Anders doing very well for himself at this competition, up from 8th place at the last European Championship.
With an average of 3.45, Niklas Eliasson.
I think this victory for Niklas was no surprise to anyone. He has 6 clock world records under his belt, still the European record single holder for clock.
World record single holder, isn't it?
Sorry, a world record single holder with a time of 2.25. Two Norwegians on the podium.
Sharing that Norwegian flag.
Yeah.
Moving on. 3x3
You can tell Ruben's really enjoying this as well.
from the United Kingdom, with an average of 9.67, Nicolas Sarte.
He also set a national record for the UK in the semi-finals of 7.09.
Second place from Switzerland, with an average of 9.04,
At his first European Championship, would you believe it?
There you go.
And for the winner of 3x3 100, with an 8.99 average, we have Magnus.
They're absolutely destroying it in this round. You're the only one to get a sub-9 average. Of course, Daruv Saimaruva setting the European average in round 2, and yet missing out on this podium entirely.
That was our one-handed podium there.
And a huge round of applause for the turtle.
Magnus, a very sweet person.
That's fine, we're doing it in reverse WCA order. That's normal.
The result of 21.33, but a single of 20 moves from Italy, Sebastiano.
It's really great to see a European podium for Sebastiano Tronco, his first ever European podium, despite having 3 world records under his belt.
And 2 world's podiums too.
With an average of 21.33, but a single
Jan just beating out Sebastiano on single there. Single being the tiebreaker for when people are tied for average. Sometimes in FMC we can see completely tied people, but not today.
Equaling his European record of 21 moves from Poland,
That's equaling the European record set by Jan Bentlager, 21 moves flat. Always incredible seeing a European record in the finals of a European Championship.
Great to see an improvement from 6th in the last European Championships 2 years ago.
I think FMC sometimes is anyone's game. Anyone at the top of the field will very easily take home the champion. But to take it home with the European record is nothing short of phenomenal.
from Germany, with a result of 18.11. We have Jens Skweb! In second place, from the Netherlands, with a result of 17.93, we have Olivier.
First European podium in FMC for Olivier.
Blindfolded.
Sorry.
And the winner of 3x3 blindfolded from Poland with a result of 17.50.
Because Adrian is a big blind specialist, and big blind specialists don't tend to be on the 3 blind podiums, much less being the winners of 3 blind. Adrian could not believe his luck. He managed to get a PR single in the finals and clutched it up, took home first place. I saw his reaction to finding out he won, and he could not believe it. He was in laughter.
That's Adrian going into finals in the 16th seed out of 20, just 4th in the bottom, then pulling out first place. Absolutely incredible. That was 3x3 blindfolded. We're now moving on to 7x7.
By 7 cube.
From Switzerland, in third place, with the mean of 2 minutes 5.82 seconds,
Rashad actually got 3rd in the most recent European Championships as well, so maintained that position.
That's correct.
the mean of 1 minute 58.59 seconds.
Is everyone ready?
With the mean of 1 minute 51.02 seconds.
I'm sure the crowd's ready. There he is, the fan
What an
favorite.
electrifying reaction from the crowd.
The cameras are literally shaking because of everyone stomping on the bleachers.
After 6 years in 2nd place, Kieran Behan finally takes his first ever win in 7x7 at the European Championship.
Yeah, he was also absolutely elated when he found out backstage. Clearly the fan favorite, and look at that reaction. That is a great reaction from Kieran.
This is a long overdue victory for Kieran.
He looks like he's nearly tearing up here. And these guys are going to have to come back very quickly. Give him a chance, give him a chance. Here he is. He's just staying on stage.
Wow.
I saw during the last chant, even Timon was joining in.
You can feel the vibrations coming from that huge stomp of the crowd.
Many would call this an upset, but Timofey managed to get into second place ahead of Kieran with an incredible average. And the whole crowd is cheering his name.
Beating the two-time European champion is no easy feat.
From Poland, with a mean of 1 minute 17.83 seconds,
and there we go, Timon maintaining himself as the European champion in 6x6.
And the world champion last year, let it not be forgotten.
2 years on the top for Timon. Incredible.
Another fan favourite, of course. And this will be the first of many champions we see Timon take the title of. The crowd is loving the phrase "moving on."
in third place, from Russia, with an average of 43.88 seconds,
Another podium for Timofey there. He has done spectacularly this competition.
in second place, from Thailand, with an average of 42.14.
It does not get old. The chant is only meant to be done twice, and yet the crowd cannot help themselves from doing it 4 times every single podium that Kieran gets.
And the winner, from Poland, with an average of 38.27 seconds, Timon Karaszewski.
We need a chant for Timon at this point, I feel like.
Timon continuing to reign as 5x5 champion after his victory at the last championships in 2022.
Make sure we get a good photo. There we go.
I love
Moving on.
the good sportsmanship between every competitor, shaking one another's hands, giving each other hugs, congratulations.
I love this new bit.
From Russia, with a 23.83 second average, Timofey Karaszewski.
So many podiums for Timofey, and yet unfortunately we will not see him pounding any of them. But he has got a lot of third and second places, and maybe in the next European Championships we'll see something in first.
With an average of 23.34 seconds,
I'm sure he'll be happy to continue podiuming at these European Championships, although he's likely very disappointed that he lost his title that he had from 2014, 2016, 2018 and 2022. This is the first time he has lost a European Championship in 4x4.
A 10-year reign just broken.
And by whom else but Timon.
Timon must be happy. Second in 2022, first in 2024.
Yeah, the win in last Worlds came out of nowhere for him in 2023, and I feel like he's going to be very happy that he managed to beat Sebastian in this European Championship. We are getting near to the end of this award ceremony now, I believe. Ruben is absolutely loving this. Ah, there we go, he just said it.
We have moved on to 2x2 now. 3x3 will come after this.
From Israel, with an average of 1.39 seconds, Yoav Kisner.
Yoav, first championship there. A very, very respectable second place.
And the winner from Poland, with an average of 1.23 seconds,
Theodore must be another fan favourite. Look at how small he is. He's only 8 years old and he's managed to win 2x2. He's your new European champion.
Likely the youngest European champion ever in any event. Just, I think, 8 years old.
And he's absolutely dominant. I mean, he has the world record single as well.
0.43 seconds, the best time anybody has ever solved a 2x2, or in fact, any WCA puzzle before.
That's true.
Okay, it's time for 3x3.
It's not time for 3x3.
It's not time for 3x3. I got my hopes up a little there.
He did just say it wasn't.
Commentary from the USA, and got first in 5 blind with 3 minutes 41.52 seconds. First in 3 blind with the best time of 14.45 seconds. And on WRE on 3 of 14.05.
So we're shouting out the non-European podiumers now.
I believe it's just the non-European winners. Not entirely sure they were prepared for this part. He's just doing his laces quickly. Yep, so we are just going to see all of the non-European winners of the rounds. It's great that we're giving them a shout out even though they are unable to take the European champion titles. Okay, it looks like we are shouting out all of the podium. Wasn't quite sure on that one.
Some really great results from our non-European competitors this competition.
It's especially cool seeing a world record from the non-European competitors. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see the likes of Max Park, I'm just going to say Luke Burns, not Luke Burns, Luke Garrett or Stanley Chappell at this competition because of flight issues and other issues.
Reaching his goal of a sub-120 average of 1.19 or 1.92.
Oh, look at Pat, he looks embarrassed.
I know that Carter has never come first at a major championship in speed before, so they were super stoked to finally get at this competition.
I wonder if the people who have had some podiums are suddenly realizing that they've been called to the stage and they're trying to race their way so that they can collect their prizes. Not sure if there are any prizes actually, but at least they have had some recognition. Well done to our US competitors.
A few different chants going on in the audience.
Moving on.
Yesterday's favorite official event, the Rubik Nations Cup.
Yep, Nations Cup, absolute favorite amongst a lot of people here.
In third place, we got the team of Poland.
Yeah, Poland unfortunately starting the timer too early on one of the solves in the semi-final, which got them disqualified. And so they were in the third place matchup and managed to clutch it by 0.02 seconds.
Poland, in fact, got the fastest result of any team during the Nations Cup.
So really, it was that timer start that cost them. No, we get, go. Go, Rubik, go.
Theodore, a good couple of heads shorter than his teammates.
So Sweden ended up being the fan favourites for the majority of the Nations Cup. They had a huge crowd behind them, much bigger than just the Swedes themselves. They're, of course, the underdogs going into this, the only team on this podium or even in the semi-finals who weren't in the top 8.
And the winners, 7th seed on the Nations Cup. We got
It was absolutely incredible watching the United Kingdom take the win in the Nations Cup.
We just don't win things like this. We never win things like this. It is so incredible seeing the UK team pull it through. Very, very consistent across all of the rounds they were in. And I think it's safe to say that cubing is coming home. Very, very proud to see these boys up there.
Spectacular performance from them during the
Here we go, the big one.
Just thanks to Kaido for giving us the chance to offer prize money to the whole people.
So it seems we're shortly going to be beginning the 3x3 podium. Just a quick shout out to the sponsor of the prize money. Here we go, third place.
From Russia, with an average of 6.26 seconds, Alexei Skweb.
I did not think that Alexei was going to get this podium, so it was absolutely incredible that he managed to get it. A lot of very good seeds.
In second place, from Russia, with an average of 5.95 seconds,
Big smile on Timofey's face there.
He's become another one of the fan favourites, cementing himself in the European Championship history with second in 3x3.
Absolutely lovely kid, great sportsmanship. Very, very happy to see him take second place.
that we received the WCA Perpetual Trophy.
The one that was originated at the last Euros. But he also won.
With an average of 5.92 seconds. From Poland,
There we go, Timon Koloshinsky, your 2024 WCA European Championship winner.
That is correct. I think a lot of people thought that he would win this, but he very nearly didn't. He actually didn't have it guaranteed in his last solve. He only managed to get it just about right at the end. He's trying to figure out how to hold all the things he's just been given and still be able to shake the hands of his competitors. Congrats to Timon on this champion, the Rubik's WCA European Champion 2024.
Timon, of course, your 2022 winner as well. Reigned for 2 years. Will he do it again in 2026? Everybody in that crowd is so happy for him.
Still need to take some photos.
Timon getting some crowd interaction going. They love him. And they love Ruben too.
Definitely. Timon actually first major championship that he won outright was last weekend, the North American Championship, and now he's managed to secure the total win at the European Championships this year. Completely untainted. I think you've knocked this one enough now, Ruben. Let's move on.
Wow. We've reached the end of the WCA, the Rubik's WCA European Championship 2024. They have been a fun 4 days, right? It's been quite a journey. 2 years and a half ago, we started with a crazy idea, and suddenly it was over. First, we want to thank you all for coming. This wouldn't be possible without all of you, so thank you from the bottom.
I think he is choking up at this. I'll be honest
Ruben
with
has
you.
poured his heart and soul into this competition.
For 2 years, he has been preparing this.
Not even in our greatest dreams, we could imagine that the competition was going to be so amazing. Imagine our faces when the registration filled up in only 97 minutes. You guys are awesome.
It has been a truly good competition.
The limit was extended and made this competition the second largest WCA ever. WCA competition ever.
We did have more competitors registered than we had the Worlds, but unfortunately there were a few dropouts.
Long lines. Very long lines. Fun meetings, cool ideas, and some crazy ones as well. We are so happy with how the competition has turned out. And hope you are all happy as well.
I know just how stressed out Ruben has been about how this competition would run. I really hope he can look back on it and say that he was proud.
I definitely think he will.
So of us were present when Timon announced Pamplona was hosting the championship. We couldn't believe our eyes.
I remember that reaction as
See
well.
us on stage now, that this wouldn't have been possible. Our turnout was great, as it has been, with our many years, dear friends, and our families. Now, we would like to welcome on stage the people that have made the competition so smoothly and ahead of time. Please welcome our team leaders and their teams. I will be announcing all the teams. From Team AES, DQ Spain, we have Agus Vaz and Gladys Perez.
think we might have to dip for this one actually, because I believe we will be asked to be on stage alongside the rest of the streaming team.
All of the staff, especially the team leaders, have worked so hard at this competition, sometimes 12, 13 hour days.
We will be joining you again after the big star photo on the stage.
We also have team leader from WST, one team WCA Live would not pay. So we would like to welcome also Paintmaker. Is Paint here? Moving on! Oh sorry, I didn't mention something. They entered 45,178 times. We are now moving on to the streaming team. We have 4 leaders in the streaming team. Jules Desjardins, who did the graphics for the competition, Jules Capre. We got this cool Formula 1 game going on. It was amazing. We also got Mark Dulemon, who has been here since Monday helping us out, and we're spotting all day long. We also have Eddie Garzai, leading the casting team. Gustav Freddy. And B. Sevilla Hernandez, who handled all the announcements and communications with Bosta, even Rick rolling us yesterday. Also a huge clap for the Bosta team, led by Arnau Sales. Arnau, no. We're waiting for him. The hard work from the Bosta team made the streaming of this competition something unforgettable. And thanks to the streaming and the amazing photos, it will allow us to relive all the memories that were made at this championship. Huge clap. We need all the streaming team. We need all the streaming team. Guys, we need the streaming team, the customers. Let's go! We need the customers. stage teams, led by delegates from all over Europe. We have the red team Pañuelito, led by Daniel Edvard from Denmark. Daniel Bunning from Sweden. And Dennis Andrulek from Slovenia. Please, all the team members, make your way to the stage. Let's go, red team, Pañuelito. Go. Good job for Team Pañuelito. Wait for play. There you go. Now moving on to Team Nauru, the green team. Leading the green team. We got from Italy.
Oh, he's a big name. The whole crowd loves him. Apparently he gets more of a cheer from the Polish crowd than he does from the Italian crowd.
Just to address questions in the chat, they will not be announcing the location of the next European Championship during this.
Yep, the bidding hasn't actually opened for that yet, so it would be impossible to know where the next one will be coming. I've got some ideas though. Not quite sure what's happening right now.
He's wearing a black t-shirt, gray and orange button. Anyone sees him?
Not quite sure what's going on. Perhaps another missing child?
I don't think so. I think they potentially want to get someone on the stage, but they're not here. Hoping we can just move on. Okay, good to know. Back to Ruben now. Moving on, one could say.
But not quite sure what happened there. I think they're trying to find somebody, but we have moved back to the ceremony now.
still seems to be some sort of issue. Not entirely sure what's going on.
We're continuing. Because we're going to be late, we will make another announcement in like 2 minutes. So moving on to Team Evolutionary, the yellow team. We got Antonio from France. We also got Nina Narcisse, also from France. And Mary Hennessy. We welcome on stage all the team members of Team Evolutionary.
Okay, I believe this is the child who is missing.
So, now moving on to Team Canada.
Have we found him? Is he there? Have we got him? Hello?
They might have found the missing child now.
Hey!
They found the missing child.
Back to the staff photos now.
I think there was a brief pause in the announcements to find the child, but he's now been found. We're returning to the announcements.
Can we please get back on with the staff? Thank you.
Just to reiterate to the people in the chat, they will not be announcing where the next European Championships are.
That's correct. Just as they didn't announce the next North American Championships last weekend, because the bidding for those competitions has not started yet.
From the UK/Denmark.
Ha. And of course, UK representative, lived in the UK. Lived in the UK whilst I was starting to compete and then moved to Denmark shortly after.
We also got regional grade. Finishing the team. We've got
Roll, 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 roll.
Now we welcome all the members from Team WCA.
Most of the staff referring to their team names only by the colour, since they have no idea how to pronounce the names of the Spanish things that they are associated with. Moving over to the middle of the stage. Ron, of course, the founder of the WCA. So getting a pretty big cheer from the crowd.
Ron van Vleuten is actually the only person to ever compete in every single European Championship.
Yeah, that's correct, and I believe he has all the intentions to continue doing that for years and years to come. He's poured a lot of effort and soul into the WCA and cubing in general, and I think he has no intentions of stopping anytime soon. The schedule was done absolutely amazingly for this competition.
It ran very, very to schedule apart from during the incident yesterday, otherwise completely to schedule. Huge shout out to Simone for that.
I mean, we were meant to end awards 25 minutes ago, but we can ignore that. It's the end. We did all the groups, I believe. Yep. Both of these jobs are a huge amount of work, so I'm really glad that Ruben has decided to shout them out individually.
So this is the core organisation team being shouted out now in the green shirts.
And I'm sure that Ruben will be too modest to shout out himself, so I hope that one of the other organisers picks up the mic to do it for him. You'll put a lot of effort into the venue coordination. Oh, and there we go, he is choking up at that one. He knows how much work Yuling has put into this. A huge, huge applause for Ruben there. This competition would not have been nearly as good as it was without him.
Ruben has done such an amazing job. And such a lovely person too.
Absolutely. I have been to 5 major championships at this point, and I think by far this was the best organised, and a lot of that is down to this man right here.
Incredible.
Stand up, you just need to stand.
Somebody trying to set a trend with sitting down on the podium. Didn't quite work. She knows she needs one other person to do it with her.
At least she's not by herself. Massive congratulations to all of the organisers for the fantastic competition. We should be wrapping up now, hopefully.
Chair and Vice Chair of Spanish Skiing Association.
So we're now listening to the chair and vice chair of the Spanish Skiing Association.
I believe we'll get this in both Spanish and English.
No, I think he was making a joke with the Spanish there.
Okay, maybe.
Never mind.
Vale. Sí.
Y aunque no ha sido organizador, ha tenido una gran labor por detrás y la que le queda es para Rafael Rodríguez Santana como tesorero.
all of the Spanish associations cheering for the second time after just hearing it in Spanish.
We're not quite sure what the Spanish is.
Passing back now to Ruben, the main organizer of this competition.
And with that, Rubik's WCA European Championship 2024 comes to an end. Thank you so much,
And that is the end of the competition. What an amazing competition it was.
An incredible 4 days of non-stop action.
We saw multiple European records, one world record, and a few switch-ups in the championship and a few classic champions coming back to take it again.
We hope you enjoyed this incredible 4 days as much as we did here.
And everyone in chat who is listening from inside the venue or used to be at the competition but has left early, we hope you all had a great time at the competition here as well. I believe we are just going to be wrapping up now.
Yeah, so it's over. I mean, it's
over?
really hard to kind of wrap my head around the fact that it's come to an end now.
4 full days of competing, long days too. We've been competing from 9 AM till 8 or 9 PM every day for 4 days. We had the warm-up comp last weekend as well for another 3 days, and I think we can have a bit of a break from competing for a while.
Certainly.
I do have some final words prepared for the stream, of course, as always, so let me read it out to you. Guys, this is some advice for the end of stream. Remember to stay hydrated, drink plenty of water, brush your teeth twice a day, don't stay up past your bedtime, eat your 5 fruit and veg, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, wear your seatbelt, look both ways when you cross the road, drink responsibly, stay in school. Tell your parents and guardians that you love them, work smarter, not harder, register for the UK Open 2024, wear a helmet when cycling, don't feed the pigeons, treat others as you would like to be treated, schlaft gut via Bruder, don't sit on the stairs, and if you see something which doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sort it. Goodbye, everyone.
With that, we are out. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Visítanos en cubekings.com.